Is it going? I think so. Let's make sure all my shit's Gucci. Gucci, Gucci, goo. Oh, I need aha. I'm gonna do a debate. Rally debate, Epstein, wrap up, QA. Yep. Alright, cool. Alright. And now let me get this puppy going. Bam. Just getting the stream set up. Dude, I cannot believe there's not a thing where you just one click done everything. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I love that fucking video. Alright, let me go. Here. Alright, let me go. Oh. Okay. Delete that puppy. Yep, nice. Okay, works. Let's do that. This goes over here. Cool. Okay. All right, what's up, everybody? Today we're going to be debating the morality of being LGBT. My interlocutor, who I think should be here in like around like 15 or 30 minutes or something like that. I think our interlocutor is going to have some really cringe points. But that's a good thing about these debates. We are going to dissect those cringe points with surgical precision. Okay. Debate. Morality. BT. Plus. Let me also link to the stream too. Twitch. I'm just linking shit in my Discord, which if you're not in my Discord, you definitely should join my Discord. Just saying. The Super Justice Friend. Starting, what's it called? Hold on, let me... Shut up, guy. I didn't mean to actually click a shit. Fuck. View my channel. There we go, because we're linking my channel. That's what we want to do. What the fuck was I even, like, talking about? I don't know. Oh, yeah. We're gonna be, I'm going to Vegas tomorrow. I'm gonna be on a debate panel, kind of like one of those, like, 1v10 things. I am not the one. I am part of the 10. But, I feel very confident I'm gonna rhetorically eat that guy's skin. But I don't know what the topics are gonna be. But from everything I've seen from the guy, I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all, dog. share. We're gonna copy the shit. Alright, cool. How do I remove all embeds? I don't want to remove all embeds. I'll keep it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Okay. So I got that in general. So we're gonna that department. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Look, y'all, I might be 5 IQ. Probably would help if I have my notes up. Okay, new debate prep. We're gonna apply the debate prep template. Okay. This is gonna be 28. LGBT morality. Okay. And even if my interlocutor watches me put together my points, that is A-okay. So step 1, we need to have an objective criteria for what's it called? Morality, even under a secular framework, which you absolutely can have and does exist. I do affirm objective morality. Now, I believe is true. It is true. Okay. Argument. Well, actually, first, let me make sure we got yo, hey, good looking. What's cooking? It's in the far right debate. Is it far right? I think it was far right. It's either far right or philosophy. Oh, okay. Oh, damn. Oh, he's doing a board. Ruh-roh. Game plan. Okay, so abortion, LGBT, pronouns and shit. That's basically under LGBT. Mamdani, rent. Agree. Because I'm not gonna lie, like if you look at Mamdani's rent plan from like anyone, like every single economic, I guess like evaluation from anyone who's taken seriously, rent freeze doesn't seem to be a good idea. Like you just look it up from a pure just economic standpoint, doesn't seem to be good. And I trust experts on shit. If experts say it's not good, then it's probably not good. So. Yeah, we're just going to be debating abortion, LGBT. He's going to ask me, basically, what's my grounding for morality? And then I'm going to rhetorically eat his skin. Like every yo, the best part about Mamdani is getting people excited to vote in Blue. Yes, true. That's what I love about Mamdani. But the thing about Mamdani is there's social democrats and then there's democratic socialists. I can't remember which one. I'm pretty sure Mamdani is a democratic socialist, and he doesn't come off as crazy at all. But there are genuinely some people who are running in the primaries right now who have very good chances of winning, who want to disassemble the United States government, essentially, like doing things like abolishing the Senate, doing things like removing the police. Okay, like genuinely some people who want to remove borders. And I want to make it clear. We do need borders. Like I like the idea of this like utopia where like no country has borders. This utopia where like, you know, we don't need capital, nor no one needs police, right? Like what happens when we abolish the police and someone like breaks into your fucking house? What do? Does everyone just like have shotguns and then like, oh, you break into my house? Okay, now I'm gonna blow your head off. Like I don't know. Yeah. And I love Mamdani, but he needs to condemn. Like, I don't think Mamdani is an abolish the police guy. Does Mamdani? Oh, it's literally right there. Want to abolish police. Abolish. Does he want to abolish prisons? To close the notorious jail complex on Rikers. Okay, yeah, wanting to close Rikers Island. I can get that. But, like, he still believes in jails. community-based rehabilitation. Yeah, like that's stuff that I support. I think that there are people who have like if you got like a mental fucking problem, then yeah, you need to be rehabilitated. However, though, if you're mentally there, then you need to be punished for the shit that you do. Okay, don't get me wrong. Like ideally, yeah, we can rehabilitate people, of course. You know that's a more optimal society. But you also got to have punishments for shit. You know, like oh, you're a reasonable person who went and like stole shit from the store. That's bad. Fuck you. Go to jail, bitch. Yeah. So on the left, what you're thinking about is DSA. Yeah, DSA. Yeah. There aren't any major social dens running to abolish. No, that is a position of the DSA. Like if we look up, 1 second. Does DSA want to, abolish the Senate? The answer is yes. Yes, the Democratic Socialists wants to abolish the U.S. Senate, replacing the single proportional national legislature. Like that is the DSA platform. Do they want to abolish borders? The answer is going to be yes. Yes, the Democrats support eventually eliminating national borders as part of its long-term political vision. That's not good. Now, I want to make it clear, I think the morality of democratic socialists are, I think their ambitions, I think, are virtuous, but I think it's myopic, or because it's like if you think, if I don't know, what's a good example? Like okay, the communists, for example. I think that they have a good idea in the sense of they want the world to be thriving where everyone gets what they need, right? There's no class structure, so everyone can be equal in terms of like respect, in terms of opportunity, in a lot of ways in terms of like outcome, right? I think I like that idea, but that is not compatible with real life. Okay, that's just not how things can work. Right. So like if you try to have like a command economy where like the government decides, like you either have a command economy where everything is preordained by like the government, or you have free markets. Okay. Like I don't know what the in between is for there. Okay. Either the government says what it is that people are making, or the people say what it is that they're making. And now you can have people who elect the government, but either way though, the whole premise still holds. Okay. The government is doing it, or the capital owners are doing it. Now, when we look at command economies, they all fucking fail. They all fail. Like, that was literally the whole, like, problem with Mao's shit. That's why, I think, like, over, like, 60 million people fucking died under Mao, right? So command economies just don't fucking work. This is why I'm a capitalist. Okay, and I've got my strong criticism of capitalism, okay? I do. But, like, that's my problem with DSA. I think that, that isn't the DSA platform, but you'd want to take the politicians' platform. What if you align with the DSA and that's the DSA's platform? Then no. Like, imagine if someone said, "I'm a Nazi, but I don't believe in eugenics." But then you look at the Nazi platform, and the Nazi platform literally says, "Yeah, we believe in eugenics." It's like, the fuck you mean, right? Like this is the DSA's platform, and if you align with the DSA, but you say, "Oh, that's not what I don't believe you." Why are you aligning with the DSA? Doesn't make any sense. I think most Dem stocks and stuff seem to apply a lenient, optimistic lens to what they think will happen compared to having a very critical worst case. Yeah, exactly. You mentioned yourself, Haley Stevens, seeing your I'm reevaluating my position on Haley Stevens. When I now because I saw the shit that she said, and that is fucking insane. I'm like this girl is like so cucked for Israel. It's insane. But at the same time, though, her opposition is Abdul Saeed, I think. Abdul El Saeed. I need to look more into his position specifically, but I know he lies about like being like a doctor and shit. I don't think he ever was actually like I think he's, I don't know. I need to look more into him before I start talking stuff about him. But I'm reevaluating my position on Haley Stevens in comparison of her opposition. But I don't like Haley. I don't know. I just kind of feel fucked. It's like, damn, on one side, we're cucked to Israel with Stevens. On the other side, this guy is way too far left. Like, in regard of the battle between them, I feel politically homeless. Because both of their positions are really bad. But again, I need to look more into Abdul El Said. So that I'm going to refrain from judgment right now. Haley Stevens like Israel shit is cucked, but I need to look more into them. So I'm reevaluating it. Yeah, I full on support Annie Andrews. I voted for her. I love Annie. Okay, because here's the truth. I'm in South Carolina, dude. If it was like anyone in the world who's a Democrat, I'm gonna fucking support. Okay, like, well, anyone. I mean, I'm in a blood. Well, it's not blood red. It's like purple red. You know, South Carolina is. But Annie Andrews definitely has my support. I'm very excited to vote for her. I think most Dem socks and stuff seem to apply to. Yep, mentioned Haley Stevens. So yeah, I need to look further into these guys. I think they had a debate just yesterday, actually, didn't they? But yeah, right here, abortion, LGBT shit. This is their everything. This is like the entire right wing platform. I don't like abortion. I don't like gay people, and that's it. Oh, and immigrants. All right, so what have we got? So, um, 3. Okay. Objective morality. P1. P1. All ethical systems necessitate ethical systems Yep, okay, yeah. All that necessitate oughts. P2. Oughts are only applicable to moral agents. To, I'll say rational agents. All ethical systems necessitate oughts. This is my argument for objective morality, by the way. It's very easy because it is it's almost like tag for metaethics, but it's actually true. If anyone knows tag, the transcendental argument for God, which is bullshit. I hope to God this guy doesn't fucking say that shit because I'm gonna eat his fucking skin, bro. I swear to fucking God. Okay, alternately applicable to rational agents. So, for example, like a corpse would not count. A corpse is not a rational agent and cannot perform oughts, thereby responsible for moral. A corpse is not a rational agent and cannot perform oughts, thereby is not responsible for moral status. Necessitate oughts. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, if I say wait. If I say this statement is false, does that evaluate to false? I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes. Doesn't even evaluate to either true or false. Okay. Oh, it's a classical liar's paradox. Okay, so it doesn't evaluate to anything. So it's self-defeating. It has no truth value, which you could be an error theorist. Yo, what's up, Dusty? Right now I'm prepping on the debate. I mean, like I've got I'm just trying to get everything formalized. But my guy should be joining up in a little bit, I believe. I'll be in the stage. Of LGBT abortion. Alrighty. Just so you know, if anyone wants to join this stage with me while we wait, feel free to. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep on yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, like, what do we even call the middle in relation to like American politics? Because if the middle just means being unsure about like Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, then I would be like far left because unequivocally, unquestionably, um, yeah, I vote for Joe Biden. Because when I hear a centrist, I think like someone who's like, I'm not sure between Biden or Trump, right? So, because like if you're center right, then that means you align with the current right wing political atmosphere, and if you're center left, you align with the left wing. But if you're a centrist, I kind of feel like necessitates uncertainty between the two. So I am. Does that make me far left by American standards with how far right they've gone? Then I guess so, but that doesn't make me like. What one side went super fucking far, and in comparison, yeah. No, I think the two-party system's actually really good. It's just that most people are unbelievably like fucking insane. And this is perpetuated by bad faith actors. Duncan, shut the fuck up. I fucking hate. I'm banning you from my server. I'm banning you from everything, bro. I hate you. I'm just kidding. I love you, buddy. Have you seen that video of like Alex Jones? He's like, Jew, 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 Jew. So fucking stupid, bro. I hate him, bro. It's literally the dumbest shit in the world. No, I mean, like, okay. I don't even agree with that because okay, there's going to be certain value like if you want to promote your values, then pick a side and then start winning primaries, right? Because like, you could call people on the far left free because like and by far left like okay, I'm gonna say this, okay, like I'm gonna bring things back to reality. All right, Joe Biden is a center left candidate. Donald Trump is far fucking right. He's fucking insane. Okay, right? That's what I mean. So someone who's on the far left could quote unquote be a free thinker. Like a lot of people in the DSA want to dismantle the government. Okay, they want to. A lot of people who are very far left want to basically destroy liberalism. And when I say liberalism, I'm talking about like capital L liberalism, right? So that means like democracy, okay? Like free markets, okay? Like these things that give people like personal freedoms, right? So like if you're a capital owner, you know, under a far left society, then you're going in the gulags, boy. In the gulags now, right? Oh, okay. Oh, you don't want to go in the gulag? Okay, well, either A, we're going to ice you, or B, you're going in the re-education camps. That's what that means. That's what it logically concludes to. Those people do not value liberal democracy, anything like that. Bernie is the farthest left candidate we had seen until last 2 years. My position on Bernie actually has changed a lot because I want to love Bernie, I do, but like when you look at the people he's endorsed, like for example, Bernie Sanders endorsed Tulsi Gabbard, and well, until recently, like she became like the biggest like right wing grift in the fucking world, right? Because she was on the whole like populism shit, like Bernie Sanders fucking is. I think Bernie's got a good heart, but it's too much. And it breaks my heart to say that because I used to be one of the biggest fucking Bernie supporters in the world. But then when you look at like some of the people he's endorsed. Again, I need to get more, I guess, adept on the specific other things he's done, but from people I trust, I've lost a lot of faith in Bernie, unfortunately. New Samaras began. You know, unironically, yeah. And Josh Shapiro, I think. Josh Shapiro? I think that's his name, Josh. The governor of, yeah, Pennsylvania. Yeah, this guy's actually really fucking great. I hardcore simp for Josh Shapiro. The thing I like about Gavin Newsom is that he knows the aesthetic game. And I think he's pretty good on substance too, which... Oh, wait, where's my necklace at, bro? Oh, there it is. One second. I feel naked. Yeah, how do you feel about Shapiro? Because I know he got, like, free school lunches for kids. And that's, like, objectively good. The Nordic models, to my understanding, those are capitalist societies that are heavily subsidized by the government. Let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Oh, John Ossoff looks like a fucking Chad. In Nordic models of healthcare, aren't those capitalist / free market, but heavily subsidized by the very certain this is true. Broadly, yes, the Nordic countries run capitalist market-based economies alongside large tax-funded welfare states that provide, yeah. Many areas the state doesn't subsidize for financial. Okay, but yeah, that's the broad thing. They do run on free markets in the healthcare industry, but it's very highly subsidized, which I support that. I think that sounds like a great idea. And I think us being the wealthiest country in the world, we can probably do that. So shut up about this. Dude, Michelle Obama is a fucking queen, okay? I remember I was fucking whinging about, like, oh no, school lunches, you know, I want my gross ass fries that were killing. And then I look back and I say, oh wow, like, didn't childhood obesity go down by like double digits under Michelle Obama because of like the school lunch thing that she was doing, which is objectively fucking good. I mean, not in terms of physical looks, just overall political appearance. That's why I'm free market, but way bigger welfare for people. Yeah, that's base. That's base. We should have social safety nets for people to help bring them back up. Rising tides lift all ships. Because it's still eat like shit at home, true. No, that's literally what it's evolving to. That's why I go to the gym, bro. That's why I try to work on my fucking rhetoric and my aesthetic and all this shit. Because, like, remember, the turning point is just nothing but aesthetic. Whenever you watch a debate, analyze it by these two lenses. What's the substance? What's the aesthetic? Okay? That's it. That's your winner. Usually, the aesthetic is all that's actually necessary, okay? Because if you, like, if you sound like a fucking nerd, if you look unhinged, you do all this corny ass shit in a fucking debate, but you have great substance, everything you're saying is factually true, no one's gonna give a fuck because you sound like a fucking nerd. Nerd? Why the fuck would I listen to you? Stupid idiot. Oh, look at this other, like, Chad fucking, like, whatever person. He says he hates all women and minorities, but he looks like a fucking Chad. He fucking pulls girls, bro. Yo. And he's funny? Yeah, you lose. You lose, bro. Sorry, I don't make the rules. That's just how fucking things are, bro. I hate that's the case, but it is the case. So, what do? We work with what we've got, and then we play by those rules, because that's all we can do. So, we aesthetic max in terms of physical looks, and our rhetoric, because both are very, very important. And then we get substance, which is what we're doing here. Both critical. They come hand in hand. Political hypergamy is real. Shut the fuck up. Okay, also ethical system necessitate odds, P2. Odds are only it must be good and ethical within the ethical system, then it must be good to adopt the ethical system. This must be true. All ethical systems necessitate oughts. Within the ethical system, being in good is defined as being in accordance with an order defined by the ethical system. There we go. Oh, let me lock in on this real quick. Oh, let me see if he joined. Okay. Again, if anyone wants to pop up on the thingamabobber, feel free to. If you're speaking, I can't hear you. Zan, Kyle.
Oh, I was just gonna stay quiet until. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, if you want to go back in, I can. If you want to go back in the audience, then that's cool too. I don't know if you want to pop up.
No, it's fine. I can just like not speak right now.
Sure, that's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna lock in on this, but yep, we want to have and we have a very strong case for objective morality here. So all ethical systems necessitate oughts. I need to get this formalized like beforehand. I mean, I know it's there. It's just a matter of like writing it all down and shit. I mean, no count had a receding hairline is painting still towers above all these. True.
Oh,
John Locke was much
one
more
thing.
prominent. Yeah.
Since this is now your Twitch, if you could not say my name, that'd be great.
Oh yeah, sure. No worries. What should I call you?
Faye.
Faye? Cool.
I'm very into Faye mythology.
Sure. Alright. You can always run parody God. No. God has revealed to me that murder is good. Like, yeah, shit like that. Good is defined as being in accordance with an ethical system. Okay. Necessitate oughts. Agent to be necessitate oughts that are applicable to rational agents. I can just put those into one premise instead. Some motivator. Okay, P1. All ethical systems insist. Fuck, I'm having a stroke, bro. Is Morris gonna join? It's got like another, I think like 15 or something. He better freaking join.
Did you do a debate with Tim Flows yet?
No, because he was saying like genocide shit, and I fucking banned him for a week. So yeah, don't say genocide shit, and then you won't get banned for a week. You know. I don't even know if he would debate shit. I'm actually really surprised I haven't gotten any Christian nationalists coming up here. We've only gotten, or I've only gotten like Islamic fundamentalists come up here, which all of which I don't know if I would say equally stupid, but all of which get equally blown the fuck out. So all ethical systems necessitate oughts that are applicable to rational agents. Of course, it's not a rational agent that cannot perform oughts. It's thereby it's not responsible.
You could try something more targeted, I guess, because I know Skepticus on YouTube, he does things like God is imaginary, prove me wrong, and he gets a lot of Christians that call him in.
Yeah, but you're talking about like TikTok, right?
Wait, what?
Oh no, Fred, trust me. This tracks. It's. I'm trying to formalize it, but you know, like when you have, I'm talking to someone in chat, when you've got something in your head and you're like, oh, I know it's there, but it's a matter of getting on paper. That's what I'm trying to do right now. A 2-year-old is not a rational agent, therefore isn't prescribed moral agency. Actually, nah, I won't. Because you can say like a kid's being a bad kid, but even then, you still won't say the kids. It's just be like, yeah, the kid's being a fucking idiot. But kids are kids. This is why like kids normally won't, like, if a 5-year-old like murders his parents with a gun, the kid doesn't go to jail for life. Kids don't know shit. They're not rational agents. Goods defined as being in accordance with an order defined by the ethical system. All ethical systems necessitate odds that are applicable rational agents. Necessitate odds that are applicable to rational agents. Good is defined as being in accordance with an order defined by the ethical system. C1. Agent being in accordance with the given ethical system, we can just call it X, is good by that system. All ethical systems necessitate odds are applicable to rational agent. A corpse is not and cannot perform, thereby is not responsible for moral status. And ethical systems is not assigned. An ought is just like an action. It's like a prescription. So like, you ought not touch children, and then Muslims will change their mind. So an ought is just like, hey, do this, clean your room, live by God's word, eat puppies. You know, that's all an ought is. You know, command, and then an agent will or will not do it. Good is defined as being in accordance with an order defined by the ethical system. An agent being in accordance with the given ethical system is good by that system. Conclusion. Not the 6-year-old. I need Shoddy to join, bro. Hold on, let me DM him. Where's he at? He said he might join at 2, so. C1. Okay. P1. Okay, so an agent being in accordance with a given ethical system is good by that system. Yep. Okay. P3. An agent's well-being is necessary for the agent to be in accordance with all ethical systems. Yup. P4. It's an instrumental good. Yep. Actually, no, that's C2. Okay. Shit. There we go. Okay. C2. An agent's well-being in ethical system X. Actually, I'll just lowercase it. An agent's well-being in ethical system X is a instrumental good for achieving the intrinsic good of the ethical system. Yeah. is the instrument's well-being. The agent's well-being is an instrumental good for achieving the intrinsic good of ethical system X. Goods of ethical system X. Okay, all ethical systems necessitate odds are applicable to rational agents. Good is defined as being in accordance with an order defined by ethical system, X. All ethical systems, okay, and cannot perform odds, thereby is not assigned moral status. Ethical system X. An agent being in accordance with ethical system X is good by that system. Yep. Okay. Good is defined as being in accordance. An agent being in accordance with ethical system X is good by that system. P3. An agent's well-being is necessary for the agent to be in accordance with all ethical systems. Yep. Because otherwise you are not an agent. And it necessitates agents. Well, actually, I can probably put that even in an easier way. Before, I think I can reduce this down a lot. There's a lot of premises, but I think it can be reduced pretty well. Before, instrumental goods are good. P5. Oh, actually, no, that's C3. C3. All is a stance independent fact of all ethical systems that well-being is necessary is a stance independent fact, thereby is objectively good. Okay, that's basically it. Now I need to formalize this a little bit better, but I think everything tracks. All it's saying is if you have an ethical system, ethical systems require agents. If you don't have an agent, you don't have an ethical system. And in order to be good, you must be within the ethical system's accordance. Thereby, well-being is necessary. Because you don't have well-being, you don't have agents. If you don't have agents, you don't have ethical systems, which obviously is self-defeating. Let me check stream real quick. Shit, I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's on. I'm on stage right now. Wait, okay, hold on, wait. Let's get it. 2 watching on Twitch. Let's go. Damn right, my brother. Damn right. You'd run into the is-ought problem very soon. You just described an agent as a fact of reality. Yeah, I mean, like, agent. Yeah. I mean, no, that's the whole point of this, right? Because I think this is the strongest answer for bridging the is-ought gap. Because the only way this is not the case is if you prescribe moral goodness to a corpse. But that makes no sense. Like, okay, what does it mean for something to be good? It just means you're in accordance with an order. So, like, pizza is good. Pizza is in accordance with my tastes. That's all that means. Okay? Giving to charity is good because giving to charity is in accordance with flourishing in human well-being. Okay? Like, it's just some order that the thing you're talking about is in accordance with. That's all the word good means. Now, when we're talking about ethical systems, we're talking about agents. And we're talking about agents, we're talking about oughts. So, hey, you should do this thing. If I tell my phone, hey, you should fucking work, my phone is not going to listen to what I say, right? However, if I tell you guys, hey, you should learn about the Epstein files and then expose these pedophile-defending Republicans, that's the thing that you all can do, right? You can do that. You can listen to the shit that I say and then act on that. However, in order for you to do any oughts, you must not be a corpse. That is the necessary precondition in order to achieve any oughts. Therefore, for something to be good in an ethical system, you must have well-being. It's an instrumental good, but instrumental goods are still a form of good. And because every system necessitates it, it's objectively good. It's a stance independent fact of all ethical systems. One of these days, I should share the server infographic set of slides I made regarding ethics of homosexuality. Redebating. It's the guy from yesterday, so this should be he was like relying on ChatGPT and shit, and I was still blowing him out without looking at any AI. So, will this be on the stage in the server? Theism also doesn't instantly solve it doesn't. They just say it's commanded by God, therefore it's good for some fucking reason, right? And even then, it's still subjective. It's just subject to God's preferences. Like, it makes no sense. Yeah, theism is... It's just so fucking stupid. Theism is so stupid. So... Oh. Alright, he should be joining in a little bit. He just sent me a text. So... Okay. So I'll try to formalize it a little bit better. Because I definitely can. So... B1... Ethical systems... require agents. And as soon as he grants this, then I win. Basically, ethical systems require agents. If you want to come up, you can come up. Ethical systems require... What's up, Carter?
What's up?
P1. Systems. What creates oughts. Ethical systems are what creates oughts. P2. Agents are required for oughts. Ethical systems are what creates oughts. P2. Agents are required for oughts. Ethical systems require oughts. Yep. Require oughts. Agents are required for oughts. Ethical system require oughts. Oughts require agents. Oughts require agents. And this is just a simple modus ponens. Ethical systems require agents. Pretty simple. Okay. P2. Agents require well-being. P1. Agents must sustain themselves. P2. Require, I mean, it's just like a fact. Require well-being. Agents without well-being no longer are agents. Agents must sustain themselves. I don't know how to say it. Like, you just require well-being. That's just kind of like a fact. How else can I... But I don't know. I'll move on, but that one's pretty intuitive. Ethical systems require agents. Agents require well-being. Ethical systems require well-being. Yup. And that's the C one. C1, ethical systems require well-being. Yeah, this is way better looking. This is way better looking than the first one I put. I mean, the first one I put, I think, still works, but like, this is much more harmonic, I guess you could call it. Okay. Oop. My 5 IQ, probably. There we go. Okay, so P3. Adopting ethical systems is what? Goodness. Oh, yeah. Goodness. Ethical systems define goodness, yeah. Systems define goodness. Define moral goodness. Yep. Ethical systems define moral goodness. And if not, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Goodness is being in accordance with an order. Goodness. Actually, you don't even need that. Yeah. P1. Ethical systems. I mean, they do. Ethical systems define moral goodness. Yeah, actually, P1. Agents in ethical systems who are actually, yeah. Ethical systems require well-being. Yep, that's true. Define moral goodness. Yep. Oh, that's so good. Wait, I got it. Oh, that's so good. Oh, dude, that's like a wombo combo. There it is. C2. Okay, so ethical systems define moral goodness. Conclusion. Moral systems require well-being. Boom. Or let's just say ethical systems. Ethical systems require well-being. P4. Boy. Oh, that's so good. There we go. P4. P1, P2, P3. Okay, P4. Okay. Ethical systems require well-being. Well, actually, you can just make another fucking conclusion. Require well-being. So that's actually another conclusion that we can just do. Well-being is an instrumental good for all ethical systems. You can say like agent well-being. Agentic well-being is an instrumental good for all ethical systems. Okay, P4. Dude, where is this guy? This guy should be joining like literally any second. You ought. Yeah.
He ought to join.
On God though. On Allah, bro.
Inshallah, he will join the server.
My brother in Allah is not abiding by objective ethical standards.
Yes.
P4. Okay. Instrumental goods are good. C4. Boom. Oh, and it's C4 because it's explosive, bro. It's the boom. It is the answer to the is-ought problem. I did it. The armchair philosopher Ethan Alexander has just solved thousands of years of philosophical questioning. I did it, y'all. We did it. We need to pack up our shit. We did it.
Aquinas is dead. We got him.
Got him.
So,
let's go Fortnite dance on Aquinas' grave, bro. It's objectively good.
I low-key, bro, I cannot Aquinas is good, but he's so overrated, bro. I can't with people that just if I'm on TikTok, I ended up on Philo, bro, TikTok. It was awful.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Dude, the Aquinas sims are actually like 5 IQ, especially since like they. Do you know what modal collapse is?
Modal collapse.
Yeah.
I know like the modal arguments of like necessity and possibility, but I haven't heard of modal collapse now.
Yeah, no, modal collapse is basically there's no contingency. Everything that happens is necessary. So like if you know like necessitarianism, that basically embraces modal collapse and says that everything that happens is basically like preordained by by reality's dispositions, right? So kind of like with like a domino, right? If you hit the domino, like all the chains of events are gonna happen, right? And then all the dominoes are gonna fall. So modal collapse is just that. And Aquinas literally like says modal collapse, but we also have free will, which is impossible.
So you're not a free will person? Are you
Fuck
like a
no.
compatibilist or are you hard determinist?
I'm so I do believe there's contingency, and I think there's ontological contingency through things like quantum fluctuations and like radioactive decay. You know, so like when you look at like the quantum level of things, so there's some level of contingency. But outside of that,
True.
I think otherwise everything is like pretty hard determined. Like quantum fluctuations, for example, like do not have, or at least do not seem to have an impact on like um do you know what a real particle is?
Is that like the shit where you look at a spot and you see particles and then you look away, but there's like not a particle there anymore? Like it actually is deactualized.
No,
Or
no,
something? Like I
yeah,
know that's like in quantum physics.
you're talking about wave collapse, I believe, and that's for how it is we observe actual particles like electrons and shit. Um, but and it's really, I'm not gonna, that I still don't fully understand. But in quantum mechanics, you have these things called quantum fluctuations, which means everywhere. Everywhere. Okay. What's happening? Right in front of your eyes, you don't even realize it. There are certain particles that are popping in and out of existence at all times. Okay, they are always happening. Okay, so it's like boop 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 boop. But the thing is, though, they pop out and they annihilate because it's matter antimatter. When matter and antimatter touch, they annihilate. That's what the term is called, and they're always popping in and out of existence. However, they're so small and so insignificant they don't actually have an impact on the real world. Okay, because it happens in not even like a nanosecond, right? It happens, so it's like I don't know how to describe it other than that. Now, from there, that doesn't seem to actually have an impact in the world. It doesn't seem to, but there is contingency. So I hold to the belief that, like, do you know eternalism?
Eternalism, is that like I know there's the cyclical theory of the universe and stuff, like constant collapse and regrow.
Yeah, the Big
Almost.
Bounce.
Yeah. The big bounce. Yeah.
So you could hold to that. There's no evidence of that, but what I think the most likely theory is the universe was in some like weird empty state aside from like quantum fluctuations, and then some freak ass quantum fluctuation happened such that everything popped into existence, basically. So, and here we are.
My most radical take is I low key kind of question if nothing, like as in nothing, can exist. Because I feel like existence kind of contradicts nothing.
No, that's why I said other than quantum fluctuations.
Oh yeah.
So
Like that's probably where I would sit. Is like there just necessarily has to be the baseline stuff.
yeah. So like we have no idea what the universe was like pre Big Bang, right? So because of that, there's just like it will, and that's something I don't think we'll ever know anything about. So like,
Oh yeah.
all we have is the evidence that we have now, and that would be my best guess. C4 instrumental goods are good. Conclusion. Agentic well-being is objectively good. Instrumental goods are good. All ethical systems. Ethical systems require ethical system X requires aunts. Aunts require we'll call it Y. Agents. Ethical system X requires agents. Okay. Agent A requires well-being. P1, agent A exists. Premise 2, agent A without well-being ceases to be agent A. Ethical system. Okay, ethical system. Ethical system X requires agents. Ethical system X requires aunts. Aunt Y requires agents. Okay, agent A requires well-being. Agent A exists. Agent A without well-being ceases to be agent A. C1, well-being for agent A. Well-being. Agent A. Ethical systems require agents. Agents require well-being. Ethical systems require well-being. P3, ethical systems define moral goodness. Ethical systems, okay, yep, okay, so premise require. Ethical systems require, oh wait, no, it's literally there. It's literally there. Why did I redo it again? Fuck. Oh no, I missed my C4. Damn it, fuck. Ethical systems define moral goodness. C2. So ethical systems require well-being. All right. Ethical systems require well-being. Ethical systems define moral good. Oh, let me change that to ethical system X. Requires well-being X. What would a debate between 15 anti and then 15 nuns look like? The same thing. It'd just be 15 people. It would literally just be 15. Yo, it's odd. I'm reality. Even God asked me for advice. What a chat. Yeah, God came to me. So actually, you know what's something that's like really funny? So I hold again, outside of like the contingency of the observable universe existing, because I think reality is necessary. I don't think it's contingent, but I think the observable universe is contingent on the quantum fluctuations and shit. Invite him up here if he wants to come up. There we go. But granted, the quantum fluctuation occurring that creates us all, and then everything like from there, like basically being preordained. You know, again, granted that contingency, then it is a necessary fact of the universe. Okay, that every person you debate and fucking obliterate and rhetorically backshot, it is a preordained fact of the universe. Okay, so it's just like really funny to think about. Agentic well-being. Agent A well-being Well-being. The well-being of Agent A is an instrumental good for ethical system X. Okay. Instrumental goods are good. C3. Agent A. The well-being of Agent A is objectively good. Well-being of Agent A is objectively good. For ethical system X. There we go. I think that's good. I think that's really good. What do y'all think? If y'all can, oh, can y'all? I don't know if y'all are watching stream or not. I can just share my screen. Might be higher IQ. So y'all don't have to have a delay. Yo, what's up, Jack? Hey, I have your stream bot. Hold on, let me get that. Let me ban the bot. This hasn't been published yet. Ban no bots. If I got here. I retained it. I wrote the 10 Commandments. God copied my work. True. Prove it didn't happen. Is there a link to this? All right. Okay, cool. So yeah, people in this stage, what do y'all think? I think it's a pretty good argument. Definitely way cleaner than this first one here.
I could barely read it on Discord, so I'll try to go to the Twitch and read it there.
Sure.
Even on Twitch, it's kind of like small.
Can I zoom in? How do I zoom?
Yeah, it's like really squinty.
Fuck. Zoom. Oh, let me get dual. Oh, not dual. Fucking that. There we go. Okay, and then I'm gonna turn my camera on here.
Does P1, in the first one, is that like the very first thing that is said is P1 requires aughts, and then the P1 underneath that in the premise is like P1 requires aughts again,
P1 the
or
premise.
an ethical system requires aughts?
Yeah, so ethical systems require agents. Because you don't
Agents.
have.
Okay.
Yeah, that says agents. Sorry, let me figure out how to fucking zoom in here.
No, because that's all that I was really gonna say. I was like, I don't know if it's saying the same thing twice. That would be like question begging, but
Yeah. Zoom in. Control plus. Dude, that is not working. Obsidian. Let me. Dude, I genuinely have no idea how to zoom in. Right now, I want to use command. Blah, blah, blah. I agree, it'd be helpful. However, you can have the size of the text. Doesn't work. It didn't work. Can I zoom in on Obsidian notes? Control. Oh, control equals? That's weird. That's so weird. Why is that it? Oh, well. Is this easier to read?
yeah.
Okay.
I'm like zoomed in myself anyways, but
Yeah.
it's definitely bigger now anyways. So
Nice, nice. What's up, Garrett? So control equals and then control 0. Control 0 to go back to regular. Cool. Okay. Now, based on this, we can derive objective reasons to pursue shit. Ethical system X require agents. Oh, that should be in S. Ethical system X requires agents. P1 to motivate that. Ethical system X requires oughts. Because you don't have an ethical system without oughts, then like it's just incoherent. Like I have no idea what you're talking about. Ought Y requires agent X to be in accordance. Ought Y. Ought Y. I'll call ought G for define. Good. Ethical system X requires ought G to define. Well, actually, really, it's just a prescription. So, not we'll say. And also, it has to be good to adopt an ethical system, because it's not good to adopt the ethical system. There's no motivator to adopt the ethical system. Like, why would I be in accordance with the ethical system that, like, you're not even being good with by being in accordance with it? That makes no sense. It's self-defeating.
Morse is here.
Answer? Sweet. I think it's good enough, at least. Requires. I'm gonna do that. There we go. All right, cool. I think it should be good enough. So.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. What's up, buddy?
What's up? All right. Do you think we could do only like LGBT and abortion for this debate, and then maybe another time we can do like actual politics, like Mamdani?
No, actually, no. Funny thing, I actually agree with the Mamdani thing. Like, I don't think like the rent control or the rent free. I actually don't think it's a good thing. So
yeah.
You're totally good in that regard.
Okay.
But yeah, everything else though, yeah, we can basically fight on.
Yeah. Awesome. All right.
Do you want to start with like the I guess like just for some context too for everyone who's watching. So let me bring up the original thing. I mean, we're basically talking about like abortion and like LGBT shit. So
yeah.
Do you want to make the opening case for why it is immoral, or should I make the case for why it is moral?
Oh, you can go ahead and make it why it's moral.
Okay, cool. When I finish my argument in defense of LGBT/abortion, then you can make your argument for why these things are immoral. So,
Okay.
But yeah, that's just the context. So I'll go first. So, hi everyone. Thanks for coming here today. I'm joined by my interlocutor Moors, who I believe is Muslim. I'm not sure if he'll be appealing to his I guess like Islamic ethical standards or not, but we'll I guess like go into the validity of it. You will? Okay, cool. Now we need to ask. I guess we'll start with like the LGBT stuff first, and then we can go to abortion.
Sure.
Yeah. Now, for LGBT rights and consideration, we have to ask, what is it that makes something good? Why do we do anything at all? And there's an objective answer to that from even secular worldviews. Theists like to say that you can only have objective morality through theism for some reason, but that's absolutely not necessitated. So as a secular person, I don't believe in like the myth of some god in the sky or whatever. No, we do derive objective reason to do certain actions. And unquestionably, the respect of LGBT people, letting them act in accordance, with rational beings, rational entities, such as like marrying each other, such as kissing, such as whatever things you want to posit, is absolutely ethical, and we'll go into those reasons. And the same is also true for things like respecting transgender people's pronouns, respecting their right to be the gender that they transition to, etc. So I'm interested to hear my opposition's arguments against it.
Yeah, so just a quick question there. You were saying it's morally fine because you believe like people should have the right to like marry, kiss, and, like have like relationships.
I mean, like
Like,
rational
you believe in
agents,
that?
yeah. Rational agents should be able to engage with rational agents in methods that are in accordance with human well-being.
What do you mean rational agents?
So, like, this is going to be like adults, like humans that are developed to some capacity such that they're able to think in rational ways. So, usually it's going to be like 18 years old, for example.
And how are you gonna determine that if they're rational enough?
Yeah, so you can determine that based on what are the outcomes by letting agents act in accordance with, like, I guess you say, their thoughts at some age. So, for example, if you let like a 10-year-old act in accordance with their thoughts, obviously 10-year-olds are not rational agents, so they're going to do a bunch of stupid things that is not conducive to their well-being. Okay, but if you have like an 18-year-old do things that are in accordance with their rational thoughts, or with their thoughts, you'll see that it is more rational, right? And then we see that around like 18 or around that age, that's usually when people are making smarter decisions with things like intimacy.
Okay, yeah. Again, you said like let's take that 10-year-old for example. You said it's gonna be like bad for like it's gonna be a bad outcome.
Yeah.
Is there any objective way to determine that, or is that just
Yeah.
based on what you personally believe?
No. Yeah, you can easily determine that. So, for example, 10-year-olds who
go for it.
engage in like this is all very easy to like observe. Like, there's a billion, and we can go into like research on it. But like, yeah, 10-year-olds who are engaged in sex, right? What do? They devalue sex, right? So like, intimacy is an important thing, such that like if you just go around having sex with people, you can get like STDs, and that's probably a bad thing. If you are a 10-year-old, you are not making safe decisions with sex, so you're more likely to get potentially pregnant or whatever. These are very intuitive things. Oh, and also you can be traumatized, right? It opens the door to grooming, obviously. Grooming, I would assume, is pretty intuitively bad. I don't think we need to dive into that, but it's very easy to understand reasons.
Okay. I think two people in the chat wanted to
No,
intervene.
you are not interjecting. It is between me and Morse. You can, if you want to write down your thoughts, feel free to write down your thoughts, and we can talk about it after. But we're not interjecting.
I do want to like dig a bit more into that. So let me just ask you, what about if a 10-year-old wanted to like dysfunction themselves? Would that be like okay in your worldview?
Dysfunction? What do you mean? Like, as in, like,
yeah, so for example,
not be able to have like infertility?
Yeah, like for example.
That would be bad.
That would be bad. Okay.
Yep.
So do you support? So you don't support like gender affirming care and even social for children then?
Well, of course, I support like social gender affirming care, and even I believe puberty blockers to some extent. I would like to see more research on that, but like puberty blockers is something I easily support. So yeah, of course I would support that.
Just a quick question there, because you know that everyone that goes on like puberty blockers necessarily has to go on cross-sex hormones after that?
No, they don't.
Pretty sure they
No, you're wrong.
If they don't, I think it's...
I know exactly what statistic you're talking about. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. So what you're talking about is people who are okay, so because there's a lot of confusion. I've had this debate a billion times. People who are on puberty blockers, okay? The reason you're on puberty blockers is because there's a significant chance that you are a transgender individual and you've been diagnosed as a minor, okay? Now, when you get diagnosed as a minor, if you're not transgender, and it's like, actually, I'm pretty sure that like I am cisgender, you know, I like being a guy, I like being a boy, whatever. Okay, when that happens, you should stop taking the puberty blockers. So obviously it's not applicable to you anymore. But if you are transgender, then you would need to go on the cross-sex hormones. But the thing is that you're transgender, and then you take the cross-sex hormones when you're 18.
Okay. Yeah,
This is
got
what
it,
you're
got it.
supposed to. But, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, do you agree that we should minimize the, how do I phrase this? Do you agree that we should minimize the need for like medical intervention for these people? Like, if in an
Minimum. What do
ideal
you mean?
world, like obviously they don't get like ideally they don't get like these surgeries, right? Ideally, you agree on that?
In an ideal world, everyone is born the gender that they internally feel. But the thing is, there's no way, at least to my understanding, to do that. But I don't know, like
Yeah,
what
yeah.
that
I'm just
means in
like
terms of
in
our
an
odds.
ideal world. Mhm.
Yeah, in an
Yeah. So
ideal
like,
world, everyone is cisgender. I would agree with that.
okay. So do you agree that like potentially taking actions that increases the chance of someone requiring or wanting to get like uh, care that gender affirming care, do you agree that we should minimize that? Like ideal, like, does that make sense? Kind of.
I'm gonna say what I think you're saying, and then you can tell me if I'm tracking. But
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think you're saying, should we minimize the number of because I do agree that ideally everyone is born cisgender. There's no incongruence, with there's if everyone's born cisgender, there's no gender dysphoria, right? So that's why, and gender dysphoria is a bad thing. And I'm not going to equivocate or like get into the semantics on gender dysphoria versus being trans, but gender dysphoria bad, being trans not bad. I'll make that clear, but there's a distinction. You're asking me, should we promote a society that reduces the number of transgender people? That's what you just asked me,
no,
right?
that's
Okay,
not what
then
I'm
what'd you
asking.
say?
I'm asking, let's say we have an individual here. Do we want to minimize the requirement for medical intervention for this person, ideally, in your worldview?
I mean, like, if you're asking, does specifically in relation to being transgender, right?
No, like just in general, like anything that has, like you agree, like obviously, for example, for a cis guy to get like
Yeah.
a surgery that would be like bad, right? If they don't have any like distress.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like, if there's no necessity for medical intervention,
Yeah.
then yes, I would agree with
Yeah,
that.
so basically what I'm asking is, do you agree that we should minimize the necessity or the feeling of necessity for someone to get like these surgeries?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so just a quick question there. Do you agree that if we've affirmed someone's belief or someone's feeling or belief, uh, do you agree that that increases the chance or the want or the like necessity that someone does something in line with that belief or feeling if we affirm it relative to if we not try, sorry, rather than if we don't affirm it. So an example would be like, for example, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on Discord. Um, is there any like word I can't say?
I mean, don't say like slurs.
Yeah, I won't say slurs. Okay, yeah. So like for example, like a pedophile, you
Yeah.
agree that if we affirm this individual's belief that like, hey, you know what, it's no problem. You should, you can go ahead like, go be with the child. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Do you agree that that would like increase and affirm his beliefs and then therefore increase the chances of him like getting with a child? Or would you just
Yeah,
say
if
like,
you were
hey,
if
you
you
know
were to
what?
affirm that, you would be increasing that, and then that's bad because it is not congruent with human well-being.
Okay, yeah. So when then okay, so if you agree, if you concede to that, would you be conceding to that social gender affirming care would be harmful because it affirms a belief or a feeling, which in turn increases the chance or necessity of that individual wanting to get like medical care, right? And you agreed already that ideally we don't get medical care, or ideally we decrease the necessity or feeling, which yeah, which you agree with. So
No,
then
so
therefore you
there's two things you're leaving out. So the first thing you're leaving out is you said, granted that it's not necessary, when we're talking about the surgery, right? Granted that's not necessary, it is good that people don't get surgery. It's good that like if something is not needed, if no one is being bothered by like a thing, then no, of course they wouldn't need any type of medical intervention. Why would you do that? Just Occam's razor, not do it. And then
yeah, I'm not
second,
saying yeah.
um, go ahead and say your thing. Because
Yeah, I'm not
it's fine
saying
for you to
that like
interject.
yeah, I'm not saying it's necessary or not necessary. I'm saying the level of necessity. So for example, like
And
if
well,
someone gets with
then
somebody,
I'm agnostic to the question then, because like literally
what
like
does that mean?
why you're asking, okay, is it good to cut people open? And I'm like, well, it depends on the circumstance. Like I don't fuck like
Yeah,
yeah,
no, I'm
it's
saying
good to
like
cut people open for surgeries, and then otherwise it's not good. But you're saying like
no,
no
that's not what I asked.
context.
I asked like the necessity. Like for example, like I'll try and think of an example. I'm thinking specific, like for example, pain, right?
Yeah.
You agree that if someone stubs their pain, they don't necessarily need to go on like pain medication. But if someone has like an actual like severe pain, then they should be able to they should hop on like pain medication.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So like basically what I'm proposing is that we should decrease the necessity, right? So there's a difference between something being necessary and not necessary, and then the different like how necessary something is. So I'm asking like, you agree that we should decrease the level of necessity that these individuals feel, right?
Well, wait, the
So
necessity of what they feel? How would
no,
you even do that?
yeah, no, the necessity of a certain action to help, like the necessity of a certain action is what I'm saying.
But the thing is, the necessity of that action is dictated by their mental state. The only thing I can think of that we could do in terms of oughts, in terms of like prescriptions, like what we ought to do, right, is conversion therapy, for transgender people. But
That's not what I'm
that
saying.
wouldn't work. Well, I don't know what else you would be
That's
talking about.
okay.
I don't know how else we would reduce because you're talking about reduce the feeling for need, but the
No, I didn't say
feeling.
reduce. No. I said didn't say reduce. I said increase. So we shouldn't increase, but that doesn't mean like we also have to go like, because I'm pretty sure like reducing is like bad. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
But I didn't necessarily say
reducing.
reduce. I said not increase.
Okay.
You
I
agree
mean,
that we
there.
shouldn't
Yeah,
increase
there
the
is a difference
necessity of-
between reducing and not. Okay.
Yeah. So you agree that we shouldn't increase the necessity, like we shouldn't increase the necessity of an action that is by itself harmful, right?
Yeah, I'll say sure.
Okay. Yeah. So then, therefore, we shouldn't use.
Well, no, now we have our second symmetry breaker, which I was going to say too, but you interjected, which is fair to interject. It's fine to interject on me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But your
okay, yeah,
second
that's
symmetry breaker is the reason why the pedophilia thing is bad is because it's not conducive to human flourishing, which I believe you agreed with me earlier.
Yeah.
However, accepting transgender people is conducive to human flourishing.
Yeah. Can you explain how? Real quick?
Yeah. So
Now we're talking
there's
about, yeah,
so
we're talking,
there
like, for
go you go
pedophilia.
ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so for pedophilia it's bad because specifically for the victim, because they're not like biologically developed enough to give informed consent. But then for the individual that is acting actually upon the thoughts, right? So like the pedo, like it's not bad for him. So for his human well-being, it's
Wait, you
actually
said it's
beneficial.
not bad for the pedo?
Yeah, for the pedo, no, it's not bad. But
No,
it's
it
bad
is
for the
bad. It
victim.
is bad.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Do you agree that it's worse, that it's good to decrease a mental illness toll on an individual?
Decrease in mental illness, like the toll?
Like, make someone less mentally ill,
Yeah.
someone less mentally impacted by something.
Yeah, that's
Do you
good.
agree that that would be conductive to their well-being?
Yep.
Okay, so then can you tell me how it's not bad for because pedophilia is
For the
like mental
pedophile?
illness. Can you explain?
Because now you're presupposing that the only bad thing that pedophiles feel are like the frustration of their sick desires, okay? Because we have to remember that we live in the context of reality where, okay, well, imagine in society if we start letting pedophiles, just rape kids. What's going to happen? Well, a bunch of kids are going to grow up traumatized. A bunch of people are going to be growing up in grooming households, which lets them be put at disadvantaged
I agree.
positions, right?
Obviously,
Like these are, and now if you're a
that's not what I'm
pedophile,
saying.
no, but you're
I'm saying
you're asking in relation to the pedophile, right? You're saying that's
Yeah.
good for the pedophile, right? Now,
That's
if
good
we
for
have
the pedo, not for the others.
no, it's bad for the pedo. Let me explain. The reason why it's bad for the pedophile is because when you are encouraging a society of a bunch of groomed fucking children, you are breeding a degenerate fucking society that is not going to be contributing to like important like economic things, right? So like what's more contributing to a flourishing society, okay? A bunch of groomed kids that have been raped by fucking pedophiles who grow up to eventually be adults who are mentally fucked because they got raped by these pedophiles that you're saying this is actually good for them, which is crazy. I understand your confusion, but this is what you're saying. Or B, not raping kids, letting them develop without having this mental fucking trauma and then letting them be conducive members or contributing members to society. What's better?
I totally agree with you. Like, obviously, with a better society, but that would require you to change the claim from not being conducive to human well-being to being overall conducive to, conducive to like society.
Yeah, that's human well-being. What are you talking about?
Okay, I thought you were referring to like individuals.
No, I'm talking. Well, the thing is, what's conducive to individuals, right? To individual people is also going to be what is conducive to the society as a whole. Because what's conducive to me, right? Like, do you know why it's good to like help people if they're like in need in some reasonable way?
Why it's good?
It's
What's
good
helping?
because if we have a society that is collaborating together, okay, if we are working together, it's a fact of human nature that we're social animals that thrive by working together in rational capacities. Every single
Yeah,
society
totally.
that has thrived by people working together and ensuring each other's well-being. So ensuring your own well-being is also in my best interest as an individual.
Yeah, okay, I totally agree with you. So that would just change the claim to being like overall conducive to society as a whole,
Well, no,
right?
I'm saying it's both. It's yourself. What's conducive to your best interest is conducive to society as a whole. It's both.
Not necessarily, actually. I would disagree. Like
I think,
you're
you know,
saying
it's a
that.
fact of human nature.
So you're saying that everything that I personally deem to be like, wait, let me make sure I understand. You're saying that everything that is conducive to human well-being has the same impact on society. Is that what you're saying?
What is good for a person, so like there's going to be like some difference. So like, for example, like it may be good for me to be a computer programmer, it may be better for someone else to be like an artist, right? But there's a symmetry in the sense of like it's good for them to pursue some type of goal that's contributing to society, right? There's a set
Yeah,
of
that's not what I'm talking about.
yeah,
I'm asking
go
like,
ahead.
is your claim is what is good for a person is good for society, and what is bad for a person is bad for society is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. I don't know if that's specifically what I'm saying, but that statement I do agree with.
Okay, no, so here's where I would disagree because we could, for example, have like an individual that like let's say they have like a disease that requires them to, for example, have to undergo surgery that will like limit their, like for example, let's say they have like sickness like cancer and they need to like remove like their leg, for example.
Okay.
That would be good for the person because it's conducive to his like health because he wouldn't have like that disease anymore.
Yeah.
But I would say it's bad for society because it limits the amount of value that it can bring to society. Would you agree with that statement?
You're saying what is the alternatives for society? Just let him die?
Uh, I wouldn't say let him. Well, what do you think? Like, what?
Well, the
Okay,
answer
and I can
objectively
change up
is
the
to
question
help
a
the
bit. Okay.
person, because if that person gets cancer and like if I get cancer, right? I don't have cancer right now, but it's possible I may get cancer in the future. I want to know I live in a society that's not going to fucking kill me.
So what if like helping you actually causes a net negative to society, but like a positivity to you?
What would that look
So what about
like?
like what would that look like? What if you have like
Yeah,
individuals? I'm just like seeing how consistent you are with like this logic of yours. So like, what if you
sure.
have like individuals that are like severely like impacted? So for example, someone that is sick to the point where they can't move and they need to be taking like 24/7 care. What about like these individuals? Because they're not bringing in, they're actually bringing a net negative to society because they
That's not true.
are using up more resources than they are like contributing with.
That's
So
not
do you
true.
agree that we should like, okay, can you explain how
Nope.
that's not true?
Yeah. So two reasons. One, again, if something like that were to happen to me, I would want to be taken care of. Okay. So that means I know I'm living in a society that's going to make sure that I'm taken care of. Okay. If something unfortunate were to happen to me. So that gives me that sense of security. And then two, doing that creates jobs. Okay. Like I have meaningful connections with other humans. Okay. Because I'm a human. That's a fact of human nature that we need to build societies. And this person who is like, you know, on a gurney, this person may have friends and family and wants to ensure that person's well being because humans care about each other. So you create jobs, and jobs are good for the economy, and the economy is good for flourishing. So that's still good.
Let me just make sure I'm getting this right. So number one would be the sense of security that society will help you if you like get to such a state.
Yeah, that
Then
sense of security is a
yeah,
good
so
thing.
number two
Yes.
would be creating jobs to help people who are net negative to society, or yeah, so like to these people
Yeah. So like
who
like
are,
hospitals, for example, are a perfect example of this, right? Hospitals are good. Like they're taking care of people who are in the exact circumstance that you literally just gave. So yeah,
yeah, but you
that's good.
understand that like these hospitals they give jobs, but it's still a net like obviously I agree with you. Like
Yeah, I
these
know.
create jobs, but the government is still like losing money on it. So like if we didn't have hospitals, they would actually have like more money. like obviously.
What?
And these people don't like.
That's
Okay,
not true at all.
hospitals
In
I feel like-
fact, you know that hospitals, like in the United States, because now we're talking about politics, and I will cook you on this. You don't want to go on this, but it is AI and hospitals that are keeping the entire United States afloat right now. So I don't know why the fuck you would say that. That was absolutely fucking wrong.
Yeah, that was wrong. Yeah, that was wrong. Okay, so I wouldn't say hospitals because I would say like there are people there that get care, where if they get that care, they're going to contribute like severely more to society versus if they don't get that care. So I wouldn't say you agree with that, right?
I'm
Yes, I wouldn't
sorry.
say
I didn't understand. I didn't say it
No
again a
problem.
little
So I
slower.
would say like hospitals is wrong because there are people there that if they get care that the hospital provides, they're going to be of much value to society versus if they don't get that care, they're going to be a negative to society. So I would say hospitals was a bad example for me. Right? You
Sure.
agree with that statement?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I would say
Hospitals was a bad example. Yeah.
yeah. So I would say something more like people.
You're muted.
Yes, I would
Oh,
say
sorry.
yeah, sorry. I would say more people that if they get this care, they wouldn't be of more help to society versus if they didn't get this care. Does that make sense?
Who?
Let's say
Like, you
for
can't give me an
people.
example because it's not a fact of human nature. That's the problem.
No, that is a fact. That is a fact.
No, give me one. Give me one.
Old people.
Old people? You're telling me we shouldn't help old people?
Yeah, like what's the logic behind? No, no, I don't
The
think we
exact
should,
same
but-
reason why we have hospitals.
No, so like if these old people get help or not, they're still not gonna create any value for society.
No. The fact that they are like in like old people homes, this creates jobs. Old people have connections with like their family members and friends from when they were young and when they were contributing members. And also we get the security of knowing that the old people homes are going to take care of me when I get old one day. Boom. That's like 3 positives right there.
I agree with you, but okay, so for the sense of security one, I don't see how that would like. Why would we
Do humans
necessarily
not?
need that?
Why? Because humans have stances, and obviously stances are going to be the stances that they hold are going to be contingent or like are going to hinge on their own well-being because humans tend to act within their own well-being.
Oh, makes sense.
So like that's why I'm saying like
Do
you can't
think that
give me an
do you
example
think
because
that's
it's
the only way? Do you think that's the only way to give a sense of security for that thing?
for to guarantee that.
Yeah, so
I
like
don't.
you're arguing that they get a sense of security, that knowing that society will help them if they get to such a state. But I'm asking you, like, is that the only way to get that sense of security?
Does giving people a sense of security the only way of giving people a sense of security? Like, yeah, I
No, I'm saying, like,
guess. I don't know
No,
what you're
I'm
asking.
saying there's multiple ways of getting it, so I wouldn't use that as an argument because there are other ways to give people that sense of security. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Well, okay, give me one.
I'm thinking specifically of like, so specifically in like my country, there's a lot of like females that have like a huge like scare of going like outside because they're scared of like, you know, they're going to get like raped, right? Or like
Sure.
assaulted.
Yeah.
Yeah, so are you saying like there's only one way to, for example, for these females to give them a sense of security to be able to go outside? Like, are you saying there's only one way to do that, or do you agree with me that there's multiple ways to give them a sense of security?
Well, now we've changed the scope because before we were talking about like
Not really.
taking care of no, we have because before we were talking about old people and like their
Yeah, we're talking
net
about
drain
sense
on
of security.
society. Sense of security. No, but we were talking about that because we're dropping the context entirely. We're talking about sense of security in relation to people who are a net drain on society. That's why you brought up the old people to begin with and the sick people to begin with. Because I'm saying that when we take care of each other, that is objectively good for human well-being. Okay, and I'm asking you to give. Go ahead.
Yeah, so your reasons number one is that it creates jobs to help these people,
Yeah.
right? So, okay, here's a why specifically for these like older people where I would disagree because, or sorry, these people that if they get this care, they won't. No, let me. I obviously don't like. Don't get me wrong. I obviously like hold my stance that like it's good that we help these older people, people that can't care of themselves. But
Yeah.
that's within my logic. But within your logic,
Right.
you understand that creating a job, right? It's offering a value in return for more value, right? That's how like.
I mean, that's
something that's going-
capitalism, but like, if you want to talk about like, if you want, I don't know if you want to go into the anti-capitalist shit. Look, I know you. I'm like 80% sure that you're reading a fucking bot right now, and I don't know if that's the way you want
No,
to
on
engage
God,
with
I'm
me.
not. No, on God,
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
On God, I'm not.
Do you want to go into
Sure.
anti-capitalism? Because I don't think you want to do that either.
No. Wait, so you don't agree with me that
No,
Jobs-
I said like, yeah. Obviously, jobs are for profit we live in capitalism, okay? And I am a
Not necessarily
capitalist,
profit,
but
like for value, like for value. Yeah,
what do
sure.
you mean for value? Like,
Yeah, for
yeah,
value.
there's
Yeah,
money. Yeah, there's money. What about it?
yeah, for value, for a value. Like we do something for value in return to get a value of that is
Yeah,
greater or equal.
correct.
Okay, so I'm asking you, you're saying they create a job to help these people,
Yeah.
but for example, in hospitals, we give a value, and in return, these people are able to provide even more value. So, look, for example, let's say we have like someone that has a very important job, and if they don't get this care, they're going to die or they're not going to be able to do that job. But if we give them this care, they're going to be able to like do that job, and in return, we give a value for a return of a greater value or equal value, right? You agree with me?
Let's go through this one at a time because that was a lot.
Yeah, so yeah, no problem. So for example, I'm saying you agree with me that a job should give value and in return get greater or equal value. And
Yeah.
that's why hospitals are good because I'll
Mhm.
give you an example.
Well,
We have an
hospital.
individual.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we, for example, like someone that has a very important job and contributes a lot to society, gets gravely injured, and these hospitals will give a value that fixes this injury, that in return causes a greater value that allows him to continue his job, versus if we didn't give this value to him, he wouldn't be able
Wait,
to
when you say
continue
this
his job.
value, when you say this value, are you talking
Like
about
care,
capital?
hospital.
Care.
Yeah, care. So like helping.
But like, do you mean because there's different? I want to make sure when we say value, I just want to make sure that I don't get lost in the semantics. I might need to type this out actually to make sure that I'm
Yeah, no problem.
addressing this accurately. But when you say value, there's like emotional value. So like for example, I may emotionally value my grandparents very strongly, and because of that, I'm willing to give the value of my currency, right? So
Yeah.
can we I guess like go over this a little slow. I'll type it out, but I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that
I'll
we
look it
don't
up. It's fine.
equivocate on that, or at least I don't.
Yeah, I would say value is something that causes.
No, I'm not saying you need
Yeah.
to define value. I'm just saying when we're
Oh,
talking about this, because the reason why I'm willing to pay my currency value to take care of my grandparents is because I have emotional value, right? Like they're both valuable, right? But I just want to make sure that I don't get lost on this when you're saying these things.
that's a good question. I didn't really think of it. I guess. What I mean, okay, then I'll just not use the word value. Then that's fine, because I don't think I haven't like I didn't think of it. I'll just replace it with like care, right? So
Mhm.
we give them care, and in return,
Okay,
we
so
get
wait, give old people care,
no,
get
so this was the hospital one.
give. Well, yeah,
Actually, yeah,
hospital.
I'll use the
Yeah,
word
let's
value. I'll
just
use the word
do
value. So what I mean by value is net benefit to society.
net
That's how I would
benefit.
determine value.
I that okay. But don't say give value to an old person. Like, I mean, you could say that, but like, it's really weird. If we're talking about
Yeah, that's
exchanges or whatever, let's use the like monetary exchanges. Let's use the word currency because that's accurate. If we're talk about
yeah.
like the value that I hold in old people, then let's call that like emotional care or something.
Okay, yeah, I'll not use the word value then. So, for example, in the hospital, let's just continue then. And then if you object, then you can just, I'll not use the word value. So, for example, in the hospital, we're giving care to an individual, and in return, we're getting even greater care, I would say, because for this person that has a very good job,
True.
that job is taking care, like, let's say like a lawyer, or no, not a lot, like, I don't know, like, they
Well,
have
I
like
mean,
an important government role. Like, does not, like, I'm just giving like a
okay, okay,
hypothetical.
okay, wait. So, okay, I'm okay, okay. I think I see what you're saying. So, we give old people physical care, and then in return, we get net benefit human well-being. Because the
Uh,
whole thing that I'm doing, and when I say like net benefit human well-being, I'm talking about the well-being for not only myself but also for
yep, for
all of
society.
society. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I would say
get
that's the case
net
for. I would say,
benefit well-being for myself and society, to which I would agree with that statement. If we give old people care in
yes,
return, we do get that
not
net
all
benefit.
people. I'm talking about the guy that has a job that is net benefit to society.
Wait. Well, you said give people in the
I'm
hospital
talking about
care. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. So like for example, someone that has a very important job, which brings
Oh,
a lot
okay.
of
So
net.
so give
Yeah.
important person care in return get net benefit. Okay, sure. I
Yes,
would agree with that
that's why I
statement,
would
sure.
say hospitals create jobs because we're you agree that a job is something where you do a service or something of like value. I think that's a fair word to use there. Like you do something of service or
Yeah,
a
yeah,
product, whatever.
yeah,
You bring a value in return for an equal or greater value, and that's why it's a job, because it's going to be like profitable.
Well, if you're I'm going to semantically pick, because if you're doing a job, you're actually doing something of equal or less value because the capital owner must profit, or is a non-profit, which means you're doing it at equal value. So, but I mean, it's just a minor semantic nitpick.
Yeah, that's fine.
I agree with it. It's just a minor semantic, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah, okay, that's fine. So then if you agree with that, then how are you going to justify the equal value that is being brought for people, let's say, old people? Like, again, I don't disagree with you. I just want to see how you're gonna like
But
it's system logic for
these aren't
people that
mutually exclusive. Like when we say the old people, okay, so you said give an important person care, in return get net benefit and well-being for myself and society. I agree with, but it's also true for old people. Like, what is this question?
yeah, how is that true? What is that old person gonna do for society? Or that
What is the old
yeah,
person going to do for society? Create a job.
yeah, so again, that job is based off like giving value, but what you understand that the value needs to come in return. So what is the value that the old person is giving back? Like,
Oh, well, then you could say like emotional value, because there's more than
yeah,
just
but
like
isn't that only
physical
for
currency.
the one? Isn't that only for the family? Is that for the family or society then? Like, let's say we have a city of like
It's
30,000
both.
people.
It's both.
I would disagree there, actually.
How?
I
Wait,
would
wait, wait,
disagree there.
wait, wait, wait. Okay, wait. Let's not drop the context, because we as humans, okay,
Mhm,
we have families, we have friends, okay, and we have old people who are family and friends, okay.
mhm.
Now, it is the case that if my old grandpa goes to the hospital and I'm like, oh shit, I love my grandpa, I'm willing to pay for his well-being, then yeah, I'm gonna do that. So let's not
Yeah,
drop the
wait,
emotional
actually,
value too.
yeah, wait, let's take a step back. I'm referring specifically to, I actually don't know how it is in America exactly, but
Mhm.
in my country, like I live in Sweden, so in my country, like these older people are
Yeah,
like, I'm assuming in America, like if you want to take care of your like older grandparent, obviously that's not like the government's expense, it's more so like you're paying for that yourself,
sure.
right?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, then my example doesn't fit because in my country, it's that like it's the government paying, so it's not like the individual
Government or
paying
not?
for
Well,
that.
actually, the way yeah, like the Nordic models are. I literally actually was just talking to someone earlier on stream. The Nordic models are still privatized, but they are heavily subsidized by the government. But regardless, though, like, I mean, government transactions are still part of GDP. Like,
Yeah, but yeah, so I'm asking like, okay, let's use the government, the ones like in Scandinavia, for example. And again, I'm not saying that we should remove these. I actually think they're like very good.
sure.
But I'm just saying like when it's not through the like you're saying emotional value. Okay, that means that like the family cares, the grandson or whatever, but they're not the one that are giving the value. It's actually the government that is paying for
What?
everything.
And who pays
So
the government? Taxes through the individual. What are you talking about?
yeah, but that's not through the individual, that's through the whole society, right?
No, but
And like, do you think that?
society is comprised of individuals who pay taxes. No,
Mhm. Yeah, no,
so
no,
I
I'm
don't
asking
know.
you, like, do you think that other people that are paying taxes besides that guy cares for like the his specific grandparent?
The
Like, do you
specific
think they would?
grandparent, the specific grandparent, no, but probably does care about society's well-being and flourishing overall, which ensures the well-being of the grandparent. So actually, the answer would be yes.
Because you're arguing that so basically, let me make sure I'm getting this right. You're arguing like that, not specifically for maybe that grandparent, but if we, for example, were to remove the idea of taking care of these grandparents through the government expense and taxes, that would be something that people would not want, basically.
People would not want what? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so like, just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that they wouldn't maybe care about specifically his grandparent, but if you're looking at society's like grandparents as a whole, then yes, they would care and therefore want to give that value, or sorry,
Um,
that currency.
yeah, yeah. And people
Okay.
may disagree with that, but the fact of the matter is, it is objectively true that it is going to be conducive to human well-being.
I don't know if that's something. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree there, because then the argument you're going to give is that it gives a sense of security that people know that like if their grandparents or themselves get to such a state that they're going to be taken care of, right? And hence
Yeah,
the
that
sense of
does give the
security
sense
theory.
of security. Let's also try to go back to the transgender discussion too, since we've been talking about the healthcare stuff for a while. But
I
yeah, I
would
just
say
want to
this
make
is
sure.
correlated. I would
No,
say this
I
is
know it's
correlated.
correlated, but like we do need to tie it back eventually.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so like, okay, so your argument, your only argument for that is that it gives a sense of security, right? Not
Well,
necessarily
it
job.
gives a sense of no, it's both.
Yeah, but the job doesn't get equal value in return. Like it's not like them, like especially when the
When you
government is
say
paying for.
value,
I
it's
mean
giving
currency
me there's
value.
like yeah, but you're also presupposing that currency value is the only value because there is emotional value
Yeah,
as
okay, we
well.
can get to the emotional value as well. So your argument for the emotional value side is that it's like a sense of security, right?
Well, one for myself, and then two for people who I do care about.
And you say that like, uh, but again, that doesn't apply to society as a whole because it's only that specific family. It's only that specific family that cares for their
Society is
veterans, not.
composed of families. It extrapolates. We don't live in a vacuum. We're not like
Okay, yeah, that's fair. All right,
tribes.
yeah, let's get back on topic. Yeah, let's get. We cannot go lost there. We can go back on like.
Sweet. Yeah. Thank you.
Wait, where even were we?
So you were talking about healthcare because we were talking about like reducing the number of necessary like operations on people. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like we can decrease the level of necessity. Like you agree with that, right? Like we should decrease. Yeah, like we should decrease the level of necessity, ideally, as much as we
Yeah.
can of
If
a certain action.
if we can reduce the
No, I didn't say
necessity,
reduce.
or I'm sorry,
I
okay,
said
if we can
not increase.
prevent the
Increase.
prevent the increase of thing that requires
action.
of specific
Of actions.
we could call let's just call it like medical intervention, okay? So prevent the necessity of unnecessary medical actions, then I would agree with
No,
that.
not unnecessary. It can still be necessary. Okay, so do you think that
What? Why? Wait, if it's necessary, why the fuck would I want to reduce that?
because I'm saying the level of necessity. It's not like objective that something is at a level of necessity where this would be necessary versus it would be unnecessary. There's no like objective way to define that. So I'm saying
For
like
transgender people, I do believe there is. I reject
okay,
that entirely.
if they have gender dysphoria, you think that's a 100% like every person with gender dysphoria should be able to get medical intervention?
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you,
Such
what
that they
about
need
people
it.
that
Such
have
that
like
they need it. Yeah.
yeah, so if they have a necessity, and how do you define that necessity?
The
Do you think
necessity
that
has
someone
to
can
be
have a
defined by
necessity?
the individual.
Okay, yeah, so I'm asking. Okay, so I'm asking like that level of necessity.
Wait, you're muted again. How do you keep getting muted? Is someone muting you? I don't know. I don't think anyone can be doing it. What's happening? Am I crazy? Is the stream good? Can I, y'all can... Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, my bad. My
Yeah,
mom was talking to me. I'm sorry. Yeah, we can
you're
continue.
good. You're
Yeah,
good.
so you're saying there's either I would disagree with that. It's either necessary or just not necessary. I would disagree with that
Well,
because the level of
wait, you would
necessity.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no. Wait, no, I agree with that. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Like, the
was
level
like, what do you mean? It's, yeah, like, it's literally classical logic. What? You're good.
Sorry. Yeah, so I'm saying that the level of necessity that determines if something is necessary or not, you're saying that that level of necessity should ideally be not be increased, right?
Yeah, but okay. If there's a thing that is not necessary for medical intervention, I agree we should avoid increasing it.
Okay, so let me ask you, do you think that affirming someone's belief increases that necessity or decreases it? For example, with like
Affirming
social
their
or like
belief?
affirming, yeah, so like for example with gender affirming care or like using preferred pronouns.
Yeah, affirming the belief, you could say it can, but I don't
I would say it
know.
does. And I can give
So,
that like with an analogy actually.
but the thing is though, so like if I'll probably agree that like affirming, so let's say you have like a gender curious like 12-year-old or something, right? And you know, little Timmy or whatever is like, you know, I want to try things out as a girl because that's something that I feel more drawn to, right? And then you're like, okay, let's try. Then it is possible that that 12-year-old may then be like, yeah, I actually like this better. But I wouldn't say that's necessarily like a bad thing in of itself, but we can go into that.
So then let me change that to like the risk of risking a potential increase, or like not wanting a potential increase of like necessity.
Excuse me, sorry. I don't want to interrupt. I will go mute after this, but I figured I would ask because I know it's going to be probably important. We should probably define like what we're going to say gender affirming care is, in this instance. Because there's a
We
lot of
will.
ways this could be in regards
He's obviously
to it.
talking about
There's
like
different
medical
variants
stuff
of
though,
it.
right? Like he's
No,
not talking
I'm
about like
talking
social.
about
Or, I'm sorry, yeah, he's talking about encouraging at all actually,
Yeah.
which is yeah. I think we're still tracking on the level of scope
Yeah,
here.
but
Okay, cool.
I know you're gonna pull up like a haircut example, so I would say intention matters as well, because you can be like a man or identify as a man and still like want long hair. So I would say the intention matters as well. Is that fair?
What? I mean, I have no idea. I wasn't bringing up the haircut thing at all. I have no idea. Like what?
I mean, like a lot of like people say that like.
I'm
Well,
not
so
a
you
lot of
agree if,
people.
like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we can continue then. So the potential increase of necessity. Do you agree that we should minimize that as much as possible?
Yeah, I guess. And given well, as much as it depends on the context, but yeah, sure.
No, what would be one context where we should maximize or not care about the potential increase of a necessity of something that would be harmful?
Yeah. If doing otherwise was less conducive to human well-being. So, like a really example would be imagine if 40% of 1% of the population was killing themselves, right? I think that is a greater detriment to human flourishing.
Yeah, but then we would obviously be trying to. That depends on how you like go about it. Like we should still obviously minimize the increase, like the necessity, the feeling, the necessity these people have to like kill themselves.
I mean,
Do you agree
all
that we
else,
should minimize?
all else equal, then yes, but that's not the context that we live in.
Yes, it is actually. Or what do you mean? How is it
Okay,
not?
okay. So about
Yes, what I wrote out, minimize the potential increase of necessity of harmful thing. So for example, suicide, you would obviously agree that we should like minimize the potential increase of someone feeling the necessity to end their life.
yeah.
Yeah, so are you consistent with this statement, like with this logic?
Well, relating to transgender care, no, because we have a symmetry breaker.
What's the symmetry breaker?
So the symmetry breaker with people who are suicidal, doing things to decrease that or prevent the increase, whatever, doing things to prevent the increase of that is holistically conducive to human flourishing. With trying to avoid increasing, because it's totally possible that like, excuse me, it is possible that some kids may not have been trans if they never experienced being trans, and they may have lived happily being cis. That's totally possible. But I would rather have that world than I think that world is more conducive to human flourishing, where someone unnecessarily becomes trans but still lives happily, okay, than the world where I think it's like I can't remember if it's 40 or 60% of 1% of the population kills themselves. That's their symmetry breaker.
Okay, so you should so you in your opinion, someone unnecessarily becoming trans but still lives happily is okay for you? So for example, and you agree when you say trans, like hold on, becoming trans, I don't think trans is a choice. I'm referring specifically for like medical intervention. So like is it fine if we replace that with unnecessarily getting medical intervention?
Yeah, but in order
Medical
to get the medical
intervention.
intervention in the scope of being trans, it would necessitate you having gender dysphoria. Like that's a precondition for it.
Okay, so you're like a trans medicalist?
Yes.
Okay, but if you say that we unnecessarily get them.
Like I'm okay, if there exists a world where like again, like little Timmy experiences, socially transitioning as a girl, and then little Timmy is like, actually, I think I am actually happier like this. And maybe would not have done so if little Timmy never, put on a dress and then tried this stuff. That world is preferable than one where they're killing themselves who if they never tried it, never got the care that they needed, where those people kill themselves. World A is more preferred.
Two things there. Number one, denying care does not there's two objectives to have there.
Ooh,
Number
careful.
one, denying care denying that care does not necessarily lead to suicide. The number 2. I'm just writing this
For
down
trans
sure.
people, it does.
No, that's false.
Yes, it does.
There's no.
You want to bet?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Show me.
How much you want to bet?
You
Yeah, sure. Yeah, give me
wait,
one
hold on,
second.
hold on, hold
Give me
on.
1 second.
Do
Do you know what you want to bet?
Do you know that? Wait, okay, let me ask you before you send it. Do you understand that there's a difference between risk of suicide and suicide ideation, like clinically?
Risk of suicide. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the difference?
Difference. Okay, so suicidal ideation is like just like thinking about it, whereas it's like risk of suicide is like the risk of like you actually killing yourself.
Yeah. So there's a risk of you actually dying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Show me the study for that.
For
'Cause that's
action.
actually false. Yeah. So what do you think the percent is of people that die from suicide, of transgender individuals?
People who actually die.
Yeah, so hold on. Do you think there's a risk of suicide if these people that get left with this risk of suicide get untreated? Do you think they're going to die? That's the only way a risk of suicide is valid. If they're going to die if they don't mitigate this risk, that's the only way. Other than that, it's going to be suicide ideation.
Do you think that attempting? Wait, is suicide not idea? Okay, wait.
Suicide, it's risk of suicide. I disagree there. Actually, no,
Are
that's
transgender people who are what is it that? Because I'm going to punch this into the council. Okay, so we're saying are transgender people who never transition more likely to be victims of suicide? Do you think that's? I'll punch it in chat too. Are transgender people who never transition more likely to be victims of suicide?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Because there's a study actually on this, like
I'm punching this.
You've heard of the Yuki study? Like with gender identity service care?
Sorry, what?
I think there's actually like yeah, they risk higher rates of suicidal thoughts and attempts, but not actual like death, cause of death being suicide. So that's two.
I'm not
major
saying
different
that part.
things.
I'm not saying that part. So like more wait, are people who are at higher rates of suicide and attempts, are those people at like higher rate or like risks of actually
Yeah, I
like,
wouldn't say
dying?
people that have like high rates of suicidal thoughts and attempts is necessary. I wouldn't say that necessarily correlates to like a risk of death caused by suicide.
High risk of suicide, ideation attempts. The strongest protective factor appears to be reducing discrimination. The thing that I'm saying or seeing isn't it's obviously agreeing with the first two, but it's not. It's saying it's more nuanced relating to the last one.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, that's false. So how much did you want to bet? You're literally wrong.
So wait. What's your source? What's your source saying that they're not at a higher risk of dying?
Yeah, have you seen the UK study?
The UK study? No, isn't that only yeah. Link that one.
Yeah, you know that one. So that's literally evidence.
I literally just said link it. I literally just said link it, bro.
Huh?
I just link. Hearts and mental health struggles. Oh, when it comes to that, studies found transgender who want to cannot access face a high risk of suicide attempts. Much of this distress is connected to minority stress, which includes discrimination, like a family, blah blah blah. Feeling trapped, having supportive friends, because research on mental involves complex medical, blah 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 blah.
I was just gonna send my notes.
I'll say like more likely to, instead of saying victims, I'll say like die by suicide. And also, I'm gonna ask you:
like,
are people who attempt suicide more likely to die by suicide?
People who attempt it?
Yeah.
I would say not necessarily, because there's like
wait.
wait.
Okay, if there's a person who doesn't attempt suicide, and there's a person who does attempt suicide, who's more likely to die by suicide?
Who's more likely to die by? Actually, that depends. That actually.
What do you mean it depends?
Yeah, because like in my, for example, like
person A literally is not even like on the fucking like graph on if they're even possible to die.
Well, hold on. They can have like suicide thoughts. They don't necessarily have to like.
It says it's mixed and confounded. Sorry, what?
What if that person that doesn't attempt suicide has suicide thoughts, and then on the first attempt they die? Then
bro, then they're not in the first fucking thing, bro. Like what? Because you said the person who doesn't attempt suicide. What?
Yeah. No, I would disagree with that. Because they
what?
don't necessarily need to. Wait, okay, so hold on. You can. What if they die on their first attempt?
Then they're not in the category you're talking. Okay, wait. Person A doesn't attempt suicide. person
never
B.
attempt suicide in their life.
Yes. That's why they're literally said they don't attempt suicide. Yes.
And then person 2 attempts suicide. Yeah,
Yes.
obviously
Who's
the
more
second-
likely to die by
yeah,
fucking suicide?
Obviously the second.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it is. I think it is, Carter. Because actually, based on the study I'm going to send you, it's actually like based on this statistical power of 80, we can conclude that these people that don't get their care actually there's the 100% guarantee that is not correlated to suicide or increased death by suicide. Based on the study I'm going to send you, it's actually like,
Mortality
based on,
than
like,
general
statistical
population.
power of 80.
Wait a
Huh?
minute. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Overall, trans people have higher suicide mortality than the general population. A large Danish registry study found that trans-identified individuals were about 3.5 times more likely to die by suicide than matched controls. Though the absolute risk remained low, but it's still higher than the general population. Oops.
No, it's actually not that one, Carter.
I'll like bring it up right
Send me
here.
that study. Wait, send me this Danish study. I think that's not like an actual study. I think that's just like a what are they called?
It's from Harvard. It's a Harvard. It's from fucking
Send me the
Harvard.
link. Yeah, send me the link in citation.
Let me find the specific one on the
I don't think you
thing.
can actually make that conclusion.
This is just from AI. I'll make the clip. It's just from AI, but it's not looking too good. Mortality. A Swedish population base. I'm gonna Yep.
I have it here. Oh my god, I can't get it.
Oh wait. I'll grant credit. That's not controlling for people who have transitioned versus not transitioned. I need to make that clear.
Suicidality, and patriotic medical transition in the United States. Let me just read through it. I can send you mine as well.
And even now, actually, I don't even think we're controlling for the correct variable because it's the level of social acceptance and the ability that they're able to actualize their like the vision that they have for themselves.
But let me ask you, like, even if we grant that, do you think that a suicide rate is a factor that should decide care or something?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so what if you take like anorexic people and they see that so if you saw like wait, no, hold on. So like what if like anorexic people, they don't actually want to get care, they're like forced to get care, so what if they start killing themselves? Should they be allowed to like not get cared for?
I mean, the problem is they should still get the care because not giving them the care results in their death.
Wait, so what about people with like eating disorders? Well,
yeah, those people need the care because the end result is still their death.
Anorexia. No, that's only if you're like anorexic. I'm not talking about like well, okay, no, hold on. I wouldn't say like everyone with eating disorders necessarily will die if they don't get care. That's like very, very rare for like out of the people that have like eating disorders that they will die. I'm talking about people that won't die. What if they start killing themselves if they're like forced care?
Oh, then we should do the thing. Well, and one, let's also make sure we're understanding that we're talking about large groups of people, right? So like potentially
yeah, obviously.
Potentially like millions of people. Let me make that very clear. So not like 10 or whatever, right?
No.
Then in circumstances like that, then yeah, we should probably do the thing that prevents them from dying.
Really? So let me just get this straight. Let's say we have people with like eating disorders, and they're at least in my country again. Most of them are like forced care because it's like dangerous to their health, obviously. So these people that are like obviously severely ruining their health, we should allow them to do that because if we don't allow them to do that, it's going to lead to like an increased risk of suicide. Is that your logic here? Do you think that's something you stand by?
Doing things that prevent people from killing themselves
yeah, I can review myself if you want.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So, for example, like people with eating disorders, that's obviously causing a detrimental impact on their health.
Yep.
So you think we should, like, at least in my country, I don't know how exactly how it is in America, but these people, like, some of them are like forced care because it's like detrimental to their health, but
Yeah.
they're not like necessarily gonna die. Do
Yeah.
you think that we shouldn't help them if they say that they're going to kill themselves, or that there's like a risk of like clinical
We do you say
suicidality?
shouldn't help them?
Yeah, shouldn't, according to your logic. Because in my opinion, they should. So in
Yeah,
your
I mean, like,
logic,
there's other, like, there can be a lot of reasons to help a person if they're not necessarily going to be
no, I'm
suicidal.
saying deny care. I'm saying
Oh,
deny
deny care. Oh,
individuals.
should we deny care to someone? I mean, it depends on like how great and extent they are at a risk for themselves and even others. So,
Yeah, they're
I mean,
not
it doesn't
like
have to just be suicide, but like suicide obviously would be part of like people who should not be
okay,
denied
so we
care.
should like let's say this care, like it's not like they're gonna die, like they're obviously gonna get like severe like potential permanent like health impacts, etc. Like obviously health impacts. But I'm saying like should we deny care of these individuals that aren't like at a risk of like death, or like they're going to die if they don't get care? Because obviously that's like extremely low percent of anorexic people, or sorry, people with eating disorders. So the ones that aren't at a like severe risk of dying if they don't get care, should they not get care if they say, or if they are at an increased risk of suicide and they say like, if you take care of me, I'm gonna kill myself. So don't take care of me.
That's
So like
not how
according
it
to your
works.
logic.
Okay, so what the way you're putting it is not truth tracking, right? Because there's more
How?
like okay. Like, obviously, if people are like, I'm having a mental disorder, I'm having a mental breakdown, someone please fucking help me. Like, yeah, those, like, what literally happens in real life? The police come and then you get taken to a hospital, okay? Because like they need to evaluate if you're a threat to yourself or to others. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So like those people
Yeah, so yeah,
should
I'm
be
saying
taken
we
to the hospital.
shouldn't do that according to your logic, right?
How is that
How you,
according to my logic? I'm saying people
because
who
you're
are at
saying
risk
you
of
separate.
death or suicide should be cared for.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I agree with that obviously, and that's within your logic. But I'm giving you a circumstance where, what if they say that they say they don't want care? So do you know like about the yeah, so okay, hold on, let me restart. The
Hmm?
people,
Hmm?
you can write this down if you want.
Yep,
The
writing down.
people that don't want care should be allowed to not get care. Eating disorder, like
Not necessarily, no. No, I don't think I agree with
okay,
that.
what would be a circumstance where we would need to force care them? Is it only if they're
Yeah,
going to
someone who's
die?
anorexic.
So like okay, so only if they're going to die.
Well,
That's the
not
only case.
only, no, not necessarily. Like, even if
So
they're
what
at,
would be
like,
like another case?
yeah, like a mental breakdown that someone's having, or like, I don't know, they could be at a great risk of hurting someone else or themselves. Like, it doesn't have to be death.
Okay, so hurting. Yeah, so detrimental health impact. So yeah, like there's a difference between dying like from eating disorders and having like I would say majority of people that have eating disorders cause a detrimental health impact, but I
Yeah.
would say it's a minority that actually die from like malnutrition or at a risk of dying. Do you agree with that?
I don't know the stats on eating disorders, but I'll say sure.
I mean, I
Okay.
actually don't even know that myself, but
Well, let's just grant it
I
for
think it's pretty
argument. Like,
logical.
yeah, they should still get help, especially since, like, actually,
Okay, but hold on. What if they say they're going to kill themselves, but they're not
then,
necessarily at a risk? They're not necessarily causing great enough impact
well,
where
like,
they're
what when you say
risking
they're
dying.
gonna kill themselves, like, are they just like, hey, I'm gonna kill myself, or like, I'm gonna, if you don't buy my food, I'm gonna kill myself? Like, then no, this person's being bad faith, obviously.
Uh, but no, that's not what I
Like,
said. I said like you said that they should get forced treated if they are like if they're at risk of harming themselves or others. But what if I say like these people says like, hey, let me be how I am, or I'm gonna kill myself. So what about these people?
yeah, if you have large groups of people who are like that, then yeah, they should get care. Yes.
No, no. So they should get care, even though them saying like, hey, if I get care, I'm gonna kill myself. I
You
don't want
wait,
to be.
what? Oh, okay, wait. And what happens if they don't get the care?
It's gonna be a detrimental, like severe, like health impact.
Oh, well, then, okay, then
They're not
obviously no, they wouldn't get the care. Obviously not. No, they would not get the care.
really.
Yeah,
So in
yeah.
your
So
worldview,
option A, they get the care and then die. Option
no, they
B,
don't die.
oh,
They're
they
at
wait.
risk of dying. They're at increased risk of dying.
Is
You
this
can't.
truth tracking to anything at all? Look, I want the thing where less people
No, it's a
die.
hypothetical. It's a
Yeah, I
hypothetical.
know, I know. Look. My answer, the thing that makes less people die. That's it.
Thing
That's
that
my
makes
answer.
less people.
Yup. What makes less people die? That one. That's what I want.
Okay, so you think that suicidality should be like a choosing factor for Do you see how that's not like pragmatic or like realistic?
How the fuck is that not pragmatic? Making
Okay,
have
so if
less
you're
people
gonna base care
die?
based off suicide rates, so if you're gonna base care based off suicide rates or risk of
Uh,
suicide rates, then other people that are denied care should then start killing themselves so that they get that care.
Give me
You see
one
how that
instance of a large group of people doing this. Give me one.
like in politics maybe?
Yeah, are you referring to the fucking thing that Hayden said, right?
Yeah, exactly. How's that?
Yo, that's
How's
so
that argument?
fucking 5 IQ. People who are killing them. Okay, one, you're presupposing that trans people don't actually believe that their gender dysphoria is fucking real, right? You're like, oh, I'm gonna kill myself to advance this movement that I don't even fucking believe in, right? Like, that makes no sense. It's fucking
No, they believe in
incoherent.
it. No, I'm saying the belief. The belief doesn't like. What do you mean belief? It's not a belief. It's a feeling. If someone is dysphoric, that is
Yeah,
a
they
feeling
believe that they feel that they were born in the wrong body. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. As I'm asking you, like, if these people are denied care, or no, I'm asking you, like, your logic is that we should allow care if these people are like a risk of suicide. So I'm asking you, like, what about other mental illnesses or like actually anything, any care in general? What if I said, like,
Then we help them. Look,
what if I said,
I agree with things like if someone's suicidal, then we should help them. Okay, this is why I'm a big men's health
if they-
advocate, right? Like,
Mhm.
should we not
So
help
what if
men
they-
because men are like threatening to kill themselves all the time too, or like attempt to like?
No, because the care there is like it's different care. So what about like a young guy that's like 15 years old and says like, hey, I'm not tall enough. I need to be 6'3". I'm gonna kill myself if I don't achieve 6'3". Should we allow them to get like a limb lengthening surgery?
A limb length? Well, they'll probably need to be 18, and then once you hit 18, then
Well,
I'd be
hold on,
like,
hold on.
sure.
What if they wait? Well, what if they're like 15? They say like, no, I'm gonna kill myself if I don't get it before 18. Should they be
This
like
kid
allowed to
clearly
get
is
like?
having a severe mental breakdown. Okay, like
No, that
that's just
doesn't
not
answer
how
the
it
question though.
works. Well,
So
no,
that
the
is how
kid
it
should not.
works.
No. A person who's getting like, I mean, you're asking about like a permanent procedure, right?
Yeah,
To a
that's literally the same
minor.
logic as transgenderism.
No,
That's
it's
the exact
not.
same with
No, it's
transgenderism.
not. Name one
Listen,
time I said I want
I don't wanna-
cross-sex
I don't wanna-
hormones for minors. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Carter. What?
I don't want to throw this off. I'm just gonna say more. I feel like we're getting to a point where it's also like we have to remember when we're taking into consider this gender affirming care stuff. This is necessarily going to include therapy. Like a lot of these people, you don't just walk into a clinic like that and be like, I want to be a girl now. You know,
Here's your
like, you have to
estrogen.
go through years of getting literal therapy and talking to doctors and multiple doctors until they're
No,
like,
they don't.
okay, this is
No, they don't.
clearly a
Hold on.
real.
Wait. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
so
let
what the
Morris
therapy
respond.
does, yeah, so what the therapy Yeah, so what the therapy does is confirm if they actually have this belief or not. It's not like necessarily it doesn't help them remove this belief, or there's actually no actions taken to remove this belief. The therapy is only to confirm, like it's basically like a diagnose, or sorry, like what's it called?
Yeah.
Like they're basically just research, like seeing if they actually have it or not. So it's not like,
Correct.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So
You know why? Conversion therapy doesn't fucking work. The only thing you can do
okay, so I'm
is
asking you,
accurately
what about
assess if someone has it or not.
so what about a 15-year-old then that says he's gonna that wants limb lengthening
Wait.
surgery?
Okay. Let's. But before we pivot back to that, okay? Do you acknowledge that conversion therapy doesn't work?
I would say
The answer is fucking no. Okay. If we're gonna talk about studies, give me one study.
for some individuals. You're saying it doesn't work for every?
No, conversion. Okay. Wait. Broadly, overwhelmingly, the academic consensus is that conversion therapy doesn't fucking work. Okay.
I
Right.
would say
Right, yeah, even fucking Faye
yeah,
is
I would-
okay.
yeah,
Cool,
yeah.
awesome. Thank you for punching in fucking thing, confirming exactly what the fuck I'm saying. Now look, conversion therapy doesn't work, so we know then that the only thing we can do is assess: does a person have gender dysphoria or not? Let's get ready to wrap up on this one, and then we can let's get ready to wrap up on this, so we can go to abortion because we've been on this for like an hour.
Okay.
But look,
Yeah, no.
Okay, how is that false?
There's three different things. There's number one, conversion therapy. There's number two, self-acceptance, and then there's number three, acting upon that acceptance. So, for example, homosexuality. People can be gay. They don't necessarily need to approach a relationship. But the conversion therapy in this case would be saying that they aren't gay, and I would say that's harmful. But
Right.
I wouldn't say the opposite with that. But it'd be like, okay, go and get married, go and go have sex with the same sex. No, I would say there's an in between ground where they accept that, hey, they are gay, I am gay, but I'm not gonna take any action towards that because that's the choice they don't necessarily need to take. Hold on, that's not a choice they necessarily need to take to decrease the distress, or they can live with that distress also. You agree with that, right? You don't necessarily.
Is that
need
impacting
to,
their quality of life? Is it impacting their well-being?
I would say
Wait,
don't-
wait. Is telling
Yeah, I would
gay
say-
people that hey, you're gay, but don't get with other men, is that negatively impacting their well-being?
No, there's actually studies done on this. There are people that live perfectly happy lives that don't get approached in like almost gay marriage or like gay relationships because of like spiritual or
This
religious reasons.
okay. Now
That's
we
like
say there are
studied. Yeah, I
people.
can
If we were to look at a total analysis of this, okay, what do you think is going to be more accurate? Are people living happier by, let's say like you're gay, but you're like, yeah, I'm gay, but I just never get with like any man, and so they live their entire life by themselves, and they're not allowed to have a partner, or people who say fuck you and then they get a partner. Who do you think's reporting
But they
more
can have a
happy?
partner. They don't need to necessarily be attracted to their partner. Do they?
Oh, so people should wait. People should get married to people they're not even fucking attracted to. That's what you're telling me right now. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
Wait, are you about to defend pedophilia being conducive to human well-being?
No. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, so you're hold on. Your contention there is that homosexuality
Oh my.
is conducive to human well-being, but
Yes, of
pedophilia is not.
course.
Yeah. Okay. So under my worldview, I would say no because it
Your
conduces to
worldview believes that like you should be able to have sex with 9-year-olds because Muhammad did. Like I don't know what to tell you, bro.
No, that's false. That's false. That's a whole other conversation. That's false.
Like,
No, so in my worldview, so you're basing that on your opinion. What if I say no? It's actually conductive to human well-being
then
because
you're
you're gonna go to
objectively
hell.
wrong.
No, I'm not actually.
Okay, wait. What societies are the ones that flourished the more? The ones that fucked 9-year-olds or the ones that didn't? Oops.
The ones that didn't.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
That's
Okay. Okay.
Wow. No, you're not even well. There's like fundamentalist perspectives on this. Like, there's a whole like you don't actually think that like Muhammad was like a pedo, or do you?
Dude. There's literally the scholarly consensus that he fucked a girl who was single-digit age. That he
Wait,
married
so
a girl that was
so
single-digit
you actually
age.
think like so you actually think that like
What's the scholarly
Islam
consensus?
equals-
What's the scholarly consensus for Aisha's
When you
age,
say
bro?
9-year-old, what do you mean? Hold on, this
What do
is
you mean?
like
What do you mean? What do I mean by a 9-year-old?
Yeah, what do you mean by 9-year-old? Define that.
It's a fucking 9-year-old kid, bro. That's pretty ostensible.
Hold on, what if you have like a 9-year-old that is labeled a 9-year-old, but is that of the same biological
You
development?
don't want to do this. You don't want to do this, bro.
No,
You don't
I'm
want to
asking
do
you a
this.
question here. I'm asking you a question.
I'm trying to give you an out, bro. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to give you an out. You don't want to do this.
No, ask you a question then.
Okay, what's
Because
your
I'm actually,
question?
like,
What's your
I
question?
wanna
It's gonna
give
be a
an
very
I wanna give
intuitive,
an
easy
answer.
answer.
Yeah, so like, what if you have like in theory, what if you have a 9-year-old that is of similar biological development as you?
That is of similar biological development as me. So like
Yeah.
the maturity of a
Yeah,
9-year-old,
maturity.
that is
No.
ontologically not possible. That is nomically not possible.
Are you sure? That depends on how
Yes.
you like define someone as a 9-year-old.
Dude, if anyone ever said, dude, you're giving me that, well, she was mature for a
What if the counting
15-year-old
system was different?
argument.
What if the counting system was different?
What?
What if the counting system was different? How do you know if the 9-year-old was counting?
I know what you're talking about. So like maybe it was like 9 years old, but like a year secretly means like 3
don't know her
years,
age.
which means she
don't know
actually
her
was
age.
27. But now if years don't mean years anymore, it was dog years,
Yeah,
bro.
No, hold on. The scholarly consensus is that we don't know her actual age.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? What is the
from what I know,
scholarly consensus of Aisha's age when she married Muhammad? Can't fucking spell. I don't care. The dominant view. Oh, I'm sorry. She was about 9 at consummation. That's the dominant view. The traditional Islamic scholarship consensus. Now, people try to contest that, but that is not the like overwhelming view. There's a reason why that's the traditional view, because that's what they believed. Like, did we now get like new texts that changed it?
No, I know damn well like my prophet was not a pedophile, and I know that like that is like an established fact.
I don't know about that one, bro.
Okay, we can have another debate about that because I haven't cared to look into it because I know it's a fact. Like, there's zero doubt in my mind.
If you just type in what is the scholarly consensus of Aisha's age, bro?
Wait, hold on. What if I said I'm 9 years old and someone got like no?
Then you would be wrong. That's like me saying, well, when I talk about a cat, how do you know I'm not talking about like eating my computer? Like words need to mean something.
I'm arguing for transgender woman, can't I?
What?
Right?
No.
What if I say like when you're referring to women? What if I think you're referring to females, but you're referring to a male? Under my definition, a woman is a female, right? No, you're not. Hold on. Why aren't you consistent with that logic there?
You understand that male and female applies to sex and gender, right?
Yeah, so like when you say woman, do you include transgender woman or transgender woman not woman?
It depends on the context.
Wait, so are they women or are they not? What do you mean depends on context?
So, for example,
I believe they are
I say. So first, we need to understand that female and male refers to both gender or sex, depending on the context. So, for example,
Yeah, what context?
the social constructed context or the biological reality context. And we can give very, very easy examples of why that's the case and why we should respect that. So, for
So what
example,
about the classification? I don't care about like the social, because then I could use like the plastic
you
example.
you should care about the social. You should.
No, why should I? Okay, wait.
Because
so hold on.
we
So
already
without
do
a plastic
that.
apple,
We already do the
that's
same
a
transgender
deception.
philosophy. We do.
That's deception. That's a deception.
No, it's not.
Yeah, so if you have a plastic
Are
apple now, you
adoptive
think, oh,
parents
yeah,
parents?
I would say
Uh-oh.
yes.
They
I would say yes.
are. But they adopted. They're not real parents.
Yeah, so that depends on how you define parents.
Oh, so now you understand that there is a symmetry breaker between the social constructed view and the biological reality. Now you understand.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so we already use the exact same logic, right?
Okay.
Oh.
So in the context of social, actually, that's
Yeah. Oh, now we get it. The cogs are fucking turning.
I would say.
I'm sorry. I have to rhetoric you now. Okay, I have to rhetoric you. I'm sorry.
No, okay. Well, for parents, I
Yeah.
wouldn't say there are actually.
Punch it in fucking chat GPT or Grok, bro.
Oh God, I'm not using AI, but hold on. I'm saying parents aren't necessarily like if they have an adopted child, I wouldn't say they're. I wouldn't necessarily say they're like a mother.
Oh wait, so now adoptive parents aren't parents.
Yes.
Okay, so they're not parents. Why do we call them mom and dad? Isn't that deceptive?
Yeah.
That's not what you want to go. I promise. That's you don't want to fight me on this one.
Yeah, I would say in some cases, yeah.
Oh, in some cases, what the fuck you mean? Some cases, what's that mean?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. What if like we have someone that got like a miscarriage, and the adoptive parent says, "Oh my God, I feel for you so much," and they would think like that mom feels for her, but they don't because that mom didn't go through the same thing because it's an adoptive parent and they didn't go through like child.
Okay, wait. So you're acknowledging that there's a biological reality being a parent, and there's a social reality that we have constructed as humans to being a parent, right? Right.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know, boy? What the fuck you mean you don't?
No, parents,
No.
No.
Dude, this is bad. This is bad, bro. I'm sorry. Okay. I think I've been really nice like the entire conversation, but like this is the logical conclusion to religious fundamentalism. Okay, like you run into these like the answer is so fucking obvious. Obviously, we have a social distinction and a biological reality. Okay, and I'm saying we should just do the exact same application to transgender people, and you want to refuse that. And the fact that you're not refusing that, you're over here literally fucking stun locked. You don't know. Oh, are adoptive parents? I don't fucking know. What the fuck you mean?
Yeah, I would say the only parents, like in the social.
Really, all of society and all of our intuitions disagree with you.
Yes, you're appealing to society and intuition.
Yeah, you do. Oh my God, it's like almost like when we're talking about the prescriptions in terms of the stance-dependent facts on how it is that we interact with the society to maximize well-being. It's almost like we have to appeal to our intuitions.
Wait, so when you say, does that make it right if we interact in a way that's like?
If it's conducive to human well-being, then yes, that objectively makes it right.
What if it's false?
What?
What if it's false? Like, what if it's a lie? What if we started calling everyone cats?
Then that wouldn't be conducive.
Health.
Wow, if the thing that wasn't conducive to human well-being was conducive to human well-being, I guess it would be conducive to human well-being. What if... Dude, we got fucking Einstein here, bro.
So, okay, so you think we should go based off, like, incorrect and false things based on the, like, well-being?
Wait, when you say incorrect and false things, incorrect and false by what virtue?
By, like, actual, like, definition.
What do you mean by actual definition? We make up definitions. All words are fucking made up. What are you talking about?
Do you know what so what if it's like what if calling everyone a cat was like conducive to human well-being?
Then it would be conducive to human well-being. What if God said to touch fucking 9-year-olds? Oh wait, God fucking did according to you. Like I don't know what to tell you. What do you mean logically impossible? Traditional census for over a millennium, she was about 9 years old when marriage was consummate. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Yeah, I would suggest you. Hold on.
Like, okay, like, what's the traditional consent? Like, this is why I love fucking debating Muslims and shit, because, like, I can just rhetoric on, like, sorry, you worship a guy who fucked a 9-year-old. That's disgusting. That's not conducive to human flourishing. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, you can be mad at Epstein, but you can't be mad at the fact that he fucking touched kids. Look at what your prophet did. And just so you know, Christians don't get out of this either, because how old was Mary when she was impregnated by the Holy fucking Spirit? It's fucking stupid. God, I hate religion. I fucking hate religion, bro. I hate it. Get it out of here.
Wait, I need to go like AFK for like 1 second.
Yeah, you're good, man.
My mom is calling for me.
Gotcha. Carter, did you ask Ethan if you could interject? He literally just I'll say I'm sorry. I'm only remembering your actual Faye. If you want to interject, I'll allow that since Carter did. Carter didn't ask. He just did it. So I think it's fair if you want to get something in. But then we'll let Moores respond. Yeah, you're good. You can say so. I don't know if Faye is or if Moores is here.
So the thing about conversion therapy is I'm actually a conversion therapy survivor. I was inducted into a facility when I was a teenager, and they tried to like tell me things like your father must have like molested you, or you know your uncle must have molested you, or blah blah, or and they would show me images of heterosexual couples, and we would get like snacks or candy, and then when it was same-sex couples, they would take away the snacks and candy as kind of a means to make us feel negative towards it. And it's very hard for me to go into detail of it, but I actually did try. Like I tried actually doing the thing because I don't know. I come from a very like Baptist family, and my my mom was against it. She's not anymore. Like when she realized what was happening to me, she actually now joins like an LGBTQ Christian church. Because she didn't realize. I guess sometimes it just has to come to like. Well, I guess sometimes that's not even the case. But at least lucky for me, it came because I one time at the facility I tried to get into their medicine cabinet, and I was overdosing on pills because I just thought to myself, well, you know, like I'm gay, and I can't change this, and no one wants me to be gay, so why don't I just kill myself? And that's what I tried, and I was rushed to a hospital, and my mom was informed, and she took me out of the program, and like she just spends her whole life now regretting what she did. And we do have a hard relationship. Like I guess there is a part of me that still I guess does hate her, and like feels like, you know, you brought me into this world and then you put me into this thing. But I try to like we spend time with each other. We watch Golden Girls together and stuff. So like, you know, I've really tried to like come around it. But yeah, to like what Mars was saying is that it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I tried. I very much tried. Because I wasn't being accepted the way I was, so I thought, okay, let me try this. It doesn't work. They were monitoring our responses, and one really disgusting thing that they did that I did not like is that they would sometimes show us pornography.
We'll cut it here, but you know, yeah, conversion therapy. You're right. It's an awful thing that only hurts people, and you know the idea of like it's a mental disorder or an illness is stupid. Because what's an illness? And I believe is literally defined in the DSM-5, is mental illnesses are things that hurt your overall well-being, right? And being gay does not hurt your overall well-being, right? And trying to repress or like change people for that, it's fucking stupid. You know, it's just there's gay people, there's trans people, and then my interlocutor over here, really fucking hates them based off of a shit ass book. Who believes in the 6 days of creation? Just fucking stupid.
I guess what I was just trying to say is my point was no matter the stimuli they tried to show, I'm not attracted to females.
Yep. I get it. You know, I know. Yeah, I get it. I guess while we wait, how is what do we think of the debate so far? If I can ask like the panel, like does anyone want to like judge how it's gone so far? I think I've held up all my points pretty well in really good defense and actually shown really good evidence for it to be good. But yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think this is like a lot more of an Ethan favoring one personally. I'd
Cool.
say. I think like yesterday's kind of gotten to a stalemate because I feel like everybody just kept trying to ask for more on bedrock axioms and then it got nowhere, generally.
Now, I would
Like,
say no, but that's
but-
actually a win on me because he's saying that psychophysical harmony is in favor of it, but I'm saying, well, at some point you get to brute fact, and both of us have brute facts. So ultimately,
yeah,
I would. But let me not talk about it. But that's just my perspective.
yeah, for sure. I mean, but like, I don't know. This one is, this one's a lot more interesting. It's kept my attention, so I'll
Yeah.
say that.
The thing is, not even going in my sexuality, I just don't see the point. Like, what are we doing here? Like, why do we need even to house someone? Like, as long as it's not doing any harm to me or someone else, I don't care what you do.
The reason why other people like our interlocutor here is because they are severely misguided by religious dogma. The society used to be ruled by a bunch of bigots. Unfortunately, they appealed to their Neanderthal intuitions of I don't like gay people, grr, right? And then that was literally just it. And they said it was commanded by God, and a bunch of people fucking believed it because no one actually had any critical thinking at the time. So people still believe that shit today, and now we have these discussions to hopefully convince our interlocutors, but I'm not expecting that. I don't expect our
Yeah.
interlocutors to be convinced. But it is good,
like,
to show the arguments on why they're objectively wrong, and also for a bigger audience. So.
Oh, I'm
And
aware.
I will say, I think.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Faye. You can go.
Oh, I was just going to say that I'm aware because there was a server that I was in that this person was trying to say that queer people like me are just predominantly pedophilia. And when I asked him, what study do you have even to confirm this? I kid you not. And if both of you don't know who he is, he's a disgusting, horrible person that was laughed out and was removed from the medical field. But he literally gave me a study in 2001 by Paul Cameron.
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Oh, you don't know who he is?
But I
No.
will say, like, as much as like I totally disagree with a lot of the things like the interlocutor says, but I'm also going to say, like, I do admire and give him credit because of the fact that it does take something to come up and talk to people about these things, even if I was raised in a certain environment, I would definitely hold convictions on certain things. And so, I mean, I think I'm definitely predisposed to not really holding any objective moral like qualms with people who are like gay, lesbian, transgender, or anything because I've just been around them my whole life, for example. I never really had any sort of doctrine that would give me more guidance towards finding a moral compass. I had to build it myself with like naturalism because I'm a naturalist. And so like I will say I do think it is like I don't agree with it, but I will say I still do want to give him credit insofar as he is here to talk about it. And whether or not he's going to have his mind changed is a whole other thing, because I mean a lot of people aren't. But I think it is still good to be able to talk to these people because learning why they think it bedrock outside of just their religion, but what about the religion makes them think that is very useful.
Yeah. I agree. But all we can do, do not agree. All we can do is discuss with these people. And man, I don't. Was I rhetoricing too hard earlier? I don't know if that was like. But okay. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. On one hand, we got to debate. We got to do blah blah blah. On the other hand, like I actually need to change people's minds, and that is my goal with like discussions with people, right? I and like one of the best ways to change people's minds is to rhetoric somebody because you feed into like the aesthetic of the debate. Because obviously if someone like Charlie Kirk destroys liberal and then liberal just like wow because he's rhetoricing the fuck out of them. You know what I mean when I say like to get rhetoric, right? Yeah.
That's the biggest problem with modern debate for me specifically is you either have to go really hard on rhetoric in order to really get a nice compelling aesthetic to build to portray to like the internet and be able to build a platform better and be able to get your message out because nobody wants to watch two people just talking at a mild temp with each other. Like I sit down, I watch Alex O'Connor, and God, if I were to go up to myself like 3 years ago, he'd be like, "What the fuck are you watching, dude?
Yeah,
Why are you watching
yeah.
two random old dudes talk for an hour and a half?" You know?
Yeah.
And so this is a lot more engaging for these people. But the downside is when the interlocutor you're interacting with when you're like that is statistically less likely to want to agree. They might get more defensive, you know?
I mean, like, even if that happens, then that's just going to be a skill issue on the interlocutor's part. Because the whole thing is, you should only start rhetoricing people when you know you've beaten them on substance and, like, they're stun locked. Okay, like, you know, like when people are in, like, Mortal Kombat, like, finish it, right? And like, that's why I can't wait to go against like these turning point dipshits, dude. Because it's going to be so easy. Because they're so bad at debate, like the turning point
When is
kids.
that happening?
It's most likely going to be late August to early September when it begins.
And you'll be at like some event or something that we can watch on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm not going to live stream it though. It's something I'm going to have to record, but it won't be live. I mean, I'll definitely be documenting my travels, but I got to be secretive about where I go to because I want them to be fucking scared.
Yeah, because Ethan's a liberal, so he has to cut out the parts where he loses, right, guys?
True.
That's
Even
the
though I
thing.
upload,
It's
even though I
bad.
upload them on YouTube, I upload all my shit on fucking YouTube. But yeah. Oh wait, actually no, I never uploaded my second debate with the moderate case. But if you've seen those
Oh my
clips,
God.
like you've,
Oh, so
I need to
speaking
upload
of
that. I forgot to do
editing,
that.
Speaking of editing, I watched the full version of it, but I
Yeah.
loved how Charlie Kirk just removed this part, but he was like trying to say that like same-sex marriage never worked of ancient times, so why would it work now? But there was literally a student who actually is part of the community as well. And I know this for a fact, ancient Mesopotamian. Yeah, there was ancient same-sex marriage there, and Charlie Kirk edited it out. Like his, it doesn't show it, but in the actual V, he just says, okay, well, I still don't like it. And he
Yeah.
edited that out on his
Oh my.
YouTube channel. And he comments all the time that the left just edits things out. They don't let the whole video. And it's like, I literally have evidence. You edit this out.
Yeah, dude, Turning Point is just the worst like group of people. I mean, like they defend the Trump administration, and I hope even I imagine my interlocutor here even believes that Turning Point and like the United States American Party or United States Republican Party is fucking dog shit. At least I hope he would agree with that. But
Yeah.
yeah, but like it's just gonna be such a blowout. I cannot fucking wait because these people like I felt kind of bad doing rhetoric on Moore, but like the views that Moore's has is objectively wrong. It is objectively wrong. And Carter, you said you still believe in subjective morality, right?
I mean, I kind of, it depends on the day. I really just still need to read up more on it because I have a brother of mine is a lot more well-versed on like atheism. He's read a lot of books and he himself is kind of a moral anti-realist. So I kind of argued for him. I was sort of a naturalist for a while and really tried to ground it in that. And he kind of like whooped my ass. And so now I'm like, I'm still figuring it out. You know, I'm not going to take a commitment on it until I really read up on it and feel good about it because I think there's a lot of, sufficient ways to go about it, and there's challenges on either way depending on how you look at it.
Yeah. Okay. Honestly, I really just think that the answer for objective morality is just well-being because your well-being. Do you know TAG, transcendental argument for God?
Oh my god, the worst thing ever.
Yeah, literal fucking dog ass. But the well-being argument is literally tag, but it's actually true. Okay, think about it. Your well-being is a necessary precondition in order for you to be an agent, and agents are what's given moral goodness or badness, the moral value, you could say. Moral, it's the actions of the agent that determine whether it is a good agent or a bad agent, morally speaking.
Yeah. Like,
But
I think as of right now, like, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
oh no, yeah, I was just gonna say, and because your well-being is necessitated to be an agent, well-being is instrumentally good. Instrumental goods are good. It is a sense-independent fact. You must have well-being to be an agent. It's an objective fact. Well-being is good.
So, Ethan, since you'll be doing Turning Point, how do you feel about, and I hate her so much, she is hurting the female community, the black community, and my own community How do you feel about Amala?
Kamala? Who?
I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but Amala Ekaba.
I'm not familiar. I don't know.
Oh, she went from left to right. She has a podcast. She's with Turning Point. She's with Turning
Dude.
Point and Prayer U.
If she's with Turning Point, though, I don't like her. I think Carter, though, was about to say something, though.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
Oh,
she went
bro.
from left to right. Like, actually, I can send you an image of her to your DM. Give me one moment. Maybe you probably have
Sure.
seen her face at least.
Probably.
I'm gonna cover my eyes for this image to drop.
But isn't that cool?
But
Like,
yeah.
I can't wait to drop the fucking well-being tag argument for objective morality, because it's true. Womp womp.
She used to be left, but now she goes for the right side. And she literally, she's a horrible thing for the Black community, the female community, and she attacks the queer community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fuck her. What a stinker. That's what I would call her.
This is her. I'm sending you the image now. Problem is, she has a huge fan base.
I don't recognize her.
Unfortunate. Where would
I
it be? Is it
guarantee
in,
she's
like,
probably...
mail?
Well, actually... Why do I even say I guarantee she's probably... Okay, remember, anyone who's working with Turning Point is a fucking idiot, okay? Even the grifters know the grift is up with Trump, okay? That's why Candace Owen jumped ship. You know? Oh, Candace
Oh,
Owen,
I
by the way, is
despise-
grifting as fuck, by the way.
Oh, I despise
Yeah.
Candace Owens.
Like, I
Griff-
think there's just no genuine good faith, like full-blooded, outright supporters of MAGA at this particular instance that
Yeah.
that don't have either severe cognitive dissonance or just are incredibly arrogant. you know?
True.
I'll send
Yeah.
it to you too, Carter, in case maybe you recognize her.
I shall see.
But she has a huge fan base, and that's the thing that worries me. Like, I believe she has. Let me relook to see. Like,
Like,
I
I don't even need
despise
to... I've never heard her voice, but I'm willing to bet she sounds like a fucking idiot. How do I spell her name again, please?
I'm just gonna send you her name. I have no idea how to pronounce it.
Sure. Could you spell it for me?
Oh,
I just put it in the DM.
Oh, you did? Okay.
the hell? That did not look like what I expected her to look like, I guess. I don't know. I guess when I associate conservatives, I just think of like old people.
Yeah, not...
Oh yeah,
Wow,
no, she's
2.5
young, and that's the
million?
thing. She's no,
What?
she's that popular.
How the hell have I not seen her then? What the hell?
She might be botted. I don't know. I'm a little sus on like these huge people that I've literally never heard of before. Dude, I think she's botted as fuck. Wait, almost 90,000 views, 480 comments. Like,
Yeah, I guarantee you none of that content is as exhilarating on I'm officially Ethan YT. Hit the like button and subscribe right now, right guys? If you're
dude,
somehow this far into the video.
that
and
guy.
not already
She's a-
subscribed somehow.
I like
Yeah,
comments. This is
she's a-
great.
She's a conservative social commentator. She's been on Fox News. She's hugged Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, that's the worst thing you could possibly
How could you
do.
hug
like,
Charlie Kirk? He's dead and you hugged him. How could you? God, Charlie Kirk.
And she
bro.
does videos like, it's Pride Month again. Here we go again. Like,
So does she carry the flame?
I don't know
No.
what that means.
Yo, none of
she
these
doesn't.
people. None of these people do. None. Not a single one. You cannot name me one person who genuinely carries a flame for Charlie Kirk. And by that, I mean
And-
has like a tenth of his aura. Doesn't exist.
That's
And what's
honestly like one of the saddest. Oh, sorry, Faye, go ahead.
No, you're fine. And what's even worse is she's made horrible videos against her own community of Black, because she'll say things like, oh my God, like, I don't have like a personal issue with the Confederate flag. Like, you need to do your research. It's not really about racism or discrimination
She's
or
grifting as
slavery. And I'm just
fuck.
like, who are you?
A grift.
Like-
Grifting grifty.
I think that was honestly probably the saddest part of like when Kirk got shot, was like not even like him passing, but rather just the way that his entire conservative sphere around him just so quickly, just completely exiled him as a person and just used him as like a political totem and just made him a just image and just made
Yeah, they
into
mar-
iconography. You know,
for
like it's really indicative. You know,
for a little bit he was martyred, but the thing is, like, the whole like martyring thing that doesn't last forever, you know, because like what was it? Unless you're literally like Jesus, okay? Like there's like being a martyr usually is not helpful, I guess, because okay, someone like Charlie Kirk, he was politically and like as a strategist, one of the greatest strategists maybe in like all of American history. I want to make that very clear. Like that dude, he knew what to do. He knew the game. He knew the fucking propaganda. He knew the talking points. He knew how to build the connections. He had the aesthetic under Turning Point. He made the connect. Like, he did so fucking much, but for like objectively evil things, which is really sad. But he was good at what he
Yeah.
did.
The other one that's also bad, you might have heard of her at least. Oh my god, I hate her. Her name is Brett Cooper.
Oh, Brett, she's a fucking idiot. But she's
I
just
hate
Ben
her
Shapiro with a wig.
so much.
Yeah. I hate Ben Shapiro too, with or without the wig. Doesn't she
I-
look just
it's
like
so
him?
funny seeing Ben try to cling to relevance, dude. Like his like
Oh,
views
okay,
are
so you
falling
know
off and
about Brett
everything.
Cooper though.
Yo, after seeing Ben get fucking rhetorically backshotted 50 times on the Jubilee, he just fell into nothingness. He never bounced back from that.
Oh, okay, so you know about Brett Cooper though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I despise her. But yeah, basically what Brett Cooper and Amala say is like, we don't have a problem with homosexuality. We don't have a problem with you getting married. What we have a problem with is you being included in kids shows because that is too young for a child to understand. They have been used to traditional parents, and it's like, maybe they're used to traditional parents because for so long society wasn't accepting to same-sex parents.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb. Dumb. Give me gum. That's what I like to say.
But yeah, they'll say things like it was bad that what was that? What was the show that I'm trying to remember? Oh, Peppa Pig. It was
show-
wrong that Peppa Pig had two moms. It was wrong that the Loud House had two dads. Like they're saying this is indoctrination. This is
Like I saw, it's really funny because I saw a tweet about this exact thing. I think it was like a Michael Knowles when he talked about. You guys probably know Invincible, like the
Yeah.
with the superhero like thing. It was like Michael Knowles. He had a clip and he said something about the episode where like Adam and Eve got an abortion or something, and he was just bitching and moaning about it. And some guy made a tweet and he was like, "Dude, genuinely, you conservatives need to just stop interacting with all fictional media entirely. You guys genuinely can't handle anything an inch out of your worldview, and it's so fucking annoying." And I thought that was so true.
Give me
'Cause
like
really, it's they make a deal out of like the left doing that, but I mean, honest to God, it's been them for all this time.
let me
and
I need to play something on the stream for like a second real quick.
no, you're fine. Another horrible
Well,
thing they
as in
did
like
is-
well actually if y'all want to keep talking, I'll just like deafen, I guess. But
Oh, okay.
can I
I'll
deafen
go
on
mute.
this? Yeah, I'll just like two seconds.
Oh, okay. So Carter, yeah, another
Okay.
horrible thing that
What the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? S- We're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna talk about it. Where is it? There we go. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm back.
I was just trying to like let Carter know that one thing that Brett Cooper did is she was dissing on Heated Rivalry and literally just made a whole 20-minute video about him going, what Heated Rivalry has taught me is that in 2026, the only acceptable man is a fictional gay one.
Got him. Liberal destroy. Yeah, no, these people are just. You know, I genuinely wonder how stupid most people actually are. Like, what is it? So, like, for example, like Lydia Taylor Davis, the pro life girl who I debated. I think she genuinely believes like every single last word in the Bible. She probably adheres to the 6 days of creation, like literally. That she probably thinks like the Earth is like 6,000 years old. That dinosaurs are either fake or humans lived with
Oh my
dinosaurs.
God, young Earth creationist. Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
because like that's the thing about like all these pro-life like fucks. Okay, or like the ones that are prominent in like actual like discourse and shit. They all get their shit from the Bible overwhelmingly. It's not always the case, but that's most of the time the case. And I'm willing to bet, like, I'd bet money that she's one of them for sure. And then
It's just, it's like,
I've actually been reading. Oops, sorry.
no, you're fine. I was just gonna say, it's just like what do you want, Brett Cooper? You want shows to only be representing heterosexual people? Like, I shouldn't be
Yes.
on TV? Like,
Yep.
we
That's Brett's perspective, but yes. Like like Brett Cooper wants the eradication of LGBT people. You could say like, ideologically, but the problem is you cannot ideologically eradicate LGBT people. Like that is intrinsic to their person, right? So like I could change my beliefs towards like what it is I want to do in life, right? So like, right now I'm a political activist, but I could change that to something else, right? That is of my free will. Or I guess you could say illusion of free will because I have a pretty
But
deterministic.
does free will exist?
No, but I'll for the sake of this, I like to say like the illusion of free will. But saying free will is like a good like rule of thumb or heuristic for it. You know, I could in theory could change that. But for being gay, stop being gay. Did it work? Faye, did it work?
wait, what?
I said stop being gay. Did it work?
No.
Oh,
Dude,
damn. I guess
don't
it's intrinsic.
believe
You know,
it,
yeah.
bro. I just stopped, dude. Oh my God.
Oh, kablam! You're cured. I prayed the gay away. You know, it's like okay.
Never
buddy.
thought about this before.
Oh, why did I think about that? If we want to stop trans people, just don't allow people to be trans
Just
anymore.
give him a stern talking to, guys.
Dude,
Jeez.
what were we thinking? Why didn't we just do that before,
Like,
bro? They solved
I
it.
was reading. I've been trying to read the Bible a little bit to get more Bible literacy before I start trying to get out on campuses again. You know. And it's so funny. Like I was doing Genesis. Like it's actually hilarious because it's like you if you go in with the context and understanding of like God being all knowing, all good, and all powerful.
Yeah.
It's really funny to see all the times when God genuinely asks questions because they all have to be rhetorical if he knows all
Yeah.
the truth values.
True.
So like he asked like I think it was Cain if where Abel was, and then Cain lies, and then he's like, "Oh, I knew you were. I knew he was dead, but he also would have known that he lied." And it's like, why did you even feel the need to ask that question? Or
Rhetorical.
when they built, when they built the ark, and the specifications were 450 feet tall, like 75 feet long, and 30 feet wide, and I was like, no fucking way, it's that small.
It was a local flood, bro.
Like, it was that small.
It was a local
I
flood.
used to, before even reading it, I just kind of thought, maybe it was a miracle of God and you could kind of apologetics your way out of it and say, oh, it's just unfathomably large. But they literally tell you it's like barely the size of a football field.
No, like, oh my god, dude, like, this is the thing I hate about like whenever I debate religious people, because words don't mean fucking words anymore, right? You know, because it's like, shut the fuck up, Duncan, I hate you. With religious people, bro, they're like, they'll say, oh no, when it says the whole entire earth was flooded and all flesh was wiped out, it doesn't mean the whole entire earth. It's like, okay.
Yeah. It's like you
Alright.
establish a claim in the Bible and it's literal. Then eventually scientific innovation proves it wrong. Now it's a metaphor. And
Yeah.
then some sort of moral like epiphany happens, and then now it's not even a metaphor, it's just ignored. Like that's the cycle of everything, you know.
Do you want to know my
Okay,
favorite?
this
Go ahead.
This is disturbing. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say this is disturbing. I mean, unless Brett Cooper is a vegetarian or a vegan, she literally just showed a picture of her pig that she's hugging at the farm. I find it so like, I'm not against eating meat because I eat meat, but I would never ever like hug a cow or hug a chicken or hug a pig because that is just beyond fucked up to me. That hey,
No, I reject this.
Wait,
I reject this. I reject this. So like the reason why is Like, for example, I really like ducks. Ducks, you can actually kind of see them behind me next to Buzz Lightyear over here. I've got like a whole thing of ducks. I like ducks as animals. You know, I grew up on Jimmy Neutron, and like, you know how Jimmy's dad like had duck collections. I don't know. I just thought that was really fucking cool, and I really like ducks. Okay, but I've also eaten duck before, and that shit tasted really good. Okay, but like, I would still totally like pet a duck. You know, like they're kind of yummy, but I also still like them as animals. So
Yeah, as
Yeah.
long as they don't catch me when I'm hungry, it's fine.
yeah, basically.
I'll agree to disagree. I still find it disturbing.
Yeah, I think that animals are useful to humans insofar as advancing human interests. But this is why we value other human like if we could coordinate with other animals such that we could build like social contracts like how humans do with each other, I would say veganism is true. We should respect them, but they cannot build social contracts. So therefore, why would I like yeah, I'm going to eat them, sorry.
Oh yeah, like for example, I would be fine with checking out lab grown meat, but the problem is it's not accessible yet to the common public.
Yeah.
So it's not easy to get to lab grown meat. Like I don't have a problem. Now I will say this. I will still say this. I actually didn't get to look it up yet. I wanted to look it up now. If we are still doing it the way we are doing it, then that's disgusting, and I want that to end. I am against the way that factories are killing animals of
Mhm.
cows, chickens, and pigs because no creature needs to be tortured. Like as long as you give me something that puts me to sleep and then I'm dead, I don't care what you do with my body. But if I'm still alive, I don't want you doing anything to my body. I didn't get a chance to look it up yet. Maybe Ethan, you can tell me if it stopped. But like, I mean, has it stopped? Like, has the United States actually tried to do better of like a more euthanized way of
No, they just
the
take a little bolt gun and
Yeah.
pop them in the head. Nah.
That's probably my biggest gripe of capitalism. Like I'm still for in terms of the innovation and like the currency and everything, like being sort of a social democrat, but like I also think it's like kind of telling about the moral like situation regarding capitalism that almost every time that we've had to like put in new ethical codes, it's because we're like, oh wow, we found a new innovating way to do stuff, and it requires putting kids in sweatshops. And it's like, no,
The children
maybe that progress is not worth it. You know,
put them
like
in the
that's the problem.
mines.
Yeah,
The
and that's the
children
same with
yearn
like
for the
animals
mines.
and all. You know.
Yeah. Duncan, I need a source on that one. Y'all, do you want to know my favorite Bible contradiction? Okay. Have we ever heard the story of Jairus' daughter?
okay.
No,
See,
I
okay.
wouldn't.
Oh, sorry.
I think I haven't.
So, in Matthew 9:18, if we all want to flip over to that, I'm not going to yap about it. But basically, all that happens is there's a guy named Jairus. He finds Jesus, and in one account, Jairus goes and says, Jesus, my daughter, she just died. Please revive her, please. Right? And then they go and then they revive her. And then in another account, he goes up to Jesus and says, Jesus, my daughter is dying. Please save her. She's about to die. And then they go there. And then when they reach the place, a servant comes out and says, hey, yo, she just died. Sorry, bro. You're a little too late. And Jesus is like, I got this. And then they revive her.
Okay, I think I've
Yeah.
like heard this a while back, but yeah.
It's my favorite one because
Yeah.
you literally brain break Christians because it's a true logical contradiction. They can't reconcile that. You can't do it. They'll be like, it's a summary, and I'm like, sorry, dumbass. Like she was either dead or wasn't when Jairus approached her. Which one is it? Oops,
Mm.
oops, oops. Yeah, they say she was dead. Oh, this one says she's alive. Oh, she was alive. Oh, this one says she's dead. Oops.
Or like I forget the name of the guy, but it was discussed in maybe the Old Testament or maybe it was the New Testament, but it was the king of some place. He had some long ass name.
King
dude. I
Jehoiakim.
didn't write it down.
It was the 8 or
Yes,
18.
Jehoiakim probably.
Yep,
And
in
it was
Second
something
Kings and
about like
Second
his
Chronicles.
age.
Yep, when he began to reign.
Yeah. And
Sorry.
like, two different accounts of it. No, that's fine. I mean, this is why I'm reading it, bro. It's like I
Yeah,
can't. I get the idea. I cannot cite the verses at all yet. You know.
Yeah, I can't remember the specific one, but I do know the chapters. They say that he's the age of 8 in Second Chronicles, and they say he's at the age of 18 in Second Kings.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's your whole shtick. It's unbelievable. God, dude, I cannot wait. Because I'm bringing the fucking Bible with me to the turning point shit, and they're gonna appeal to the Bible for everything. I'm be like, yo, the Bible is like God's holy word, right? Yo, Nuxia, thanks for the follow. But yeah, they're gonna appeal to the Bible for all their shit, and then I'm gonna be like, the Bible is God's perfect word, right? And they're gonna be like, yeah, of course, God's word is perfect. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so there can't be contradictions, right? And they're like, yeah. Was Jairus' daughter dead or not, bitch? And they're gonna get brain
But
broken.
they would probably say it's a matter of human error in the interpretation.
Sounds
say
like we
that
don't
would
have
be their
God's holy
excuse.
word. And also every single account that we have of, because it's in Matthew and Mark. I'm sorry, Matthew and Luke. I can't. No, Mark and Luke. I don't know. I need to look at the ones again. Every single account we have is ordered like that. Sorry, skill issue.
But I think they probably, if they were to appeal to like the human fallibility part, they could probably be like, well, I mean, if there's this human fallibility in how we interpret these things, and like we all know, empiricism is like you can never 100% know anything under empiricism. You can get like 99.9999999% sure. They'd probably say then it's just kind of up to a similar level of scrutiny as if you were going to try and ground like objective morality and secularism. I think like if they were going to really concede a lot, they would maybe run to that.
But then they would have to like wait. Say that again, but like 5 IQ. I think I got lost.
Like I think what they would mean is like, okay, let's say there's a contradiction in the Bible. They'd say instead, like, oh no, God's word is infallible. It's rather just humans interpret it, maybe not necessarily the greatest, given maybe just the time period. And I know it's like this far from whenever it happened. I know like the first books of like maybe the New Testament, I think, were literally like half a century after Jesus died or something
Yeah,
like
about
that.
400 years. Yeah,
But
John was written about, I think, 400 years after his death. Whereas Matthew,
Jesus,
Mark
that's way
was
more.
about like, I think like 60 or 70 after Jesus' death.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
But
that's crazy.
they would probably say that, and they would maybe just try to make it like, okay, well now we have like an equalizer of probabilities now, where it's like, okay, if we're gonna say that this is susceptible to human fallibility, now it's maybe matchable with secularism. But then the problem that brings is like now if it's
It's
compatible
matched with secularism, then
it
it's
actually
bullshit.
doesn't, yeah, it
This is
actually
bullshit.
doesn't do good because it just causes harm to people when there's better alternatives. You know?
Yeah.
Oh,
But
Ethan.
I'm trying to be good faith, and that's not what they do. That's the problem. So
What's up, Faye?
I was just gonna say, so yeah, I guess damn, it still sucks. It has started a little bit though. It's something called anoxic gas stunning. It has started in the United States, but it's not the mandate yet because while it is starting, like not all places in the United States are still doing the disgusting barbaric way. Some have started doing anoxic gas stunning, which doesn't cause the food to be toxic and it doesn't hurt the animal. It just puts them into a permanent sleep. But the problem is not enough United States citizens care enough for it to go into mandate.
Wait,
Yeah,
one second.
that's problem too.
Chat has requested that I look up verse 2 of Rain Man by Eminem.
Oh Jesus.
Whatever this is.
I think somebody abducted Moors, dude. It's been like 30 minutes.
Yeah, dude, bro. I think he got abducted by Muhammad, bro, because he said, bro said, my prophet is not a pedophile, and then Muhammad struck his ass down for blasphemy. Moors, if you're here, I'll. Do I want to apologize for that? No, I don't want to apologize for that. Like, look, I want to make it clear. I do think it is good to hold decorum. I want to make that very clear. But like at some point in a discussion, like especially when your goal is to change people's minds, and then like the position that your opposition holds is so indefensible, but is treated with such seriousness, and the implications of that position result in the deaths and the harming of multiple other people. No, you like me being mean is like the least of our fucking problems. Okay, so I think it's actually virtuous to be mean to these people, depending on the context.
I don't know. I mean, I think my main contention with religion is just the infallible authority that gives you this sort of summarization and answer to all your questions, you know. That's probably why, if I were to be in moral anti-realist, like subjective morality, where it's just subject to human interpretation and it's not necessarily some kind of law floating in the sky, I feel like even secular subjective morality to me is more favorable, honestly, because I feel like objective just has this weight to it, and people seem to treat it like there's no other way for something to be wrong or right when under like subjectivity. Things can be wrong or right generally. I mean,
Nah,
based on like the time period, you know. Of
no,
course, it's like
no.
it would be moral nihilism if you were to say nothing can be true or false.
Okay. How many LARP does Andrew Wilson against you before?
Oh Jesus Christ!
No, I promise you, you want to hold to objective morality. I think
Oh
everyone
yeah, I
should.
mean, if I'm debating like somebody who's clearly not good faith and actually doesn't want to find
No,
truth,
even
I'm
good
gonna
faith.
just
I think you should hold it. I think that should be your genuine position. Objective morality.
I don't know. I mean,
I mean, I
again,
can.
I'm looking into it, and that's the thing is like I just don't know enough particularly. I think objective morality is more satisfying and provides a lot more concrete answers, but I also think the world feels like I don't know, it just almost feels like those kind of answers aren't necessarily that important for the world. I feel like a lot of people
Nah.
seem to think that objective morality is like this necessity, you know. But
Mm-hmm.
like
It
subjective
is.
morality
It
is
is.
not to me going to be not going to be like moral relativism. If I was going to be a moral subjectivist, it would be like there are things that are impactful of subjects and subjects have preferences and things and generally like well then now I'm just describing objectivity. No. Damn it. I'm just going back to naturalism again. Fuck.
Bro, wait, trust.
Just
Can I like? Do you want? Now I understand that you said that you're looking more into it, but can I at least like give you like the formalization of why I hold my shit?
yeah.
All right.
That's why I look
So,
into
so what I'm gonna do? I mean, I'm just gonna share my screen again on the thing from before. And then we can go plus plus plus. There we go. And then we're gonna go main. Here we go. Okay. So ethical systems require agents. Do you agree with that statement?
what would require agents entail? Like
Yeah,
agents there to be there?
Yeah, so like for an ethical system to exist, it necessitates an agent that is abiding by said ethical system.
Okay.
Otherwise, I don't even think it would be an ethical system. It would just be a descriptive system. Or not even a
That's
system,
true.
just
And
be a set
actually,
of descriptions.
if you get a theist to agree to that, they just kind of like defeat themselves immediately because
Correct.
if there's no human agents and God is morality, if morality can exist with God without humans, then it would just throw itself out the window now.
And even God, and someone could posit God doesn't have well-being, but I don't even know if that would be the case. You have to buy in some real crazy shit, and even then, I would ask, "What's your evidence of that?" To which, of course, they would have none.
That's
So,
true. That's true.
But ethical
But yeah,
systems
I
require
agree.
agents. Yep. Premise 2: agents require well-being. Do you agree with that?
Agents require. Well, what would well-being be? I guess. In this instance?
Yeah, you have to be able to sustain your life. So, like, a corpse is not an agent, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. But like, I'm going at this like I don't necessarily agree with this, but I'm going to go at this from like a skepticist just to see,
Yeah,
you know, like
no,
why,
for sure.
I guess like why do agents require well-being? I guess I would just ask that, you know.
Are you actually asking me that, or do you
Oh no, I mean
yeah.
I largely agree with that. I'm just like going to ask just cuz for educational purposes. I
Oh
think it would
yeah,
be,
yeah.
you know.
Because if you don't have well-being, then you're a corpse, and no one would say that corpses have agency. Or at least if you do, then like you're like not abiding by any like like linguistic system that anyone ever uses ever.
So like
So
well-being, what would it be that a corpse doesn't have that a human has? Is it like life, I guess?
yeah,
Being alive?
life. Yeah, the
Okay.
ability to make to act, to have agency, and to have agency, you have to have life, right? Because a corpse has no experience. A corpse, can't be like, oh, I'll stop being a corpse. I'll just, my bad, guy. A corpse can't do that. So corpses are not agents. Conclusion: ethical systems require well-being.
The ethical system requires agents. Agents requires well-being. Ethical systems require well-being. It's just modus ponens, right?
Exactly.
Okay. I don't necessarily have qualms with it. Not particularly. Besides, like, if I really wanted to like LARP super skeptic, I could just ask for random shit. But yeah, other than that, no,
Yeah,
it's fine.
like the position you would have to hold is that corpses can be moral agents, which is crazy. I mean, like, it's so if that was the position they held, but like literally, like you're just kind of bastardizing language at that point because that's something
Yeah.
just no one holds to. And you would have to make up some shit. In fact, actually, no, like corpses literally do not, like, the word agency would have to mean nothing. Like, what would agency even mean at that point?
I mean, agency could just mean existence, like something that exists.
Then it's an
'Cause, I mean, a
object.
corpse exists.
Yeah, but then, like, that's so idiosyncratic. Like, words just don't mean anything anymore at that point.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would be like agency would need more than just existence, obviously. Like they would be
Yeah.
arguing that agency requires existence, and then that would be like, okay, well, a blade of grass is a moral agent, and that's just stupid.
Yeah. All right. Premise 3: ethical systems define what moral goodness is. So, like,
Yeah.
I can motivate this if you want.
Sure, yeah.
So, like, for example, Christian ethical systems define goodness as like God's word. So God's word is what is morally good, and all it means for an agent to be good is to be in accordance with God's order. A
Well,
subjectivist view says that what is good is subject to whatever individual, right? Whatever the individual's
yeah.
preferences are, right? It's just
Subject, I guess, yeah.
yeah. So
Subject to sorry, oh my god, we keep like running our heads right into each other every time we talk. Go ahead.
oh no, I was just giving further motivation, but I think you're largely agreeing with
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Yeah. Like I guess that statement would be for like divine command theorists. They'd probably push back on that. Well, I mean, actually, no, their ethical system would be God's word, but I mean, I know there's some people that really do mental gymnastics when you like face
Even
them with
with
Pro
this,
and they try to do like non-divine
God
theory, or
is an
they push
agent
back
by their own
nature.
fucking
Yeah.
thing. God is an agent. God is an agent. God defines what's good, or goodness comes from God. Either okay, if someone says that there is a world that only has good, but there is literally nothing, I think that's the only way someone could actually object to this. Because I would say that it is the case you have to have an ethical system to define what goodness is. But now you're telling me you have an ethical system where there's no agent. So it's like an empty world aside from the ethical system's existence.
He's
Yep, no
gone.
worry. Yeah, no, I kind of figured that was
Got
gonna
him.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for being up here, Morse. Take care. But oh man, Mohammed yanked him.
You didn't even get to abortion. That's the
No,
funniest thing ever.
no, 72 for I'm gonna stop being an asshole for real. But the only possible defeater you can have for this is an empty world where goodness exists aside from it's empty aside from goodness, but I have no idea what the fuck that even means.
Well, like if an ethical system requires agents, would a world of like good, if good pertains to an ethical system, could it not be that agents exist in a world that is purely good? Or am I not tracking? I'm just
Say that
like
again.
I'm throwing shit at the wall, seeing what sticks. Like if there's a world with just goodness, and goodness is like what the goodness is like, I guess what God is. Maybe is that what they would be saying? But like if that's going to be the
Well, the
moral
thing is, no.
system,
But
there
God
has
is an agent, so you can't have
an
God.
agent.
Yeah,
Okay.
God is an
But
agent.
like if we're gonna hold that goodness is an ethical system or part of an ethical system, there could be agents in that universe with just goodness, right? But I feel like this would just contradict theism more than anything. because it would be like, well, God could have just made a world where everything is good and happy and everybody gets free cotton candy. You know?
What I want to do is create something where it is true of every single logical hypothetical. So, for example, like imagine an empty world aside from goodness existing. Okay. Now, if someone says that, because there's no agents, there's I don't know a water bottle. And then you say the water bottle is good, but like if someone, I have no idea what that means because that's not even a prescriptive thing; it's a descriptive thing. I think that when we're talking about in terms of like ethics, it's literally talking about oughts. So even then, they would have to say ethical systems don't require oughts, to which I would just disagree and I would call them crazy.
I guess my main thing could be I could be stupid, but it's like if goodness exists, why can it exist without agents? I feel like goodness can't exist without agents. There can't be like a blank universe with goodness and no agents, right? Or well, I
Yeah.
guess that's what you're saying is not possible. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Because like in order for something to morally be good, it has to like the in terms of oughts, like you have to have an agent. Like it's just a fucking fact. And if someone wants to disagree with that, then I'm just gonna tell them I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Because they may say that God is good. God is good. What the fuck does that mean? I have no idea what that means.
Because I mean, I think the most compelling argument for objective morality has been like seeing, I guess, the mathematics and the fact that they can arise from like subjective human experience. That's probably the biggest comparison for me is like the fact that like mathematics and logic can exist. It's probably the biggest thing for me that leads me towards accepting the fact that objective morality can exist. Because like if it's just the only thing that like has always been hard for me to get over is the fact that like the ethical system requires some sort of like presupposition or axiom at some point, but like that's the case with any ethical system. So
Yeah. So ethical systems require well-being. Ethical system defines what is morally good. Conclusion, number 2, the well-being of Agent A is an instrumental good for that ethical system.
okay. So what would an instrumental good be then?
Yeah.
Sorry, this is probably like talking to a kindergartner. But
No, you're good. So an instrumental good, all that means is we have to do you know the difference between like when people say money doesn't buy happiness?
I mean, there's a lot of ways I could go with that, but
Do you know why people
yeah.
say money doesn't buy happiness?
Just because like if I had to guess, like material goods can't buy a like I guess maybe immaterial concept. I don't know.
Yeah, correct. Like so money, like if I gave you $1 million of Monopoly money, that wouldn't be conducive towards your happiness, most likely, because you can't really do anything with it. It doesn't do anything that generates happiness. However, if I give you $100 million in like United States dollars, well, now you're fucking rich. You can kind of do whatever the fuck you want now, and now you have so much stuff you can do that will make you happy. I could give you $1 million of worthless currency, or
Argentinian pesos.
or like yeah, like I mean, unironically after the United States thing that we did with them,
Yeah.
but or I could give you the emotional happiness that you may feel if you were given $100 million, the emotional happiness and well-being and shit. What would you rather pick?
Well, if it's the emotional happiness that I would get from receiving $100 million,
Yeah, and also the well-being too. So you're not gonna like
well-being,
die. Yeah, so you'll be good, but you get the happiness of it basically.
like the alternative, sorry, was like just a meaningless $1 million.
Yup.
So like I'm not getting any money. I'm just in one case I'm actually getting happy. I mean, yeah, I'd get the happiness. Yeah.
Right, and it's because your happiness, that's the intrinsic good that you have, right? Because you want to pursue things that make you happy. That is like your bare line like axiom, okay? But the instrumental good usually is like actual money that can make you happy, right? So why do we value money? Because it lets us buy stuff that makes us happy. So money itself doesn't buy happiness. Money buys stuff that makes us happy.
Yeah.
So
I guess my biggest. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. So that means that money is an instrumental good to the intrinsic good of your happiness.
Yeah. Okay.
What's up, Faye?
Did the Morse person just leave?
Yeah, Morse is left about 6 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. I was just on this. I was wondering what you and Carter might think. I don't know. I feel conflicted because I know me personally, I'm still gonna eat Chick-fil-A, but I am disgusted that they're doing this. Although I am reading more into it, and they are trying to go into more labs and lab grown and exotic. And it does look like in later years we will go further into that because yeah, the younger generation is more about animal ethics and climate change than the older generation is. So yeah, great, awesome. But yeah, it's just that I know that me personally, if I stop eating Chick fil A, it doesn't do anything. The only way it'll do something is if I can rally up a lot of people. And I can't even try and rally up a lot of people for queer rights. So now I'm going to try and rally up people for animal rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like very hard to some extent for certain things like that. Sorry, Ethan, go ahead.
I know you're good. Yeah. Chick-fil-A, dude. I hate their whole Christian thing because I mean y'all already know I hate
Yeah.
fucking religion, but like, damn, they got some good fries and they got some good
I-
fucking chicken. This shit's so fucking
Yes,
good.
I know.
Dude,
Trust me. I am 100% against what they're doing, and I hope that society gets so pressured into lab grown and labs and exonic becoming just mandatory and mandate. I hope for it. I
But
really do.
that's the biggest
I
problem for me is if that is not immensely profitable, it is also going against the already established meat industry, which is profitable, already has all these factories working directly to do like get real meat. And so it could just end up like a similar scenario to like all the solar and stuff. And like it's just not profitable. It's way better in like every conceivable way if we would do like nuclear, for example, but like it's not profitable and that's what the system rewards. That's why I'm kind of for a lot more actual intervention in terms of like the government helping to incentivize certain things by helping businesses, like that. Because I feel like right now it sucks because things like big oil, they just run this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, like for example of that, like I know that right now we cannot get rid of fracking. I know that 100% we cannot. But what we need to do that the right is not doing and should be doing, we shouldn't be relying on fracking. What we should be doing is using fracking now because we know we don't really have any other option of being the majority because even when you look at the power plants charts, yes, we're using wind power, solar power and nuclear now, but it's still fracking being the highest amount. And I get that. That's sadly the truth. But we shouldn't be looking at it like, oh, let's just keep using fracking till the ends of time. No, use fracking now because we have no option. But look for what can replace it in the future.
Oh, so I guess let's try to finish this up. I mean, we're basically at the end.
Yeah.
But you understand like what an instrumental good is now, right?
Yeah.
All right. So the well-being is so like let's say the ethical system is like following God's word, right? You in order to follow God's word, the agent must be alive. Essentially, is all it's saying. Maybe God's word is to, I don't know, not be gay. Well, for an agent to do anything, I mean, if we understand that God's command is for agents, the agent must maintain itself as an agent. So therefore, it necessitates the well-being of the agent, because if you don't have the well-being, then you're dead. So that's all the saying. For you to be an agent in the system, you have to have well-being.
Yeah.
P4,
I guess
instrument.
my only thing would just be P4. I could be just not reading it necessarily correctly, but like instrumental goods are good just kind of seems like a tautology to me, Like it just seems like good is good or instrumental goods are instrumental goods.
Well, no. It's a what is a it's good is like the umbrella term, but there's two types of goods, and there's the intrinsic goods and then the instrumental goods, but they're all under the category of good.
Okay. So like instrumental goods, is it just like the terminology you're using to describe what you would also probably say is extrinsic goods, or is it like something that is sort of distinct that is similar but different? I guess.
Extrinsic goods? I'm not sure what you. I don't think I've heard the word extrinsic good, but I could just be
I
uneducated.
could be using the wrong word, but it's like there's intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, where it's like
Yeah.
intrinsic is like almost things like that. And it seemed like it would be something under that alley. Like extrinsic would be the more material things, where intrinsic good is like maybe motivated by, I guess, just chemicals in the brain and things like that. And extrinsic good would be like, oh, I'm motivated by sort of like
Extrinsic.
compensation.
Yeah, extrinsic goods are. It's just another word for instrumental.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a form of good. Either way, it's all under the category.
Mhm.
Conclusion: the well-being of Agent A is objectively good for ethical system X.
Yeah. And then at that point, it's just like pragmatic, being like, okay, here's why we should adopt this system, right?
Yep.
'Cause yeah,
And from here, now you have objective grounds to say that someone is a fucking idiot and evil. So when someone like, dude, I remember when I
sure.
went against Charlie Kirk, bro, he was like, was Hitler objectively evil? And I didn't have this argument. Bro, I
Dude, I
wish
hate
I
that
did.
because they confuse moral subjectivism with moral nihilism. Like I was doing a really bad job earlier trying to describe moral subjectivism,
Yeah.
but like my brother of mine who is way more well versed on this stuff, he's more of a moral subjectivist, and he just knows the way to put his like words together, because it scares people a lot of times because I feel like they equate it with moral nihilism, but the way he described it to me made it feel like it was definitely distinct from moral objectivism, but it didn't seem to me like a big scary thing that I felt almost averted to accepting. And I think that's why I'm sort of still on the fence about where I lie morality wise, you know.
Yeah.
But
But at
yeah,
the
this
very
is neat. Sorry, go ahead.
at the very least, in the context of, okay, well, actually, one thing that's really good too is that this is talking about ethical systems. Like, because there's a slight difference between morality and ethics like literally kind of
Yes.
bakes in the agents, I believe.
Like ethics
Uh,
is like intersubjective and morality is not subjective or subjective or objective depending on it, right? I might be getting this completely mixed up. I last looked at the distinction between morality and ethics like God knows how long ago, but
yeah, yeah. I've got a few philosophy friends who would probably beat the shit out of me. They probably would see this and be like, Ethan, you fucking idiot. But like, I think at the very least, like on a um, I'll say, speaking as a D tier Phil bro, I think this is a very strong argument for objective morality.
yeah.
So yeah, this is what I run when I want to eat the skin of
Yeah.
chuds.
You don't need much for TPUSA and whatnot. I mean, obviously don't bring this to like William Lane Craig, you know, but like
Yeah.
TPUSA, yeah.
What would William Lane Craig? I wonder how he would object to this. I
I
think
don't know, dude. He's so odd.
P1 they would have, because P2 is true. This obviously is true if P1 follows.
You know what would be funny? I would love
That
seeing
obviously.
Jordan Peterson discuss this, dude.
Dude, Jordan Peterson
So
one.
funny watching him.
I know this. He would never give his own stance on anything because he's a
Oh, yeah.
fucking. I can say some really bad words. It's gonna get me in trouble. And then
Oh,
two, I
yeah,
think
yeah.
he's like in the basement of like a hospital somewhere, probably right next to Mitch McConnell.
Yeah. Like when you go in watching Jordan Peterson knowing that he's like not actually capable of dialogue at all, it becomes a lot funnier, you know? Like that dude, that Jubilee video. Oh
Yo,
my god, that
wait.
was so funny.
Jordan Peterson, he actually spoke to me. He spoke to me. Not literally, but like, I heard this incredible fucking argument from our boy JP. Okay. Oh my god, wait. Jordan. So here, hear me out. I think Jordan Peterson was actually based to ask this question. Oh shit, you probably can't see my screen. Let me.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking at the stream.
all good, all good.
Right here. All right, you can see that, right?
1 sec. Oh my god. I guess. Oh yeah.
Okay,
I see
here we
it.
go. You ready? Ready?
Do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
Oh my god.
What do you
What do you
mean
mean
by
by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
No
How is that
fucking
circular?
way.
Because you
bro.
added
Wait, no. Hear me out. Jordan Peterson is right. Is a racial like
Mine.
Mashiach? I'm not sure. Person is dead. Okay, like Jordan Peterson, I don't care if he's a racial Jew or not. I don't care if someone's Jewish. I care about their positions that they hold.
no content to the answer
And this person holds, well, I guess no positions because his brain is mush, but when he was relevant, I don't like him.
by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if
Okay, so right here, what he's about to say is facts.
you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it and you die for it.
He's right. He's right.
To some extent.
No, not to some extent. Parker, I understand why Parker gets confused at what he's saying, and I don't think Jordan Peterson did a good
Yeah.
I don't think he did a good job
what
explaining.
What he should have said, like, I guess belief could be like trust or a sense of security. You know, like if you have a belief that a wall is here, you trust that the wall is there, you know?
Yeah. So like, you know how I always go, you want to bet $1,000? How much you want to bet? It's because I'm staking something of significant value, right?
Yeah.
That is why I say that, because I believe it. And Jordan Peterson is saying, if you believe something, you'd stake your life on it. Me, I'm staking money on it. You know, I'm like, bet $1,000 right now because I believe what I'm saying is true, because it is fucking true, right? And then Jordan Peterson is making the same thing, but Parker misunderstands what Jordan Peterson is saying. And again, Jordan Peterson doesn't do a good job of explaining it.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Like, I would die over the idea, like, I would say, yeah, 2 + 2 = 4, and if I'm wrong, then kill me.
I guess
I would
it's
do that.
like more so he probably should have said like you to believe in something is like the key to navigating reality, and if you don't actually believe in something, you're really not actually able to rationally navigate reality. Maybe like if you're not going to believe that gravity exists, it's still going to exist, you know? You're still putting your
That's
life, I
descriptive.
guess, on gravity. Maybe I might be
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, what?
of a fly, but
Yeah.
Not
Uh-oh.
really, no.
Okay. So then,
How would you define belief? Something you say?
okay, so I
Yeah, and Jordan Peterson is he's asking good questions,
explain, like, I could believe it is the case.
but then Parker has no idea what the fuck he's saying. And again, I want to make it clear, it's not what Peterson is saying is not intuitive, but upon like retrospect, it does make sense.
This pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't be
life.
so sure.
Yeah, so that was a stupid response by Jordan Peterson. He shouldn't have said that.
this
I
pencil
think-
does not exist.
Someone's like, Ethan, do you have an iPhone in your hand? Like, and if you say yes, you do, then you die. Like, yeah, obviously I would fucking lie in that circumstance. Obviously I'd
But
fucking
you
lie.
do actually, yeah, you believe because it is true.
Like, if I had to stake my life on, do I have an iPhone in my hand right now? Yeah, I would stake my life on that if I had to. Like, yes, I do have an iPhone in my hand. Yes.
Yeah.
It's,
I guess it's like okay, so maybe I guess he just means like you at a baseline you have to believe things, I guess.
uh,
Or
wait, what
subconsciously believe
Jordan,
things.
what is Jordan Peterson saying?
Maybe. I'm trying to put it together. I'm like a total philo bro or weak
All-
philo bro, but
All JP is saying is if you truly believe something, you would stake your life on it when you had to. So, for example, like if you believe an airplane is going to get you somewhere, right? Every time you get on an airplane, you believe it's going to not kill you. Okay, you stake your life on it because an airplane could fall out of the sky and then fucking kill you. You're dead. Like airplane, you're dead, bro. You're donezo, right? You stake your life on it.
yeah.
When you go to sit in a chair, you're believing that like the chair is not actually a hallucination and that you're gonna fall over and like bust your ass, right? You stake something of value on things that you truly believe. Or you would stake things of value on things that you truly believe, which I actually agree with.
Yeah.
That's why people always
But
back the
yeah.
fuck down when I'm like, bet $1,000 right now.
Yeah, I think it's just probably Parker naturally on the topic of religion belief carries this very much different mystical, almost institutional, like, oh, here, God, please let me pass my math test tomorrow, rather than like, I guess the genuine definition I think JP was trying to assign to it about like, I guess, truth values, maybe. I don't know if that's the word for it, but
The truth value for what?
like a I guess believing things based on.
So when we talk
Empiricism,
about
like
truth
it's-
values, we're
yeah.
talking about propositions. So only propositions have truth values, right?
Okay.
So like the proposition that you might be talking about is it true that some agent believes in some thing, right? Whatever that is. Well, then you can, describe a truth value for it. But to ascertain
Yeah, okay.
whether or not an agent believes in that thing, would that agent be willing to bet something of significant value, like their life, on
Yeah,
that thing that they believe in?
yeah. Honestly, don't even blame him, bro. That shit's hard to fit into Jubilee for the low attention span.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't blame Parker for misinterpreting it, especially since Jordan Peterson, instead of like, clarifying what he meant, he's like, don't be so sure of yourself. It's like, okay, fuck you, Mr. Edgelord.
Yeah,
Alright,
like
buddy.
I guess that's my gripe with JP. Is I mean, I know he was like a professor of some kind and whatnot in his past and stuff. And I know he's totally qualified and everything. And I do think he does know what he's talking about. But I think the main problem is he very much intentionally just drags things into semantics for
He does.
points.
He does.
You know?
He does.
Yeah.
He absolutely does.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen he was absolutely doing a grift. Because he knew to never make any prescriptive statements. He only made descriptive statements, for one. And then two, did you ever see his video talking to Joe Rogan where he's like, I learned how to monetize the SJWs? Have you ever seen
I
that?
can't. No, I can't with the Joe Rogan clips, dude.
Here it is, right?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
wait.
I figured out how to monetize social justice warriors.
That is what it is.
I know, it's so funny. I
I'll
just
be
can't
back
believe it.
The
It's
other
just,
way.
It just, every time I think that, well, it's just one of the surreal circumstances that characterize my life. It's like I'm driving the social justice activists in Canada mad because if they let me speak, then I get to speak, and then more people support me on Patreon. It's like, that's annoying. It's like, goddamn capitalists make more money off this ideological warfare. It's like, okay, fine, let's go protest them. So they go protest me, and then that goes up on YouTube, and then my Patreon account goes way up. So it's like,
My God, he's
I don't know
right.
what to do. And so one of the things they keep
Bigger,
accusing
bigger.
me
I
of,
know.
yeah, they keep accusing me of like hauling in the loot. And I think, well, look, here's the situation, guys. I give away everything I do online for free. It's free.
Yeah.
It's
Like,
true. I mean, this is how the internet. I don't know if that happens.
don't get me wrong. Again, speaking as a capitalist, it's like, yeah, that's something he can do. He's got the First Amendment. The First Amendment is a good thing. But, like, the idea that he wasn't playing a game, nah, this guy was playing a game, bro. This guy was gaming it. And now he's, again, right next to Mitch McConnell, bro. The conversation could have been a Morse code memo. All publicity is good. True. With the right clips, anybody can have a highlight reel. That's true as well.
That's true.
And that's true. Dude, oh my god. Like, Tim Pool. Oh my god.
The Tim. I think of the tweet every time I think of Tim Pool, bro.
I fucking hate Tim Pool, bro. I hate him. Do you know who Brian
I'm saying a
Shapiro is?
tweet. Brian Shapiro. That's no. Isn't he a politician?
No. You're thinking Josh Shapiro. So this is
Oh,
Brian
Josh.
Shapiro. Does this guy look familiar at all?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know that damn hat, bro.
I want to say too, I love Brian. I've met him multiple times. He's an awesome guy to be around. But one thing that drives me
Yeah.
nuts, okay, is he is friends with Tim Pool, and speak highly of Tim Pool, but Tim Pool is a grifting piece of shit. He is objectively fucking evil. Tim Pool awful. And I've talked to Brian before, and I was like, oh, Brian, like I don't know how you do it, man. Like you and I both know that Tim Pool is doing a bit. Okay, we both know he's like a grifting evil guy. He's literally paid by fucking Russia. He still sims for Russia every now and then. I think like he's faking it. Okay, Tim Pool's a fucking faker. And Brian's like, oh yeah, he's doing that for the thing, but like, you know, behind the scenes he's a really cool guy. I was like, I get that, but he is still contributing to the destruction of this fucking country, bro. Like, I get that, you know, like, so I love Brian, but like, I could never be friends with someone like Tim Pool who is destroying this fucking country. I can never be like buddy. No, I can't do it. But Brian is an awesome guy to be with. Sorry.
Oh, it takes willpower. It takes a lot of virtue, I guess.
The virtue to be actually
I guess virtue to maybe, well, I don't know, maybe it takes a lot of discipline to be able to retain friendship with those people, you know. I mean, actually, funnily enough, I'm friends with a Mormon who's on a mission right now.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's so funny because I contact him with email and stuff.
I actually think it is more virtuous not to be those people's friends because they need to face social consequences.
That's why I hesitated on it, you know.
Yeah. But the reason why I brought that up is because Tim Pool, Luke Beasley clip. There's this clip. Yeah, right here. I think it's this one. Oh, he talked to Andrew Wilson? I didn't know that. This is like the most bad faith fucking thing I've ever seen in my life, bro.
No, stop. You don't know anything about these January 6 cases. You don't know why these people are in jail. We have seen people on the far left firebombing shit all across Minnesota. And how many criminal charges do we get for this? Thousands of far leftists firebombed the White House grounds and set fire to St. John's Church and injured 100 police officers. How many fucking people went to prison for 3 years? How many of them who never showed up on that day are in prison for 20 years? You don't care what the facts are. You don't care if this is unjust. You only care that the machine state has decreed you are not to be locked up. And this is the problem I have with the left. They don't know the facts. They don't care about the facts. They view morality as a blanket government stroke of the pen, and every person, regardless of their crime, should be in prison for decades.
Oh my god, go off, fucking king. Oh my god, oh, he's so good.
Yeah, I'm actually a government moral realist.
Do you know what happened? Do you know what happens the next fucking second when he gets off of his fucking podium?
What?
Beasley.
Oh my god, there's a clip.
Dude, there's a clip. Like,
a clip for everything.
He gets fucking annihilated, bro. Oh my god, can I find? There's a Destiny clip. I want to try to. Oh wait, oh.
No, stop. You don't know anything about these January 6 cases.
So here's him yapping.
Why DC on January 6th for 20 years because you're a... So they undercut or tell me this now. Why is Enrique Tarrio in prison?
Right here. Okay, so this happens right after that giant fucking yap session he does, okay?
Yeah, so they uncovered with him his plot to...
So they're talking about Enrique Tarrio in relation to January 6th, and he was the leader of the Proud Boys who orchestrated an attempted fucking insurrection against the entire United States fucking government. Okay, he literally was convicted of seditious conspiracy.
Proud Boys was one of what was it, like 2 or 3 white supremacists? I hesitate to say white supremacists.
No, they're white supremacists. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Correct. The Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are the 2 big ones. I can't remember if there's any others, but those are the 2 big ones. But we'll go and continue.
That uncovers evidence of communications, a memo that he crafted and sent to his organization, saying what? That detailed each institution of government that they were going to try to overthrow. Then just days later, his organization is at the Capitol.
I don't think we can even pull up Enrique Tarrio.
I'm not quite sure that there's any evidence
of
that sort.
And now Tim is Googling. What a slimy, disgusting, subhuman, alien sniveling worm. Can you hear the sounds of him sliming down his chair as he starts pounding away at his keyboard because he has literally no idea what he's talking about?
To convene a Ministry of Self-Defense to coordinate Proud Boys leadership on January 6th. The Chancellor Tarrio, stationed in Baltimore, encouraged the Proud Boys as they attacked the Capitol. Let's figure out what that encouragement was. Crafted a memo outlining.
He even read the wiki. He was just a convicted.
Moral logic and an understanding of these cases.
Fuck. No, fuck. The video does a pretty good job, but assistant all of yeah. So those people posted that clip, and then they literally go through the fucking Wikipedia on Enrique Tarrio's prosecution, and then Luke Beasley goes, "So, are you gonna like apologize for me for being like, because I was like right on everything?" Yosefe. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. And I want to find that clip.
Benjamin Franklin
Is
to
this clip?
evacuate.
Yeah, and his organization.
Will apply.
Oh,
I
yeah.
despise
Tuesday.
Temple.
And he directed the Proud Boys to do it again.
Here it is. Here.
Dude,
So the question then becomes, in the bigger picture,
He keeps trying
So
to
are you
say
gonna
that he's
at all
left,
acknowledge
but he's
that
definitely
you
right.
just blew up
He is.
over something that I was.
Oh wait, yeah. Here. Okay, here it is. Here it is. So Tim Pool goes on his little soliloquy, like ramble bullshit.
again. So the question then becomes, in the bigger picture.
So are you gonna at all acknowledge that you just blew up over something that I was absolutely citing fairly?
Wait, is that Luke Beasley?
That is. I love Luke. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It is 5. Unfortunately, I've got a dip, but it was fun. This was definitely a lot more interesting of a debate. Sadly, we didn't get to abortion, but yeah.
No,
I'll
that's
see y'all.
okay. All right, later, boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luke's part of the community.
Yeah, I know he's gay. I love Luke. He's a fantastic guy.
I don't.
Well, I don't like know him personally, but like the work that he does is great. The only thing about Luke that I wish he was more aggressive. But I mean, I think in general the center left needs to be more aggressive against these fucking skinwalking slime ball fucks. So I guess that's my prerogative.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it because Tim Pool he's not like the typical far right. He tries to appear like he's not, but he clearly is.
Yeah, he's just a lying fuckhead. And this is why I was talking about, like, do you believe stuff, right? Because Simple doesn't believe any of this shit. And then we went into, like, virtues. And I think no one should associate with Tim Pool because, yeah, he doesn't believe anything. He's just a grifting piece of shit. And then Luke is like, are you going to apologize?
I think you said it fairly.
I think people should be prosecuted for engaging in plans.
I don't think you said it fairly.
I don't think you said it fairly. Oh, fuck you mean you didn't said it fairly, bro. It's literally all right fucking there, you dipshit.
I think people should be prosecuted for engaging in plans to overthrow a government. That's kind of
that's a very loose definition of plans to overthrow.
That's a loose
the government.
They're literally like, yo, we're gonna go in and like overthrow the government, and we're gonna fucking kill Congress people, bro. That's a loose definition, bro. I was like, oh, my bad.
Is
Just
Luke
having-
on his own, or is there at least someone else there on his side?
Luke is by himself. He's by himself. This is like
Wow.
a 1v like 4 or something. 1v4, 1v5. Because these little skinwalking fuckheads cannot compete against like others in like a fair environment. They can't do it. Does having an ultra competitive personality help with debating? I guess it kind of depends on what you mean by personality. If you mean competitive in the sense of like literally like I am trying to beat you, like competitive, like in any sport, like I'm trying to beat my opposition. Yes, I think it does. Because if you have a competitive personality in the realm of public debate, then I guess first we need to understand our ambitions. Like, what are our goals? Okay, yeah. It's actually good for both. Because if you're competitive, you're looking to win. You're looking to achieve a goal, okay? And whatever that goal is, if you're competitive in it, you're trying to maximize. You're min-maxing your shit. And I genuinely am trying to min-max my effect on, I guess, the world, right? And getting my political influence. I'm trying to min-max that. Now, if you're on like a one-on-one debate with someone, your goal should be to ideally sway them towards your side. And if you're doing that appropriately, then you're going to take the appropriate steps to do that, right? So like I wouldn't like try to like, if you watch the shit against Moors, like I was rhetoricing him, I was being mean, but you know what though? It's deserved. His ideology like gets people fucking killed. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, but I'm going to be super nice about when I fucking rhetoric. It's like, no, fuck you, okay? Like, your shit gets people killed. You perpetuate the deaths of people who I fucking care about, okay? And by virtue of perpetuating the deaths of people who I care about, you also impact my life in negative ways. Because the people who died, who I do care about, they could have been contributing to society. You are a detriment to society when you perpetuate homophobic and transphobic beliefs. It's stupid. Now, I think that's good grounds to be like, hey, you know what? Your thing results in people's deaths. I'm going to be a little mean to you, okay? Because hopefully if we're mean to people in those regards, we, one, look good ourselves, assuming you don't like overdo it, right? I'm gonna make it clear. But like clearly people do like the aesthetic of like opposition destroyed, right? So you have to do a little bit of rhetoric in these competitive senses. If you're being competitive, you're min-maxing your goals. So in that sense, yes, being competitive is good. I wouldn't like try to destroy my opposition in just like a one-on-one chat. But if there's an audience, which there is here, yes, my goal is to embarrass the opposition.
Y'all don't seem to be that informed.
Wait, look, respectfully, I cover a lot of protests and riots. A lot of people.
Yeah, see, there's who's this stupid fuck? Like,
try
I don't know.
to,
It's a 1v4, 1v5.
Protest and riot and occupy government buildings. Do you think that qualifies as trying to, what is it, overthrow your government?
No.
Okay, good. So
Yeah.
I mean,
but if they had a plan to take control of the government, which was this one.
If this was an actual plan, this was the leastly poorly, most
over the government,
ridiculous plan ever. They went after people for having Lego sets of the Capitol. I mean, the level of political prosecution. Would you even admit that there was some level of politics when it came to the prosecution of the J6ers? Would you say politics played?
Like, what does he mean by politics? Like, look, if it's one fucking side that attempted to instruct the government, then like, yeah, I guess it's gonna be a little bit partisan when you're like, what? I don't know. I hate these people. They're skinwalkers, and the world would be better without them. Truly, the world would genuinely be a better place without them. Absolute fucking trash.
So you're just doing videos now on your stream?
I'm gonna go to the Epstein stuff. Actually, what I will Scooby-Doo, I'm gonna grab some food and then come right back, do some videos while I eat, and then work on the Epstein files again. Let me change the stuff.
Oh, before you go, I just wanted to like tell you real quick that the person I was supposed to go on a call with, because I made it seem like I was interested in their workout thing or whatever, but really I just wanted to talk about them. I was just gonna make it look like a thing of like, oh yeah, well it doesn't look like I'm interested anymore, because the individual who offers the workout, he literally made a video saying, "This is keeping you weak, poor, and gay."
Okay. Yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck? How did they say that?
Yeah, his name is Brandon Clark. He's like this muscular Christian male who like is like a coach that offers you one-on-one, and he'll do videos of like, oh, the church has failed men, or true men don't exist anymore.
It's cringe. Stupid shit, yeah. Sorry, every time it's like, because what you're saying is you know, I hear, and it's like, God, I hate these people. That's all. I'm just saying, like, those people is like, I hear it, and it's like, yeah, they're a
Oh
detriment
yeah,
to society.
no.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to get on the phone with his assistant, because the assistant messaged me saying, "Hey Kyle, this is Brandon Clark's assistant. I saw you submitted a coaching application between you. What do you do for work?" And like I messaged them and I said, I tried calling, but it just rings one time and then stops, so I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I wanted to like say, so like all the male police officers who are gay, firefighters, MMA athletes, they're weak. Like they're weak. I mean, they're gay and they're athletes or firefighters or police officers. Like they're weak. Michael Sam was weak. One of the first openly gay NFL players. He's weak.
They're not very smart. They're not very smart
Like,
at
have
all.
you seen?
In fact,
Have
they're
you seen
objectively
Michael
stupid.
Sam? By the way, like he's built like a brick.
I haven't seen him. I don't really watch sports, but I mean, if he said that guy's an NFL player, then yeah, I bet he's pretty big.
I'll send you a picture of him. He came out. I can't remember when. It was actually kind of cool. I didn't even think ESPN would do this, but he came out kissing his boyfriend on ESPN. ESPN actually allowed it, which I was shocked about. I didn't think they would.
Cool.
But yeah, he was kissing his boyfriend while they were had like cake, like stuff, because he got drafted and he was like so excited. But
Yeah.
I'll show you a picture of. The people in the Twitch or the YouTube might even know who I'm talking about because he got like very popular as being like because he was the first NFL player to come out as gay.
Yo, Professor Day. I'm sorry, no, I just. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. The one on the left is Michael Sam. The one on the right is the boyfriend.
Okay. Oh, man, I think I want to watch. No, I'll watch that off stream. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll be back. Oh wait, actually, let me play something at least long gone. It'll be like a
other
chair
members of the
stream
NATO
for.
alliance,
I'm honestly appalled.
of the UN to step
Watch
up
how
and start
fast-
paying more of their fair share. The United States has been paying a disproportionate amount for a long time. I think that's great. I think we have to reduce
Dude, they're both so bad. Oh, I can't wait.
foreign aid to many foreign
All right,
countries.
yo,
I think the aid to Ukraine,
good luck, dog.
The
Be safe.
amounts that we've given the billions are ridiculous. I think the foreign aid agreements that we've had with Israel have not been in our favor over the past 6 decades. So yeah, there's a lot of reforms that have to be done. And as far as talking about these issues, I think it should be very clear what your heart is when you go into a conversation. And a lot of that is optics. A lot of that is just the way you carry yourself. Maybe people here disagree. Maybe they think we've come across hateful. But I don't think so. I think, appreciate you, man. It's getting too windy now. I think that it genuinely should be easy to tell what your heart is when you talk to somebody by your cadence, by your tone, by the issues that you discuss. And that's a big part of it. And there are some people who will always think, like Hazel said, you're not practicing hate speech, they just hate your speech. And if they hate your speech and if they're going to disagree with it no matter what, you should just stop trying to convince those people. There are people who can never be convinced. And if you stake your personal happiness on winning them over, you're always going to be unhappy. You're always going to feel like you're an evil person. And so just as the right wing, we have to get away from pandering to people who are never going to be convincible.
Agreed. And then, so the other thing that I've personally noticed is people that come here are usually people that can afford it and or are willing to take more risks, but it economically damages the countries that they come from, in their long-term economic development. So how can we help people understand that when we accept immigrants, we're taking away potential future value of those countries becoming rich, and those countries end up staying perpetually poor?
Yeah, that's super real. Nobody talks about that, but the brain drain is super real. I understand that, people who come here, especially on H-1B visas and whatnot, they're going to contribute and maybe provide even a fiscal, net gain to our country. But first, I would say the nation is a lot more than just an economic zone. And second of all, if these people are willing to practice the national pride in their home countries, or here when they get here, they're waving the Mexican flag or, whatever flag they come from, right? If they're willing to do that in our country, we should be able to tell them, hey, instead of just paying remittances from the United States, go and establish a base in your own countries. This is difficult. It's a lot easier said than done because a lot of these countries that they come from or that they flee from in some cases are very corrupt. It is difficult to establish true economic improvement, infrastructure in order to truly lift people up. But it will never ever get better if all the smart and talented people leave. So I think that's the way we have to address it on the world stage. We have to say, look, we would love to benefit from all of the H-1B visa immigrants. We would love to benefit from all of the O-1 visa immigrants. But unfortunately, we are just going to have to allow these countries to support themselves. And by helping them get up on their feet, we're also going to be reducing the pressure for more immigration to the United States.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
America
thanks so
first.
much.
Thank you so much.
I think, James, do you want to tap in? You want to tap in? At 1, okay. Is it 1 already? Oh, thank goodness. All right, we'll keep going. Yeah, jump on up.
I just have something quick actually. Oh yeah, sure. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
I'm Jasper.
It's nice to meet you.
So I just had something to say a little bit earlier. We were having an argument about cultural assimilation and national languages. I am not going to say a whole lot to the actual cultural elements in particular, but I will say from a practical standpoint, like it is very useful to have a national language, so that you can actually have community. I think it actually, is a detriment to like diversity and relations between people if they can't actually communicate.
100%.
And I'm also a pilot. My hobby is aviation, so the national or the global language of air traffic control and aviation is English. I wouldn't argue too much if it was a different language. That wouldn't bother me, but I think like it is necessary to have at least one unified way of communicating, especially in like a tactical situation. And I think so. It's obviously more critical there, but I think that applies to society, the broader society in general too.
It's you, boy.
Yeah. Are you a Christian?
I am, yes.
Okay, so do you know the story of the Tower of Babel?
Yes.
Really? Yeah. So I think that's an interesting story to bring up here because I 100% agree with you. I mean, is it the Tower of Babel or Babel?
I think you say either.
Babel. I'm gonna say
I've heard
Babel.
Babel, yeah.
But
Dumbass shit
I
are
think
they
it's an
talking about?
interesting parallel here because whenever they were building the tower, the Lord made them all have different languages, and then
Dude, like the Lord. Like, imagine if I started appealing to the Force, bro, because we have gravity. Like, I started appealing to fucking Goku. Don't get me wrong, Goku's really fucking cool, but like, can we not appeal to just like made up fucking shit? Be really cool if we fucking didn't. God.
stopped working together and they couldn't finish the tower. I think that's important with what you're talking about also, because we can't work together, we can't have conversations, we can't build community if we can't even understand each other. So I think I agree with you on this.
Yeah, that's totally fair. So I just wanted to bring that up. So
Thank you,
thanks
man.
for nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, nice
Thank
to
you
meet
so
you.
much.
Thanks for
Nice to
being
meet you.
Let's go. What's up, man? Hi there. What's going on? I like that sweater. That's sweet.
Thank you. I got this from a thrift store, actually.
Nice.
So
Do you mind speaking a little closer to the mic? You're a tall guy. Maybe can somebody adjust the mic for him? Maybe.
Does it?
Raise it a little taller.
Carson.
Oh, hold on. Somebody's gonna come and help you out. We don't want you getting hurt. I think you might be the tallest person we've had come up yet.
I get that. I get that a lot.
Sweet.
So I personally feel like I view myself as what I call a modest conservative. Basically, I identify myself. Excuse me, I'm not great at talking, but I identify myself as conservative because I believe in low taxes and people should just fix their own problems to some extent. Well, most extent. But I feel like there is a fine line between like conservative and totalitarianism. And I could see where some people see that because of what's going on in Congress and the president.
I don't know. I just don't see any, like, these aren't debates. Like, these are just, I don't know. I don't even see any utility in fucking listening to that video anymore. It's just stupid. Feels like a waste of time.
Are we just doing random videos now?
I mean, I'm eating food, so yeah. For now, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Council of Trent? When you say Council of Trent, are you talking about the actual Council of Trent, or are you talking about Trent Horn? Because the Council of Trent, I have no idea about anything relating to that. But if you mean Trent Horn, the Christian apologist, I think I like him a lot as a person. I think he believes in all the stuff that he says and talks about, but I kind of have to say he's fucking crazy. Like, because like the amount of mental gymnastics. No, Council of Trent. There's an actual like Council of Trent, which is like a super old fucking thing of Trent. Yeah, it was a major thing. So no, there actually was a Council of Trent. His name is a play on that. But then there's Trent Horn, which I wonder if we'll actually see here. Oh, that doesn't even. mention him on the thing. And then you got Trent Horn, who runs the Council of Trent. You know, the channel, but different. This person was not a 1519 Catholic, whatever. Well, yeah, whatever. You get what I'm saying. Trent Horn, the apologist, I actually have a lot of respect for. I think he debates in very good faith, but he has to engage in insane delusional levels of mental gymnastics. Because that's just the logical conclusion to Christian apologetics. And I think that's fucking crazy. But he does debate in good faith, and he seems like a good, genuine guy who's just kind of crazy, I guess.
This goes downhill.
Why are you calling him a fascist then, Luke? Why do you call him that unless you can defend it?
Called in the media a fascist over and over and over again for 10 years.
We can debate that particular label. I've noticed when I've watched past debates among MAGA folks, it's what they seem to thrive off of is getting real into the weeds on a particular semantic debate. That's less relevant to me than going through the specifics of why I might call him that.
So when you go, Trump's a fascist, yeah, it's very important that you clarify exactly what that means, why it means that, what the historic standard is that you're providing against that. Hang on, Luke. Semantic.
The historic standard.
Are super important to a debate for a reason. It's so that we have clarity in what we're actually talking about. When you say Trump's a fascist, I think that's hyperbole. Because I don't think you actually think he's a fascist. I think that you just think fascism means authoritarianism. You don't even know what the fuck it is. You don't care about it. I think you're actually using hyperbole when you're talking about fascism in general. So when Trump uses hyperbole, Trump bad. When you're speaking this way, that's fine.
Watch how fast this goes downhill.
All that you as a woman would disagree, but I mean, if you want to start it off by telling us why you do think men are better at leading than women, the mic is all yours.
Well, how I would like to start this off is I'd like you to define what a woman is.
Your mom got him. Haha. That's what he used to say.
Claim about who leads better. An opening response about dictionary definitions. That question was buffering long before she sat down. No processing.
Oh, I've seen his
required,
videos
and it
before
was
as well.
coming out
He
regardless
debunks a lot of
of what came
Christians.
before it.
Why are bagels so yummy? Yeah. So let me ask you this. What is your
I found it
definition of a
so
woman?
funny when that girl with the squeaky voice was talking to Dean, and I just love how she said, "We're oppressing you. We're oppressing you. You're not able to be your alpha aggressive self of being able to submit me to the kitchen." Like, I could not believe what I was listening to, a girl in the red dress talking like a squeaky mouse.
Oh, crazy.
And then that one woman who was just like going like, you know, I would prefer that it would be a man attracted to women. So that was her first argument why she was perfectly fine of what Trump was doing in a dressing room. And then she literally went, you know, they are heterosexual men. It makes sense for them to do what they're doing. And so, like, she literally just condoned that, oh, okay. So a heterosexual male has every right to want to sexually harass a female because it is just who they innately are biologically.
Yeah, it's cringe. You gotta appeal to two things. Look. Every time we ask a question about morality, there's two criteria we need to ask about. Well, really, it's actually one. But you could break it down into like the stance dependent and the stance independent thing. The umbrella is the thing we're asking conducive to human flourishing. That's it. So, is letting gay people be gay and shit and live happy lives, is that conducive to human flourishing? Well, they can be productive members of society. You can form relationships with them. If someone that maybe you have a kid and that kid might be gay, you know, all these things. But they contribute to society, and contributing to society actively contributes to your own well-being through like advancements, maybe technological advancements, maybe through helping a business succeeds such that some market thing happens, and then I don't know, like effects in societies ripple out. Okay, when everyone is succeeding, then that usually is a good indicator for your own success as well. Now, that's pretty good. I think it's a pretty good argument. If we want to talk about like what my interlocutor said earlier about raping babies, I was like, no, that is not conducive to a productive society. That's objectively bad. And that's why he was like, touching kids is good for the pedophile. And I was like, no, it's not. No, it's not. All right, even if the pedophile myopically thinks it is because they're given to their fucked up fucking urges, my interlocutor was confused and thought that pedophiles acting on their urges was conducive to their own well-being. And I was like, no, they're not. No, they're not. This is why we gotta have objective moral frameworks. But yeah, you just gotta ask: is it conducive to the objective? Is it stance dependently and also stance independently? They play into each other for like an overall objective fact, because us as humans we have a subjective nature. So like, for example, like is it logically possible for there to be a world where like we have sex with corpses and still flourish? It's logically possible. But it's definitely not this fucking world. It's absolutely not this world, right? Because we find it disgusting, right? Like we're like what do corpses have today? Like diseases and shit, potentially, and also it's like, what does it speak to you as an individual that you have to fuck corpses? If you fuck corpses, then you are at a disposition where like, yeah, you're probably actually a fucking serial killer or some shit, right? Like Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ed Gein, John Wayne Gacy, you know, all these fucked up people. These are the people who want to fuck corpses, okay? So yeah, that is not conducive to human flourishing, and that's a stance-dependent fact. Yeah, that's why we're still turned away from it. But it's still a fact.
I wouldn't particularly care if someone does that. I just wouldn't
Wait, what?
really want to associate with them.
No, you should care. If someone wants to fuck corpses, you should care. It's objectively bad. Yeah, it's objectively bad. In this world, at least. Like, don't... Faye, I love you, but don't, like, cuck yourself, okay?
I don't know. I just like. I mean, I don't like it at all. But like, I don't know, because it's like the corpse is dead, so it's not hurting the individual. I mean, if you want to get diseases and possible like, hey, that's on you.
Wait, if a person drives drunk but doesn't hurt anybody, did that person do a bad thing?
Like, are they
They're drunk and they're driving.
Well, I guess like are they in the city? Like, what's going on?
It doesn't matter. They're going above 30 miles an hour. Like, yeah, they're going 30 miles an hour in some area. Doesn't matter. That's it.
I guess actually I would be against that. Like, not even just being like a dislike. I think I would actually like be like against that, because okay, like, yes, you were lucky you didn't hit anyone or anything, but like you still could have. So
Right.
like, yeah. But I don't know. I just feel like it's not the same comparison of the other thing, because like, let me say, like, I don't like it. I'm not for it. But the only individual that's going to get detrimented is you doing it, because you can get disease and stuff.
Well, no, it also speaks to your cognitive abilities. Like, look. Is a person more or less to be at a disposition of, like, how do I put it? Who are the types of people that want to fuck corpses?
I don't really know.
Like serial killers. Like, can we be honest here? Okay, it's like serial killers, right?
I guess.
Yes, Ted Bundy. Like, I can list off like 5 or we can look up like 10 of them like right now. Okay, it's very easy. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, this is something you can just appeal to your most basic intuitions. Okay, this is something you can just appeal to your most basic intuitions. We can run down the list. The people who are most likely to want to do these disgusting fucking things are not conducive to human well-being. Now, it's logically possible for someone to exist where they're like, oh yeah, I'm a functioning member of society, and like, I pay my taxes, honestly, and I come home and then I fuck the corpse of my wife with her consent because she died, and then she said, hey, you can fuck my corpse when I die. That's logically possible. But speaking to humans as a species, no. Like, the reason why is because you are putting yourself at a disposition to you're undercutting the principle. The principle is when you go towards certain dispositions, then you put yourself at a higher risk of doing awful other things. So like, oh, like I'm not gonna cheat on my wife. I'm just gonna hang out with this one girl, which, oh, okay, that's fine. Oh, when I hang out with her, I might playfully hold her hand. Okay, that's bad. Oh, while I'm holding her hand, I might, grab her other hand with my other hand. It's like, oh, okay, and then you see how, like, as you undercut your principles, right, you get more in the line with doing the actual bad thing, and fucking corpses obviously is along that line. Like, you wouldn't even like put yourself in that disposition, and that's why we're saying even if you were to drive drunk, is it still bad if you don't like get into a car crash? The answer is yes, because you're putting yourself in that disposition. That's bad. So yes, people who want to fuck corpses, okay, objectively are bad, even if they don't hurt a person. It's the principle.
I guess for me, it's like, I don't care if we are able to make it. I actually don't even know if it is illegal. I mean, for one, is it like I don't really care
Yes.
either way. Is it
Yes.
illegal?
Yes.
Oh,
Super
okay.
illegal.
So I would say that I don't really care that it is illegal. Great, and I wouldn't care if somewhere down the line we make it no longer illegal. I guess I don't really like care either way. It's
No,
like
stop. It's.
I see Hayden in the box.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
What do you mean?
Why it's bad to fuck corpses no matter what? Do you understand why it's bad?
Well, for one aspect, like you can get diseases and stuff.
No,
literally
aside
doing
from that, like, let's pretend you never get diseases. You wear a condom. You use some soap, make sure super clean.
I wouldn't really understand the mindset to want to do it, which is what I can definitely say. Is like I wouldn't understand the mindset to want to do it. Like I don't get the mindset to want to do it.
But do you understand why it's wrong? Like, objectively moral. Objectively morally wrong. Do you know why?
I guess maybe not. I don't know.
Okay. When I say who is most likely to want to fuck corpses, and then I point to like serial killers, do you understand why I'm saying that?
Not entirely, but please continue.
Okay, wait. Imagine you have a group of 10 people, okay? I say, in this group, one person is a serial killer, one person is a corpse fucker, but both of them could be the same person. So, like, it is the case that of the group of 10 people, one person could be the corpse fucker and the serial killer. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Do you think there's a very good chance that it's going to be the same person?
I don't really know because I know like
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Are people who want to have intercourse with corpses likely to
I don't really know much on this.
violent acts against people? Answer is yes. Violence against people other than sexual offenders, but a small distinction that does commit homicides specifically to obtain corpses. Yeah. As a group, are reliably more likely to commit violent acts against living people. Yes. Are not. Sorry, are not as a group. Sorry. Are not as likely for that. But in talking about what is it? Like you still put yourself at that disposition, right? The fact that like this group does exist, that's a problem, and that is a huge problem.
Okay, well,
like if there was like a 5% chance that you eat an M&M and you die, you would never eat a fucking M&M. And the same is true for this.
I guess what my stance is, just Ethan, is that, like, for example, I want murdering to be illegal, absolutely 100% illegal, because I just want to go into the factual sense that I can exhibit pain, other people can exhibit pain. I do not want.
No, I understand your entire position. Your entire position is so long as you're not frustrating another person's preferences, then it's moral. But I'm saying that is not a fact of human nature. So like a corpse doesn't care about anything because a corpse doesn't have experience. You're saying because there's no other entity that's being harmed, then therefore it's fine, right? You know, because there's no negative experience.
I'm not really saying fine, just I guess I'm not really caring either way.
Yeah, that means you're saying it's fine. That means you're neutral on it.
I guess maybe I don't know. It's like because I know because okay, so like for example, if someone, like, let's say we have someone who's murdering like 5 people, I want them in prison. Now I'm not gonna say, because like I just, even when I get like really emotional, I don't like using subjective terms, because being a zoology and biology student, I know that these are just subjective terms. Like I could say to a murderer or to a homophobe, oh, you're a monster, you're evil, but no. Let's just go on to the base fact here. You are doing an antagonistic relationship of wanting to expense others for your benefit, and I want to do an antagonistic relationship back on you of benefiting us by you being in prison or you getting less followers, of also hating LGBTQ, which expenses you but benefits us. That's what I try to go on, even of the fact that I have emotions, that sometimes it is hard for me, but that's just what I mean. Is like I try not to even really use these labels, good or evil. I try to just like the Morris person, when it really comes down to it, he's just my enemy. He's my enemy. I have an antagonistic relationship with him.
No, I get that. I look. The reason why, okay, the reason why, because I see what Duncan said, and like I want to agree with that statement, but we need to know why it is wrong. Because watch this. I'm Andrew Wilson. Oh, it's all subjective? Okay, so then that means, by my worldview, it doesn't matter if I fuck a corpse because, I mean, no one else is being hurt. And then if you say yes, you lose. And you cannot lose. That's why I'm harping on this so hard, okay? Like, you cannot let that go. Because if you say it's okay to fuck, like, you lose. You are getting destroyed. He's going to rhetoric you. He's going to call you insane. And then you're going to be the next face of, like, liberal destroyed. And I do not want that to happen to anyone in my community. So that's why I'm harping on this really hard. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because, like, would you ever like say that publicly? I hope not. I hope the answer to that is no. The answer to that should be no. You should never, ever say that like fucking corpses is okay publicly or privately, because it's not okay.
Oh, I don't even like being a public. Like, for example, there was a incident. I was taking care of my neighbor's dogs one time, and we had this incident of a girl crashing into someone's like fence and pool, and then I thought this woman was a neighbor. Turns out she was actually a news reporter. So yeah, no, trust me, that would never need to be a worry, because I don't want to be on TV or anything. People have told me, oh, Faye, why don't you make like a YouTube channel or something, because you know you have some really great things to say about LGBTQ and POC and females, and it's like, yes, I do, but I also don't really want any of this. Like, I mean, if someone like tries to say, oh, white people are not related to African citizens, then I would like definitely say to them, not even close to accurate. But I'm not comfortable doing a YouTube channel or video of it, because it's just, I don't know. It's just, I've never really been interested in like doing that kind of stuff. But thankfully, I don't have to, because there's you, there's Dean, there's Parker, there's Mason, there's so many of the rest that can just do it for me. and then I can just like enjoy your content and then like enjoy you debunking other people. But yeah, that's what I just mean. It's like you don't have to worry about like. But I don't know. I guess it's just a hard area because it's like if someone like fucks a tree, like don't.
Wait, okay,
I'm
so
not
so so
saying-
so fucking a tree, while I would call that weird, I wouldn't call that immoral. Like if someone has like a tree and they grow the tree and they're like, I'm gonna fuck a tree. Like, I mean, if you do that in the privacy of your own home, then like, I mean, I think that's weird, but I don't think that's immoral. Like that, fine.
Yeah, I guess my stance would just be neutral. Like I don't care
Yeah.
for it. I don't really want to know anything about it or anything. Like, but
Sure.
I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're disgusting, you're weird or something. No, I'm not even because I mean I feel like when it comes down to it, everything like we say is just really subjective.
No.
It's really just wanting to
No.
go more and wait, what?
No. So like, okay, the words we make are subjective, but the meaning behind those words are supposed to describe objective things, okay? Like when people say like, oh, it's all subject, reject that entirely because the entire like when I was debating Moores earlier, you know how he never got me on a single point at all, right?
Uh-huh.
And that was because I have a completely objective framework, okay? It is completely objective. Like nothing I have is dependent on like any arbitrary stances or whatever, okay? So he wants to say that like, oh, for the pedophile, touching the 8-year-old is good. And then I say, no, it's not. Because if people go around touching 8-year-olds, these 8-year-olds grow up traumatized. And if you're traumatized, you are not conducive to like flourishing as a society because you cannot, you know, be a productive member and shit. And that is not conducive to your own well-being because the shit ripples, okay? We live as social creatures. We have interactions, okay? So when he said it is good for the pedophile, I was like, no, it's not. It is objectively not good for the pedophile. So he had nothing to stand on. That's why he got blown the fuck out. You can't just say, oh, well, I guess it is good for the pedo because the pedo gets what the pedo. No, absolutely not. And if you take the subjectivist viewpoint, then you would have to grant that it's good for the pedophile because, I mean, if what's good for the pedophile is up to the pedophile's fucking preferences, then I guess it would be good for the pedophile. So that's why you can't take the subjectivist view. Sorry?
Which I do think was a little contradictory because the whole time that we were on a general, he was kept trying to tell me, oh, if we make homosexuality legal, then what's stopping people from making pedophilia legal?
Yeah. And if you take certain if you take the subjectivist view, then there's no definitive answer. You can give strong subjectivist answers, but nothing is as compelling, at least intuitively, for like winning a debate at the very least. There's nothing that is as compelling as an objective answer. Because he had no points against me. He had
What
nothing.
annoys me the most, oh, sorry, it was just, I was going to say what annoys me the most is that when you try to say, oh, we've now allowed same-sex marriage, well, what's next of allowing this or that? It's like, you do understand that there's heterosexual pedophilia. So I could use the same argument that, okay, we allow opposite-sex marriage. What's stopping from allowing pedophilia marriage? Like, I mean, you're trying to make it seem like by allowing homosexuality, you now can do the equivalence of now pedophilia. But pedophilia existed very much so in your community before we even got mainstream.
True.
Like if you actually look at the data, there is actually more heterosexual. Now, granted, let me be clear on that. One of the reasons is because yes, heterosexuals. I don't know by how much or how little the jury still goes of that. I don't know by how much or how little, but you do outnumber us. So one of the reasons there is going to be more heterosexual pedophilia is because of the number game.
I mean, yeah, no, that's why I have to look at it from a per capita standpoint. And I think the answer to that is I think the number is actually higher in favor of heterosexuals, if I remember correctly, from a per capita standpoint. So, like, obviously, from like a flat numbers, yeah, of course. But from a per capita standpoint, I think it's the case for heterosexuals, if I remember correctly. Per capita are heterosexual people.
I'm actually glad you used AI because I was speaking to one liberal server, and there was this one individual who was like, he despises AI and he's not even willing to associate with anyone that does AI.
Womp
And
womp.
like, he literally told me he would not stay friends with me unless I stopped doing AI. I was gonna lie that I was gonna stop doing AI just because I like talking to him. But yeah, it's like, because I mean, I don't really get the logic there because they say that AI is taking away jobs. Well, look at the logic there. If companies need people to have money in order to make money, then how would companies make money if no humans have jobs? Like, I mean, are you looking at the logic there that you're saying, oh, robots are going to take our jobs? Well, last time I checked, robots don't have to get paid. So if robots was taking all of our jobs, how are companies still making money? I think it goes into reason that there would still need to be paid labor. Otherwise, where are these companies making their money? Like, if people can't pay for the product or the consumer consumption, where are they making their money?
What percent of...
Unless you disagree, Ethan.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What percent of heterosexual men versus what percent of shit, okay. One more. Few of the 1% identified homosexual relationship. Per capita risk is not higher for heterosexual. Okay. And the heterosexual men vastly outnumbered. Yeah, obviously in terms of fucking ratio.
Yeah, that's one of the accounts. Is that yes, heterosexuals by how much or how little do outnumber us. I don't know by how much or how little they outnumber us, but they do outnumber us.
Yeah. So let's see, homosexuals molest kids at 14, rely on highly contested.
But it could actually not as big. It could be actually not as big as people think it is, because new studies are showing that there might actually not be. Like, I mean, yes, there is still a majority, but new studies are showing that it might not be as large as a margin as people might think of the strictly heterosexual people.
The proportion of true pedophiles. That does not translate to statement.
Oh, I'll wait till you're done reading.
Yep, no worries. Well, actually, that's probably a better way to put it. What? Because this, while this is like I don't like looking up I don't like looking this shit up, but it is good to be versed on shit. Okay, so it doesn't say. Among men diagnosed with being a pedo, a substantial minority are homosexual or bisexual. The majority are heterosexual. Well, but again, that's just in terms of the absolute. Yeah, it just seems... Okay, so... In a clinical sample of 338 men who are pedos, 34% were heterosexual, 40% were homosexual, and then 26% were bisexual. Actually represent crucial distinguished pedophilia and then child molestation. Yeah, a lot of people really are just opportunistic in a given fucking thing.
Oh, Ajax Water will love that the Supreme Court actually reopened conversion therapy in Colorado.
Duncan. Not a random sample. Not random samples. Okay. Not exclusively. Okay. Sampling bias, use convicted offenders who are not representative of all people. Yeah, so there's not enough information to get a reliable answer on that. Okay, which I'm happy with. I'll take that. I'll happily take that.
Yeah, it was Paul Cameron who in 2001, I think, tried to like say that, oh, there is evidence that homosexuals are more pedophilia than heterosexuals, and his studies were confirmed by many of the medical fields in the United States as biased, double standard, not accurate, so on and so on. That he was laughed and removed from all medical fields. He still has an organization though. Like if you look up Paul Cameron, he still has an organization, but it's like very small group of people. I think it's called the Family Research Institute or Family Research Center.
Ooh.
But they're still trying today confirm that majority of homosexuals are pedophiles.
All right, we're gonna go through. What should I go through? What I don't know. Let me think. See if I can find something. I want to. Damn. Because I saw that Professor Dave video, but I really want to. Do I want to watch it? I don't know. I'm not gonna watch it. I'll look at it off stream, like I said.
I hate that Hayden person.
Yeah, Hayden Rody.
I saw his video of the two liberals on my side debunking him on same-sex marriage, and he really was getting on my nerves in that video.
Yeah, I love this word transgenderism. Like, okie dokie. What the fuck that mean? On abortion.
I want to run one thing on you.
Go for it.
Yeah, okay. Do you think you should do as God does?
This was the first 21 minutes of a debate that ended up lasting about an hour and a half. The rest of the debate mainly focused on the problem of evil and free will. However, in this video, I want to concentrate specifically on our discussion about abortion.
Like, honestly,
Sounds like he probably got blown out in the problem of evil. Sorry.
Like, honestly, instead of caring so much about my community, why don't you start caring about the acne on your face?
Yeah.
Something happens over and over and over again on a repetitive basis. Does that increase the probability that that is the cause of the action?
Do you just
Can I answer what Parker just asked?
Let him answer quick, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if I was to go buy 1,000 red houses, and you asked me what color is the next house going to be, and I say that it's red because that's what the houses have been in the past.
that would be
do I
most
know?
likely, yeah.
Do I know? Really? Really?
No, Parker.
I mean, given nothing else, that is true though.
Really?
No.
Or could it be any color?
Wait, no, it could be any color, but what is most likely?
Well, hang on. How do you know that it's most likely to be red?
Again, because of the fact that there are priors that indicate the likelihood of it being this way.
And so if I flip a coin,
probability of it being
there's a better example you could use.
Yeah, if I roll a dice, for example, that's 10-sided, and it lands on 10.
All you're bringing up is the problem of induction. I'm not disputing that there is a problem, but that's not a problem in terms of the likelihood or whether or not we can say true things are the case, right? It is just simply describing that we're not certain. Okay, us not being certain is not a critique of the worldview.
Do you live
I
like
love
that?
how the right
I live
tries
based
to,
on
like,
probability.
say that we're for children, but if we don't do the abortion and the parent and the mother or no, the female does not want the child, and our adoption agencies and foster agencies are already underfunded, then what quality of life does this child that already has the female not wanting to raise it, which that's fine.
No,
What
stop.
quality of life does it even have?
Bad. Nope. Stop. Don't answer that. Don't say that. Stop taking that approach. Bad approach. Bad. Because if you take that approach, they're gonna say, is it worse to have a bad life or to be murdered? See? Yeah. Bad approach. Don't take that
But
approach.
it doesn't make sense to me. Like, for example, I'll actually say this. Like, if I found out, let me say, like, okay, let's say I had a birth defect and the doctor told my mother, okay, Mrs., you can still have this son, but he will be on a heart thing for the rest of his life. I can 100% tell you that I will resent my mother for the rest of my life, because what you literally could have done an abortion where I don't have to live with this heart thing for the rest of my life.
No, so they'll say you got to live, you got the chance to experience, and that's a beautiful thing in of itself. Why would you deprive the child the experience of life?
It ain't a life if you're being like with continued on torture.
Yeah, it is. Wait, torture? No. Like, are you telling me we shouldn't give people like the people who are in the ventilators and shit? Like, should we just kill those people?
What I just think is like, if this is an individual that has okay, so like for example, let's say they are going to have to, I don't know, let me give an example one. Okay, so I got an example one. Let's say we have an individual that we find out is going to have like seizures all the time. All the time. Like the doctor found out this child is going to have seizures all the time. And the parent still decides to, I mean, I would not enjoy that. Like, because I've actually had a seizure before when I overdosed on medication before I went to conversion therapy. I was just overdosing
Yeah.
at home and stuff.
Yeah.
And I actually did go through like a seizure, and it's not fun. It's not fun. So
Huh.
like I don't see the argument here of you got this wonderful gift. This wonderful
Well,
gift.
no, okay, well, let's grant that. Let's say, sure, okay. In those circumstances, abortion is justified. Let's grant that. I don't think they would, but let's do it. That's like 0.00001% of all abortions. Justify the majority of them. It's totally irrelevant to the conversation.
Another account of abortions is like the rape individual, and it's like, I mean.
Oh, so just because one bad thing happened, that means you get to murder a child?
But how can we make sure that the child is having a quality of life? Like, what if they don't get adopted at all? Because I mean, you and I both know, Ethan. Once you age out of the system, we're done with you. You're done. You go to the streets. Like,
Yeah, just because someone might have a poor quality of life doesn't mean that they should be murdered. Does that mean we should murder homeless people because their quality of life is bad?
Well, I mean, if you want my honesty on this.
Whoa. The answer is just a no. The answer is a no.
Well, like, I mean, because I'm just asking you like this real quick. Like, what if the homeless person wants to be euthanized?
No, we don't euthanize people if we can prevent it. No, never. Now, if someone has like a terminal disease and literally their existence is quite literally nothing but suffering, then okay, yeah, I think there's valid arguments for euthanasia at that point. But like for like if you're just homeless and like you're like strung up on drugs, but like, you can still get your life in order. No, what the fuck? No, absolutely not. That's not conducive to human well-being.
I don't know. I guess I feel really bad for them because like.
So we should kill them?
What?
So we should kill them?
Well, I guess it's like this. It's like, can we right now stop it of getting more beds for shelters and stuff? It doesn't seem like we can. I don't want them to.
No, we totally could. We totally. Well, then we should kill. Okay, look. Whenever you ask a question, should I do X? Ask yourself, should I do X, or should X, or should Y be promoted? Should whatever thing happen, is it conducive to human well-being? That is the one question you should ask yourself every time. If I go buy some pizza, is it conducive to well-being? Well, let's think. If I go buy pizza, I do a monetary exchange for a service. I mean, you can eat like one pizza, like at least like once a month, and that's totally fine. Like Bard, you don't have any, gastrointestinal issues or whatever. Let's just presuppose that. So, you can healthily eat a pizza once a month. You do a monetary exchange that helps fund the business for the thing that you're getting, a thing that you enjoy. Okay, this is conducive to human flourishing. This is good. I will buy the pizza. Do I want to eat healthy and go to the gym? Well, what do I do if I eat healthy and go to the gym? Then I become super strong, and I can maybe meet some new people, and then I can, whatever. Okay, that's conducive to human flourishing. Should we euthanize homeless people? Well, if we euthanize homeless people, first, it goes against every single one of our basic human intuitions, so that's probably not good, but that's one thing to consider. Two, if we euthanize a bunch of homeless people, these are people who, in theory, could be productive members of society. So that's kind of a waste. That's not very good. What's the other thing? Well, if we don't do it, we appeal to our intuitions. Okay. If we don't do it, we could maybe implement some sort of like welfare state to help get them on their feet, so that way they're contributing members of society, and that's good. Like, so no, we should not euthanize
So I have
homeless.
a question, and please know I'm not trying to like debate you or anything. It's just a conversation. I'm not trying to like.
Yeah, no, I got you. And sorry if I come off as like kind of aggressive or whatever. I don't mean to come off aggressive, but like, yeah.
I may not even be the best person. Like my brain may not like, be the healthiest brain and these kind of things. But I'm just wondering, would it be bad if I had seizures all the time and I like just went to a hospital and was like, hey, or like if I advocated for, hey, people like me, who dealing with lots of seizures, something like if we want to, we should have a right to go to the hospital and say, hey, we would like to be given the shot.
Yeah, if I don't know the stuff with seizure, but like, I do think there can be justification for euthanasia for people that are suffering to such a extensive degree, like there exists suffering.
Maybe I'm not even being a healthy brain set. I don't know. It's just
No, euthanasia can be justified. It's just not for homeless people. You gotta look at your criteria.
I just don't like, people or things suffering. It's kind of like it's kind of like I'm not for animals at the pound, like being put to sleep. But the thing is, if we can't get them adopted, I want them to get adopted. I'd love them to get adopted. Let's get it going.
Well, animal euthanasia is different from human euthanasia. And I mean, ideally, yeah, we can get all of our animals adopted and happy and shit, but like, it literally, like, the reason why animals get euthanized is because there's an overpopulation problem, okay? Because, like, when a cat has, like, a litter, I think, like, what, litters are, like, a dozen fucking cats or some shit? Like, wait, how many, cats are born by a mother cat in one? Like, you get a shitload of fucking cats. Same for dogs.
Also, I'm sorry, by the way, if I'm being a very disturbing human, but like I said, I probably don't have the best mindset.
Yeah, like 4 fucking cat. Yeah, so like you're literally doubling your cats. Like, the animal euthanasia thing is a problem of scarcity because there's just not enough animal like centers that take care of all of them. That's why a lot of times like animals will find strays and then fucking spay them because of the overpopulation problem of animals, of cats and dogs. It's really sad, but like there truly, to my understanding, is no alternative other than animal euthanasia. But animal euthanasia is totally different from human euthanasia.
So, like, let me ask you this. Like, and I'm just wondering, like, how would you possibly feel if a homeless person, like, they don't think their quality of life is going to get better and stuff, and they just want to go up to a hospital and they say, hey, like, things aren't going well. My last meal was like a rat or something. I would like to be euthanized.
No. Like, if my girlfriend breaks up with me and I get super depressed, like, can I go to my doctor and say, hey, I'm never gonna get over my ex, kill me, please? Like, no.
Well, I guess I don't think that would be like the same thing, because I mean, like, you're still getting able to get access to like food and shelter and stuff.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying we need a strong social welfare system.
Exactly, but it just doesn't seem like we've made one yet.
You're right, we haven't. So we have the option of either A, make a strong social welfare system to help them get back on their feet and be contributing members of society, or B, we kill them. Option A seems a lot better.
I guess the way that I was looking at it, and you, don't worry, you can like tell me what exactly you think. I just thought maybe continue trying to do option A, continue. But if like, there is some homeless individuals that are like, okay, I'm glad you're doing this, and I hope for the next generation homeless this works for them, but I do want my life to be ended. I don't know. I guess I kind of feel like
no. Wait. Okay. Dude, if someone's having a mental crisis and is like, I want to kill myself, do you let them kill themselves? The answer is no, because they are not in a rational mind state. People do not want to kill them. The only times people want to kill themselves are if they're in a state of mental crisis, which means they definitionally are not rational actors because they're in a state of mental crisis. Or B, they're going through something that is so severe and like seemingly long term that they feel like death is their only solution, and that a lot of times can be things like mental illness, like they lost their job and then they lost all their connections and they felt like they lost everything. Maybe their wife fucking left them. Maybe they feel like a failure in fucking life. Their life is stagnant. All these things. But option A, we can give them help. We can get them some type of measured like security in like a hospital or whatever. We can do things to try to rehabilitate these people. Option B, they're like that because of a certain circumstance. And that circumstance can change. They feel like it can't change, so they want to kill themselves. And then both of those obviously are preferable to fucking killing them. No, do not grant euthanasia ever unless it's for someone who's already terminally ill or like literally is gonna like only have the worst experiences ever every second for the rest of their life. Like, no.
Yeah, I would probably just not be the best mindset for this.
Sure. Yeah.
I want mommy, I want milk, I want to be held, I want to be comforted.
That's
If
me.
you do not do all these things immediately, I will ruin your life. That's not goodness. That's narcissism.
That's me. It's me.
Rope, bombs, you want it? It's yours, my friend.
This is so fucking stupid. Okay. I'm gonna lock in on alright, time for Epstein chip. Alright, lock in time. Lock in. Actually, what I'm gonna do, don't wanna go to stream. Actually, no, I'll stay in here. It's fine. Damn, we got a lot of messages in here. God dang it. Let's go. Give me 1 second. How do I fucking Discord? Like close that. Is that I say in here?
Sorry
Okay,
for the
cool.
stuff I said, by the way.
No, you're fine. The reason why I kind of push back aggressively is because one, I don't want you to go in to certain discussions with people and like because if you say it's okay for someone to like with the corpse thing, I'm trying to save you from making that mistake in the future. Because right now, I will say that like you're because I understand where you're coming from. Because I even used to hold that position. Like, there's not an immoral thing that's happening. Like, I think it's gross, but like it's just gross to my subjective preferences, right? I used to hold that position, but now, upon further introspection, it's not just subjective, and I'm happy to defend that argument, right? And if you were to go and say that, which again is a position that I used to hold because I know exactly where you're coming from, then you're gonna get embarrassed. It's gonna be really bad for you. So
I guess
we
my
talk about it.
neurons are just not there yet. Like my neurons are definitely there 100% that I do not want to do that, and I don't want to be associated with anyone that does that.
Yep.
But my neurons are just not there of that particular part. If that makes any
Oof.
sense. Like, I mean, hopefully the neurons eventually do that, but right now they haven't.
No, look, no, you're just I don't want to say like you don't know enough about like ethics, you know, like, and by ethics I mean like metaethics, like in philosophy and stuff, you know, like it's stuff you haven't researched, which I don't expect you or anyone else to know. Like, so like for example, I think most people actually hold like when they do you know, imagine someone you know how it takes like 4 years for someone to become like an expert in a field.
Well, yeah.
Okay, now imagine you've been in that field for maybe like 5 months. Let's say 5 months. Okay, you're not an expert, but you know like a little bit, right?
Sure.
You are in that 5-month range, and I think people, almost every person who's in that 5-month range, holds that view that you're holding here, where it's like, well, what makes something right or wrong? Well, things that are right or wrong usually are like we have a lot of disagreement. I heard of subjectivism. What's right and wrong really is up to people's preferences. Okay, what happens if you want to fuck a corpse? Well, if you want to fuck a corpse, well, you're not really hurting anyone's preferences. if you do it in isolation by yourself, you know. So I mean, I guess there's not, you know, that's your position, and that's the position that most people, again, who don't have enough
Yeah,
experience would
I
hold.
wouldn't
But
disagree with you.
wait, no,
Like
you.
ethics,
Sorry, go ahead.
like ethics. No, sorry, I wouldn't disagree with you at all. Like ethics has just never really been much of my interest. I've just always been more interested in like science and math and arthropods and fauna. Like, I mean,
Sure.
that's why I'm going into my bachelor's degree in zoology and biology. Like
Yeah.
that, I have quite a bit of knowledge on because I've been studying that for a couple of years.
Sure.
But yeah, no ethics. Yeah, I would definitely agree with you that I'm 100% an amateur on that. Like,
Yeah, and that's why, like, there's, I guess I'm trying to think how to put it. There are certain things in ethics where if you grant those things, you lose. And I think I've said like 50 times on what like certain of those things are, you know, like whatever actions of corpses or like, you know, whatever. Never in a debate would I agree to something like that. But again, yeah, like you said, it's just something you don't have expertise in, and this is why I'm like hammering in on this because like imagine if I was like Andrew Wilson, like yo, oh my god, I would be Cliff Armour, I'd be like, oh my god, a liberal says that doing blah, 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 blah. You know, it'd be so awful, and that's why I'm sitting here like trying to harp on like why you cannot hold that view because it is critical to never hold that view. Because you hold that view and then you lose. And if you lose, then you let Andrew Wilson win. And if you let Andrew Wilson win, then people die. And that's a problem. Like, real people die. That's why I treat this, like, so seriously. And then, again, like, this like... for people who have no interest in debating, then I just say don't debate. Just call them stupid and, like, stay away. And then, like, you know, it
it's
is
not
what it
that
is.
I don't. It's not that I don't have an interest in debating. It's just I have noticed, like I've actually tried before in the past.
Yeah.
Because like I am quite educated on homosexuality because I've been interested in it in zoology and biology for like many years, and my class actually does subjects on it and things. So like education wise, I could definitely like correct a homophobe or something, but debating wise, no, I couldn't because they always like to like do quips or they like to like try to like do a new tactic or a flair or something, and what I've noticed is that it doesn't even matter if I'm actually more educated than far more educated than them on like things of like biology and like our genes and our alleles. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because they can still turn it completely into their favor, even though because like they'll still like try and say to me, oh, there's no gay gene. Well, yes, obviously there's no gay gene. I know this as a zoology and biology student because there's no heterosexual gene. Like, I mean, the fact that someone even thinks for a moment that one gene does one job in any organism's body is ludicrous. It's a multitude of genes. Like, for example, our eye color is caused by 16 genes. I can't remember which type they were. We actually studied on this, I think, like a few months ago. But yeah, it's ludicrous to even think one gene does a job. It doesn't. It's a correspondence of multitude of genes and alleles from your paternal and your maternal organism that factor into you, and that's not always even the case of what you might get, because what some people don't understand is like if you have an individual who is a black male and you have an individual who's a white female and they make a child that is more of white, people will try to say, oh, the genes for the more melanin didn't appear. No, they did appear. That child is getting the alleles of both parents, but alleles don't always have to actually turn on. They can go dormant, meaning that it will become recessive to that child, but then when that child has another child of their own, then it could become dominant for that child, and oh, that child has more melanin because that gene is still there. It's still going to inevitably go to some offspring. It just didn't go to that offspring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm very passionate in this.
Yeah. It is. I think if there's two, well,
I want to become a zoologist when I get done with college.
Is there a favorite animal that you like looking into?
Just fauna. Period. I feel like a lot
What are
of people
fauna?
just wait. What?
What are fauna? I've heard it, but I
Oh,
don't remember.
fauna is organisms that exhale carbon dioxide because plants do not do that.
Okay.
So like parasites is fauna, arthropods is fauna, mammals is fauna, reptiles is fauna.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
No, you're fine. Most people don't know this, so I'm willing to like educate them on this.
Yeah. Crocodiles and shit are so. I'm so scared of crocodiles. Like
They are more aggressive than alligators, yes.
Yeah.
But it just depends. Like most people don't understand is that other organisms are just doing what you're trying to do. Like for example, let's say you're in the forest. Well, how would you feel if the bear came to your house? You wouldn't possibly like it. It's the same thing for the bear. The bear is feeling like, okay, are you eavesdropping on my territory? Are you going to take away my food source? Are you coming after my offspring? And like the worst thing I always try to like tell people is never ever try to be bigger than the bear. No, that is the most stupidest thing you could ever do because you're having the bear think that you want to challenge it for dominance. And that is not a good call. What you want to do is be respectful to the bear. And by doing so, you actually let the bear know you're not a threat. For example, if you actually are in a forest and you come across a bear, what you need to do, you need to keep eye contact with the bear because I know people are going to think that this is weird, like just turn around. No, because when you turn around, you're actually making the other organism think, well, what are they doing? What are they doing? What are they planning to do? They're going to try and ambush or something. So you like let them know that you see them and you just start slowly backing away and making sure that you are not doing anything too fast or too haste because you want that other organism to know, hey, I'm not trying to turf on your territory. I'm not trying to take away your food source. I'm not trying to go after your offspring. We're just in a situation where I accidentally created a disturbance for you, and I'm going to alleviate that disturbance by taking myself out of the equation of your environment. Unfortunately, many people do not do this, and that's literally why there have been bear attacks because people think, oh, hey, I'll just look bigger than the bear. I'll just try to scare off the bear. You'll be amazed of how many animal attacks could be much shorter if people actually educated themselves on the animal kingdom.
Ajax in chat. You said the only thing you're 95% confident about is on trans people. Could you like elaborate on that? And I can try to help out. Goodness is defined as an entity being in accordance with some good with some order good, which is not. I'll figure out how to get this like formalized with like the proper fucking objects and functions and shit for analytic philosophy, but I think this serves as a good enough reference point for now at least.
Wait, did Ajax say something to me?
No. I'm looking at chat right now.
Oh, okay.
Goodness is defined as an entity being in accordance with some order G, which is not order B. So,
actually, the most interesting thing I learned in one of my studies, because my class actually sometimes we get to go to like field trips, sort of like things, and we went to a marine biology study. And I actually didn't know this yet, but they were monitoring different types of whales in different oceans. And it turns out accents are actually in the animal kingdom as well, because we were listening in on the sounds of the whales through their recordings, and the clicks were different. They were different depending on the whales of different parts of the ocean. So accents aren't even permeated to just humans.
Yeah. Ajax, what do you need help with when you say defending or supporting trans people? I can help you out. My favorite thing, it's so funny because like conservatives love debating on the culture war shit between abortion and transgender rights, but like these two are like it's like my bench and squat, okay? Like it's my bread and fucking butter, okay? Like I eat those debates. They're so fucking easy for me. Like I can't believe I'm hoping to inspire like a new movement in the left with how badly I'm gonna fucking embarrass these idiots, because all my arguments are intuitive and logically make sense and are conducive to human well-being.
Transgender is not even non-innate to nature. There's so many organisms that will transition to another gender because of the depletion of one gender in the environment.
Like you don't even have to appeal to like, you know, things being quote unquote natural or whatever. Because all you have to do, because I mean, there's some animals that, you know, fling shit at each other. I mean, we should do it. Probably not. But all you have to establish. What was? Do you remember the thing I asked you earlier? Like when you're talking about like, is something good or not? Do you remember what the question is you have to ask yourself?
No.
Is it conducive? Do you remember the rest?
Like, is it being of no harm to another individual or something? I don't.
Is it
I have horrible memory.
conducive to human well-being?
Oh, okay.
Or I guess you should say flourishing, but say human. Like, is it conducive to human flourishing? Because that's probably a better way of putting it. It's a little more specific. Want some orgy, which is not order B. If you want.
But yeah, you do make a point on that, because yeah, I have like, because like when people try to tell me it's not natural, I'm like, what are you talking about? Every species on the planet has members that have either long time partaked in same-sex behavior, or just in a short time in order to be like a benefit for the species and whatever. Because that's what we found in my classes as well, is that, you know, same-sex behavior is needed in nature, because one, it helps with lessening aggression, uh, diminishing competition, creating strong bonds. It's very actually fascinating of what I've learned through the years of learning into this, of like arthropods, reptiles, aviaries, mammals. It's so interesting. And then yes, of course, there's individuals that partake a long-term same-sex behavior. You know, like penguins deciding to, of males, raise the child on their own, or there has been some other aviaries, or sheep. There's actually been some sheep that I guess you could say are homosexual in a sense, because I remembered our professor was going on about it, that there's a particular type of sheep species that even if there's females around, there's some members of that sheep species that just do not want to associate with the females at all. They just want to partake in same-sex behavior with another male individual. But yes, you're correct that they'll say things like, okay, fine, it's natural, but rape is also of natural. Eating your own kind is also of natural. But I mean, of course, technically, I could go into that, but you probably would tell me that's not a good argument there. But I do try to like let them know that it's not as simplified as you think. Like the eating that you're talking about, mostly by either hamsters, gerbils, or by the feline family, is that there's a defect in the offspring, and the parent is actually trying to make sure they do not suffer, because the parent knows they're not going to survive. So they eat the young so that the young with its defects does not have to interact in its environment with detriment. But you'll probably say something like, they'll destroy me easily on that. But yeah, they just don't really do their education of why of the eating. It's actually to try and protect the offspring.
Mhm.
Did I say something bad?
No, I'm just kind of also in some thought while listening to.
But yeah, that's why many felines like tigers will eat their young. It's because the particular cub has become a defect due to either like an issue with one of their paws or an anomaly of their body, and the female is eating them because they know they'll be easily just taken by predator.
Mm. Yeah.
I just feel like a lot of people don't actually like research why animals are doing what they're doing and just going, "Oh, yep, nope, that's horrible. The female tiger mother, she ate her child. Like that's horrible. She's disgusting." Like, or maybe you could understand that, hey, she doesn't have medical. She doesn't have a way of equipment or doctors to help the child through its defect. She doesn't have that. The only option she has is eat it so it doesn't suffer by being prey to a predator.
Yeah.
Unless you
And
disagree, but I just
I mean, the way animals are gonna operate, animals are gonna like animals aren't moral agents. Animals are gonna do like their thing, right?
But yeah, what do you think about that? We've been able through our studies to find that the female tiger is eating her young because she doesn't want it to suffer in the hands of a predator.
Cool. I mean, I guess that's how tigers do stuff, and that's what they do. But like tigers are not like I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that statement. Just be like, oh damn, it's crazy. Not crazy. I get this
I don't
crazy or
know.
this cool. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with that.
It just interests me. Like, I guess it's like a I don't know. I guess I could see it as like a zoology student as like a sort of a poor conundrum. Like unfortunately this defect happened of this cub, and yeah, like I mean, as sick as you might think it is of her eating her own young, it's it's to make sure the predator can't get it because I mean it won't survive.
Mm, yeah. An agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance with some order G, which is not order B. An agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance with order G, which is not order B. Yep, cool.
I don't know if you would ever do this for your girlfriend if you ever decide to have children with them, but some fauna will actually even offer themselves to their mate and its offspring if there's no other food source, and they would starve.
I've told my girl that before. I was like, if we were praying mantises, I'd let you in my head. I'd be like, here you go, babe. I love you. Raise some kids. I said that to her
Well,
before.
it's actually interesting you would say that because a lot of people don't seem to get it correct that the female praying mantis doesn't just eat the male's head just for any reason. No, it's actually because if she enjoys the copulation, she exhausts a lot of energy, and she's going to have to refill that energy by a instant form of nutrients, which is the male. This is why sometimes male praying mantises will try to have the female not enjoy the copulation so they can scurry away.
It can be any bad, good, bad. Order B is not good. Yep. Order A And order B can be anything.
Oh, did you maybe find that interesting at all?
About that's pretty cool.
Yeah, a lot of people don't get it correct. They think the female just eats the head, period. No, she has to enjoy the copulation. Otherwise, her need for immediate nutrients doesn't happen, because if she didn't enjoy the copulation, she didn't exhaust the energy.
Alrighty. I think what I'll do is I'll try to lock in on, I guess, like, one, formalizing the because formalizing the objective morality framework is critical in shitting on these evil skinwalkers. And I really want to have this formalized, so I guess I'll just try to lock in on this. Because I know I'm kind of mentally hopping back and forth. Hello?
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah, I was just, well, yeah, talking to you. Also talking out loud, but yeah, talking to you. So I'll probably go into the since all of us were in the stage for the debate, and then I would say I won that one pretty straightforwardly. The LGBT stuff, I would say I definitely won that one.
Yeah, I will say I was a little saddened that we didn't go too much into that one.
The LGBT stuff? No, we did.
Well, yeah, but like don't get me wrong, I am definitely an ally for transgender. But I also noticed that Moore's was going about like homosexuality being illegal, and like, but you didn't really, you went a little bit onto that, but you didn't go a lot.
I mean, like, they all follow the same premise, right? Well, we definitely did focus majority on like transgender rights, but like if I can defend transgender rights against him, like defending homosexuality is like the easiest thing. It's like a layup in comparison to defending trans rights, because like they'll be like, trans rights, but like, yeah, stupid. But
Also,
are
if
y'all?
you were meaning that you're gonna get off live soon, that's fine.
Oh no, I'm gonna stay streaming. I'm just gonna work I guess like almost like an isolation, I guess, but like, or I don't know. But yeah. Alright. I'm gonna go into the stream chat, okay, y'all? Okay, I'll be in stream. And if someone wants to pop up, then I guess join up in the waiting room. Okay. Let me check some stuff here. What was I looking at? Oh, I remember.
Okay, some of you have seen, there's those cool kids on the internet.
Dude, Haley. Bro, Haley Stevens, bro. Let's just. What is she doing, bro? How is she the opposition to, like, oh no. Wait, did Dave say that? Apparently Dave said that apparently he compares fucking Hamas and Hezbollah to the rebels in Star Wars? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Now it's fucking mono. Yikes. Damn, he made bank off of this. I don't know how long he's been working on it, but
explains science and debunks science-denying frauds. Quite the Venn diagram exists between anti-science propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism, which means I end up bringing up Israel from time to time. Zionists hate that, so they attack me constantly.
Zionists.
Like what happened recently with a guy named Destiny. Let's talk about him. If you don't know who Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, is,
You can call him
he's a
pedo.
media personality who takes to defending liberal and progressive viewpoints on most political topics.
True.
He sounds smart enough when debunking MAGA talking points, and if that's all he ever did, you'd be hearing nothing negative about him from me. But that activity is dramatically overshadowed by his unrelenting Zionism and support for the never-ending parade of human rights violations.
Oh no, I just wanted to go into the stream, Ajax. I just kind of want to. I guess I was a little socially burned out, so I was just ready to kind of do stuff in isolation. I'm gonna look at this for like a few minutes. See what. Apparently, Professor Dave says that Stephen loves genocide and compares Hamas and Hezbollah to the rebels in Star Wars, which that is not a good comparison, bro.
Being perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Whether he is being paid by Israel.
My problem with people calling, okay, look, when we say an ethno state, like other countries, like I think the Gulf states are literally Arabic states, so those are also like ethno states as well. Like if we're gonna call out Israel for being a quote unquote ethno state, which I think like 25% of its population is Arabic. Like I don't know, let's do it all across the board. Even for the people who are being oppressed by Israel. Like I don't know, the ethno state isn't one that I bring up.
Or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for.
And don't get me wrong, there's really valid things to shit on Israel for, but like if we're gonna get mad at the ethno state, like dude, like the whole fucking Middle East is comprised of quote unquote ethno states, Arabic states, Muslim states, whatever.
Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew-hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes Mask Off. And the thumbnail says, "These fucking Zionists," where Zionists is covering the word Jews, implying that I really just hate all Jews. In it, he is reacting to my third and most recent video exposing Avi Loeb, the astrophysicist and charlatan, in which, amidst breaking down his endless lies about science, I point out yet again in passing his ties to the Zionist lobby and how he employs Zionist tactics of gaslighting and playing the victim to deflect when his fraudulence is exposed. I'll just play you Destiny's intro stinger to his video so you can get a sense of it. The blatant manipulation, opportunism, and perpetual victim complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like me. Anyway.
I'm sorry, but when people just like go around and throw out the word Zionist like a billion, it usually is a dog whistle for Jews. Like that's like whether you mean to do it or not, that is the case. It usually is a dog whistle for Jews, depending on who's saying it. It's very common.
As much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism and everybody hurts your feelings is just going to hasten your demise tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right?
Damn, bro. He made good. He got a lot of donation. God damn. Holy shit. God damn. Holy shit, bro. There's no money in the water here, sweetie, as the Zionists douche using the Zionist playbook of deception. Yeah, it's just...
Deception and victimization are like the two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. The reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. Kind of crazy to do this, but whatever.
Yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi. Deconstructing this farce will come at the end of this video, but we have a lot of context to set up and information to get through first. Honestly, so many people have asked me to make a video formally summarizing my stance on Israel, and this was an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is. Beyond his nauseating defense of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to come across. Hornets.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Remember? But we will get back to him in due time. Now, many of you are aware that this is not the first time I've been harassed and slandered by Zionists, not by a long shot. Right after the genocide began, for several months I was spending way too much time on Twitter, relentlessly combating Zionist propaganda being disseminated by hordes of paid influencers whose job it was to brainwash the masses and manufacture consent for genocide. You've never seen propaganda anywhere in your life like what was being vomited up at that time. A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven, endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day. I was shooting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong people noticed, so they dogpiled on me and got
I'll
my
get
account
through
suspended.
like
People
another
often note that you can find some
2
really
minutes.
egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. Scary anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not, are a key facet of this narrative. So that's not what gets targeted for suspension. What gets targeted is anyone who is effectively combating and exposing the state-sponsored Hasbro narratives, which I was doing with a passion. So I was booted from the platform, which honestly was a relief more than anything else, as this activity was starting to take a toll on my emotional well-being, and then their campaign to smear me began. First, the social media activity. This actually started before my account was terminated. Hundreds of tweets like this, very obviously scripted and disseminated for all the lemmings to copy and paste. Pretending to have been followers of mine, regrettably, they must unfollow because I'm a Nazi. It's all quite unconvincing. They do this all the time. You can always find clusters of scripted copy-paste tweets, like this recent campaign that Destiny would probably enjoy. Then came the harassment on YouTube. Thousands, and I'm not joking, literally fucking thousands of these for weeks. These came from the bot farms that Israel employs to shift the narrative on every platform they can. Optics are everything, and even this very blatant artificial activity can skew things in their favor to some degree. But that's just the beginning. Organizations like StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission are a form of weaponized retaliation against those who speak up for Palestine on social media. I was named Anti-Semite of the Week, along with countless actors and activists like John Cusack, Susan Sarandon, Mark Ruffalo, Roger Waters, Cynthia Nixon, Greta Thunberg, Bassem Youssef, Mamdani, of course, basically anyone who draws significant attention to Israeli crimes against humanity, thereby posing a challenge to the Hasbara narrative. You know, horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children, and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Anti-Semitism, Leora Rez, and other wastes of human life enact brutal campaigns
Hey,
to
you can
ruin the
just
lives of
DM
whomever
me.
they target.
You don't have to ask.
Boxing them and doing whatever they can to get them fired from their jobs, especially for medical professionals. For me, there was not much they could do. I'm self-employed. They tried to smear me on LinkedIn, but nobody gave a shit. Eventually, they move on. But perhaps with how much I've finally been talking about Israel in my YouTube content, as opposed to simply tweeting about them, a second wave of attention is coming my way. To demonstrate how no amount of criticism of Israel will ever be enough, we're going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis, ironically. The level of disdain they have for human life is beyond comprehension. Not simply the ability to murder tens of thousands of children like they're termites, but the delight they express in doing so, and the overwhelming support that is expressed by Israeli citizens for this genocidal activity. More than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian people. It is a twisted, psychotic society that celebrates the destruction of innocent human life. They proudly announce it openly, their desire to wipe Palestinians and other Arabs from the face of the earth.
אבל בוא נאמר... תעשי את זה, אני מכיר אותך קצת, תעשי את זה עם תוכנית. יכול להיות, אבל בוא נאמר ככה, הצבא צריך לגמור כמו שעבד בצפון, הוא צריך לעבוד בדרום, ולהשאיר את עזה ללא ערבים, ולהקים התיישבות יהודית בכל חבל עזה. כאשר אומרים ביישובי העוטף שרוצים לראות את הים, זאת אומרת, כדי לראות את הים צריך שלא יהיו בתים. שאני מבין במקומות שלנו.
Well, these could just be some fucked up people, bro. I'm pretty sure what he's saying is true.
כל עזה וכל לבנון, כל זה צריכים לשאוף לנקות את הארץ מהרחבי
I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and swim in the sea.
אנחנו מטילים
Bro, bro.
על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם. עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהיא, אנחנו לא יהיו. נחסל את הכל. שחיילי צה"ל הם מעל הוויכוח הזה, ואי אפשר להאשים אותם מה שנעשה בעזה, חבל שלא נעשה גרוע יותר. אין בלתי מעורבים. כל מי שיעמוד בפניו וירצה לחבל במדינת ישראל, כולל אם ישחטו ילדים, ישתמשו בילדים, יצטרכו גם להרוג אותם כי אין ברירה.
Have you seen enough? No, I don't think you have. Israeli lawmaker Yitzhak Kreuzer says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians and steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity. The West Bank, no Hamas here, just Palestinians living under a brutal system of apartheid. Whether they are children or women, it doesn't matter to me. Journalist Shimon Ricklin says Gaza should be wiped from the face of the earth. Journalist and politician Yinon Magal says it's time for Nakba 2, which means another massive wave of killing Palestinians and cleansing them from their territories to acquire these lands for Israel. Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this impotence. You have ability. There is worldwide legitimacy. Flatten Gaza without mercy. This time, there is no room for mercy. You think this hatred is reserved only for Palestinians? Think again. Israeli Minister of National Security Ben Gvir says that for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. Are you fucking listening? All of Lebanon must burn. This is not Israel-occupied Palestine. This is a sovereign nation with territory that Israel has lusted after since its inception, and which it is currently successfully stealing. But back to Gaza, Israeli military official Eliyahu Yassian says there is no population in Gaza. There are 2.5 million terrorists. There is no meaning to giving them warning missiles. Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin states outright that Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza. Every child.
I hate Israel, bro. I hate Israel. I hate Israel, bro. I do. It's true. Like, I mean, I think, like, Israel, like, I identify as a Zionist, okay? I do. Like, it can exist. But after that, what happens is just fucking insane. You know, because, like, we have to look at, like, okay, what is the case of Israel now? Well, the people are there. All the people who are there had nothing to do with all the shit that happened in the 40s. All those people are dead. So there are people who were born there, or they moved there after all the other shit happened. And it's like, okay, well, what do we do with it? At some point, you just gonna have to see, okay, things are what they are. What is the best of the thing? Excuse me. What is the most you can do with the situation you're given? And all those people are there. Now, I understand Israel fucking hates Palestinians, and Palestinians really fucking hate Israelis. Can't we all just get along? No, obviously fucking not. I don't know. It's complicated. I'm going back to the Epstein shit, bro. But I'm gonna say the idea that, like, Israel was not justified to go to war with Gaza after October 7th. That's absurd. Israel absolutely had the right to go to war after October 7th. The shit that Israel did, like the lies that came from it, that's bad. Like, I don't know. I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's like so depressing. But anyway, I'll try to lock in on the shit instead. But I think the objective morality argument, I think it holds. I think the only thing they can actually fucking contend with is P1 and say ethical systems don't require agents. But if you say that, I have no idea what you're talking about. Ethical system X requires agents. Ethical system X requires all. And if you don't believe it requires oughts, requires ought Y. Ought Y requires agent X. Ethical system X requires agent. Okay, so even ethical system X. Pretty sure the answer to this, yes. Should be yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Moral goodness. If someone says goodness in any way that's not like moral or functional, I have no idea what they're talking about. So like, imagine an empty world, but there's a water bottle, and they say the water bottle is good. What does that mean? I have no idea. If you say pizza tastes good, okay, well, pizza is preferable to your tastes. I get that. If you say clean your room, okay, well, it's because your mom wants you to clean your room, and okay, I get that. But an empty water, or an empty universe with a water bottle, and you say the water bottle is good. What does that mean? I don't know. I truly have no idea. I think like someone could try to take that hypothetical to say that to object to P1. But otherwise, I have no idea what the fuck anyone's talking about. Because good is a relational statement. An agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance with order G, which is not order B. We can do order B. Order A and order B. Could be anything. God's order, natural orders, preferential orders, your mom's order, no order. Is that a thing? The order is nothing. Chaos. Is that a thing? The order is nothing. So yeah, you can do order. I mean, inaction is still action. I would say that like inaction is a form of action. So then no order is still a form of order. I would agree with that statement. And there is truth value to that, you know, if that's how it's defined. Because someone could be like an error theorist, which means that you believe that all moral evaluation evaluates to false because you don't believe in morality at all. That's why it's called error theory. What is pretty sure philosophical idea? Try to describe real facts about the world. What if you say the order is no order? So there's no good. What does it mean for there to not be an order? To be in accordance with that? You're in accordance with nothing. Which I would really say is incoherent. Is that a thing? An ethical system where like goodness, where there's only bad and no good? Is that a thing? Perplexity. Are there ethical systems that have no good but only bad? I think that has to be a thing. Mostly about avoiding the bad, yeah. I'm not good. Intrinsically or linguistically. Derivative. Oh, it must be good to adopt. So that will necessitate goodness in the ethical system by some degree. And is defined as being in accordance with order G, which is not order B. Ethical system X defines order G. Goodness is defined. Yup. Okay. Ethical system X defines order G. That should be capitalized. Order G, which is not order B. No belonging of agent A. Objective facts are not influenced. So ethical system X requires agents. I think this is true. Ethical system X requires ought Y. Ought Y requires agent X. Ethical systems require agents. Yep. And if you have an ethical system that doesn't have oughts, then I have no idea what you're talking about. Now there must be some good. It must be good to adopt the system. Otherwise, there's no motivator. And the agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance with order G, which P4. It's gonna be P5. P4. Adopting system X. Yeah, it's a minimal set. You have to abide by the fucking thing. Ethical system X must be order G. Agents. Ethical system X requires well-being. An agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance with order G, which is not order B. Order G is not bad. Order A and order B can be anything. Anything. Odds order, natural order, subjective preferential orders. mean, things could be neutral. You don't have to accept it. It's so close. It is so close. We're almost there. We're so close. Ethical system X requires agents. Agent A requires well-being. Okay. An agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance with order G. Because the thing is, what if you just say you don't believe in goodness? Like, there's only bad things and no good things. I mean, by that systems framework, well, when we talk about good and bad, it's not, we're talking about just being, you're either in accordance with a thing or you're not. So then, by this framework, you could say that what is good is simply just not what is in accordance with the bad. You're not in accordance with the bad. It's hard. A normative system that says only bad, nothing is good, and you must act. If you ought to avoid bad, then avoiding bad itself is a kind of good, at least instrumentally. Treating good as less bad, or denying that good and bad are objective properties at all. Well, all we're saying is being in accordance. So if you only define bad, then the good or the thing that you ought to do, because what is good is what you ought to do. Ethical system X. Oh yeah. Ought Y. You can just find being in accordance with. Actually, instead of order, it should be ought G, which is not ought B. Yeah, it's better. Good is not bad, ought B. An agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance with ought G, which is not ought B. Yeah, so it's actually a little, it's super doable. How do I want to phrase? I've got it. Oh, shit. Some ought. Okay, so ethical system requires an ought. Yup, sure does. Agent A requires well-being. Yep. An agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance with ought G, which is not ought B. You ought not do things. Because someone could try to take like an error theory, but we need to also establish that not doing bad is good. So there's like a binary, which means there actually really is no neutral. There's no middle ground. Because you either are doing a thing or you're not. And if you're not doing the bad, that is good as well. And then doing the good obviously is good. You can have like different degrees of good. So like if you were to just literally sit around and, would that be good? I mean, you're in accordance with the system or you're not. And by virtue of there being goods, those are things you are supposed to pursue. And if it's a neutral thing, there's nothing telling you not to do it. There's nothing telling you to do it either, though. It's hard. Sorry, we're doing a lot of armchair philosophy right now. If you take a... The only thing I can think of where there's like kind of like a wrench is what if you hold to you don't believe in being in accordance with any good order? Like what if you hold to the idea like there is no good order, there's only bad order, and then everything else is neutral? Because then you won't have any good per se. Or like everything else is just like less bad, but obviously by comparison then that would be good. Huh. This is hard. Or maybe I'm stupid, I don't know. Probably a little bit of both. It's hard, bro. It's hard. I can feel the wrinkles forming in my brain. So I think this is established pretty well. But the ethical system is presupposing that there is good in it. Once you just reject good, then it's not true for the ethical system. And that's not good. I kind of have to posit that actually, yeah. Being in accordance with the ethical system has to be good. Because it's by virtue of engaging with the ethical system, you are doing the ought. So that is like your minimum set. Because even if everything else is neutral, right? Then that is like the ethical systems prescribe what your oughts are, which is not obby. Because of the ethical system, okay, so P3 set for ought. Oh, actually, yeah, order. Yeah, there should be order, actually. Order, which is not order. Good. Order G. Good. Order G. All right. Mutually exclusive. All right. There we go. I think that's our bridge. All right. Good. Bad. Good. On. There we go. Good. On. Shit. All Y. There we go. Okay, I think we're really good. Good. A. Good. Good. I'll call it B. So ethical system X requires aught Y. Yep, requires agent X. Ethical system X requires an agent. Yep. Ethical system X requires an agent. This is gonna be really big. We gotta have a very robust argument for objective morality. And I'm willing to bet that there's, because I'm actually not the first one to come up with this sort of, you know, like your well-being is a necessary precondition for all ethical systems, which is true. But I know I'm not the only one who's come up with this, so I wonder who else has done this. What are most compelling arguments for objective morality under secular frameworks? All right, Gemini, and then Grok. Help me out. Rationalist. That's right, only if the maximum amount can be willed as a universal law without contradiction. Yeah, I love Kant's categorical imperative. As an end. Moral experience. When we deliberate, feel guilt, we experience ourselves as responding to something independent of our attitudes. Nah. Brute moral fat? No. No. You're bad. Kant, yeah. This is just categorical imperative again. Moral duties are objective rules dictated by practical reasons. Yep, categorical imperative. Human flourishing. Modern secular virtue ethicists argue that morality is rooted in objective human nature. Well-being. Empirical realities, the conscious experience. We accept that. Yeah, I do like Sam Harris's approach, but like, why is flourishing good? And I think this answers that question, but I don't know if Sam Harris's does, because there's different ethical like, why should I adopt this? It doesn't answer that question. It just says flourishing is good because it's good, and it is a valid ethical system. But it's not necessarily true. But what I like about this is it is necessarily true of all ethical systems. This is why I think that's why I think that this is a stronger one. I don't think the other ones take this approach. Is there an ethical system that says well-being is the necessary precondition for agents, therefore is good? Generic consistency, which argues that freedom and well-being are necessary preconditions. Aha! Yeah, okay. Yup, true. The thing about freedom, though, is what if the ethical system says you should do nothing? Because that ethical system does break it. Are necessary for any action, but not for doing nothing. Because what if I tell you just lay there, like just be alone, just ragdoll, okay? If you do that, then you don't need freedom, right? I mean, at least with the well-being, because you have to do an ought, then then you do need your well-being, because I'm telling you to do this thing, right? But I feel like telling them to do nothing does break that. Otherwise, it is true that freedom and well-being are the necessary things. Let's say, yeah, earning. Okay, yeah. So it seems like this is a well-reasoned thing. Yeah. Conclusion. Logical claim. Universalization. Yup. And then universalize it, which I like a lot. Versatility and welfare. The principle doesn't positing that human agency, which I think is necessary. Mm-hmm. For the principle, doesn't the act of thereby defeating this is a sharp objection and anticipates a challenge. The short answer is choosing inaction itself is still a voluntary choice, and genuine non-agency removes a person from the category of an agent rather than defeating the logic itself. But I mean, even then, though, like, you still don't need freedom to do nothing. Like, if the answer is do nothing, and I beat the shit out of you, like, it's just, it doesn't feel compelling to me. There's a crucial to choosing not to act and being physically unable. Yeah, that's correct. Refraining is a choice. If you decide to sit still, stay silent, or meditatively do nothing, you are actively exercising freedom. But when we say freedom, what do we mean by that? Like, in the sense of you're not being mind controlled? Because, I mean, if we're going to talk about, like, well-being, I mean, like, even if you're being mind controlled, you wouldn't even be an agent anymore if you're being mind controlled. Like, do you want to put your well-being and not, like, your body being hijacked? Which, in which case, that would be true. But, like, literally the only symmetry breaker I can think of is the necessary preconditions to become an agent are, 1, your well-being is ensured so you don't die, and then 2, someone doesn't, like, mind control you. I guess. Refraining is choice. Inaction so depends on well-being. If an agent chooses total physical stillness, maintaining that state still requires the basic preconditions of existence. Correct. You require basic survival. Okay, I'm actually really happy about this. The category of non-agents. Well, then you're not an agent. Like, you have no, like, if someone says the corpse is good, I have no idea what that means. Like, the corpse is good simpliciter. I have no idea what that means. If someone says, like, a person is good, that means, okay, like, they're acting in accordance with something. If someone says a corpse is good, I'm like, so you like the corpse because you think corpses look cool? Like, if someone says there's an empty world and there's a corpse, and they say the corpse is good, like, in that world, I'm like, what? What does that mean? I don't know. But if you say, you know, the Halloween decoration looks cool, or the Halloween decoration is good, it's like, oh, okay, it's appealing to that person's preferences. I get that. It's in the order of that person's preferences. That makes sense. But if someone else says, I'm just like, I don't know what you mean, bro. You're crazy. You're like schizo and you've lost me. The tracking train has left the building, and I was not on it. The category of non-agents. The objection only holds if inaction is forced. Freedom was stripped away, proving it necessary to act in the first place, or if inaction is a voluntary choice, it's effectively used to make that choice. By freedom. I really think it all just comes down to total destruction of freedom. Yeah. Yeah. So then it does go back to external coercion. Yep, true. Violations of freedom. Yep. So it does go back to freedom and well-being, even with this. Wow. Because then you're not an agent. There you go. There it is. Freedom and well-being. Don't be mind controlled. We got it back. Cool. Okay. Okay. I like it. I like it. under consistency. What if I posit an ethical system where there are no goods, only bads? How would it apply to this? Would his principle still apply? Yeah, this is it. This is it. This is a clever move. You're essentially proposing a purely negative ethical framework. Surprisingly, still holds up because the logical structure doesn't actually rely on goods existing as positive, pleasant things in the world. It relies on the logic of goal-directed. Yes, exactly. Bad is just the denial of a necessary condition. In philosophy, a bad is almost defined as a harm, deprivation, whatever. If your ethical system, there are no positive goods, only bads. Premise B, interference with an agent. Yep. Under the system, with an agent's act as avoid bad. Freedom to move away. Yep. The reciprocal logic still applies. Only bad things exist. Inflicting harm on me is bad because it prevents me from avoiding the bads. Universal obligation. I must not inflict harm. Yep. As long as agents still act to avoid bads. Yep, that's something. They're still doing an ought. They're still doing the thing that the thing. I mean, if something only tells you what the bads are, then the system ultimately is telling you that everything else is fine. So you ought, like, telling people ought not to do something is still an ought. And adopting the ethical system is good. Because if you don't adopt the ethical system, what's the motivator for adopting it? So, like, by virtue of adopting the ethical system, that must be good. I would say that's, like, premise one. Okay, adopting the ethical system is good. Because that's your motivator for doing it, right? Otherwise, it's neutral. There's no motivator to adopt it. Like, by virtue of adopting the ethical system, it must be good for the ethical system. Or it must be good for you according to the ethical system. Or at the very least, not bad. Because you're just acting in accordance with the thing. The minimum set for ought. So we got A, B. An agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance with good. G. Yeah, I did not think I was going to do this into a metaethics debate, or not debate, metaethics stream, but that's okay. An agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance with good. G, which is not bad. B. Good B and bad B cannot happen. An agent's goodness is defined by being in accordance. Yep, an agent's good. Mm-hmm. Needs to be an ought. Ought. An agent's goodness is found by being in accordance with ought with good ought G, which is not bad. Ought. How do I denote set in analytic philosophy? Because like all the good order is just a set of shit. Okay. Non-membership. Okay. Okay. An agent's goodness. Oh, let me check out the thing. I haven't looked at stream. I'm scared to look at stream. I imagine it's pretty quiet, but that's okay. Not stream, but viewers. But this is important. It needs to happen. We gotta have this shit. And if we don't have this shit, then we're cooked. It's all in the setup. Yep. Freedom and well-being. Ethical system X requires an agent. Objective morality. I didn't even think about mind control, bro. Because you could have your well-being, or like the agent. Well, actually, is that conducive? I mean, do you still exist? Like, I feel like the agent's well-being is still impacted, even if like you mind control them. Like, I think it's a meaningful distinction. Yeah. So we have operators. Okay, so ethical system, agent, ought, well-being, freedom. Yep. Good, bad. That's just a set. Where in the good, the minimum set is ought do ethical system. So like an agent adopts an ethical system, and in adopting the ethical system, adopt the good. So yeah, it would feed into itself. Good, ought, and then we're gonna get rid of the order. I think that's it. So like ethical system implies an agent. Please help with logical operand. For the next set of prompts, please help me formalize this analytically. With proper symbols. Oh, dude, what does that mean? Every ethical system requires at least one agent. Yep. Requires agent. What is that upside down thing mean? Ethical system. Your sentence ethical X can be formalized as boom with the implicit typing. Agent and requires. I mean, if you want this, it's souls. What do I have to have? Just being. Then X is an agent. Oh, that one makes sense. What? Making requires more explicit optional. Every ethical system requires every agent. Probably, yeah, that's too strong. Okay, I guess I should probably read the shit that it gives. That spits out at me. 2 requires as a binary. Okay, so basic ontology and types. Requires as a binary relation. Requires XA. Your sentence X requires agent A. Yep, can we formalize as requires XA? Implicit typing, ethical system X. Boop. If you want to say this holds generally for some or all agents, you can multiply. There's an ethical system that requires some agent. Every ethical system, yeah. I like this one most. Requires. Dude, how do people do propositional logic, bro? I want to terminate myself looking at this. What the fuck, bro? Let me look at this shit, bro. Oh my god, I still have viewers? That's crazy. What are y'all doing here? I'm over here doing fucking metaethics and shit. Ethics. I'm changing stream shit. Alright, there we go. Here we go. There. Okay, so oh shit, wait, some let me check my social. Oh, I'm flying out to Vegas tomorrow, by the way, y'all. That person did not DM me on Instagram. That was fake news, I think. Okay. Dude, I don't know how the fuck people do propositional logic, like all the symbols and shit. I'm like, that's not for me, bro. Or at least it's a skill issue right now, at least. Requires more explicit. If you want to capture that, it presupposes the existence of agents rather than requiring a particular individual. Like, I want to say... I want to formalize by saying that every ethical system needs at least one agent. Every system needs at least one agent. Let's formalize that as boo 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 boo. Optionally make needs more explicit. Needs XY cannot be instantiated. Agent Y needs XY. Dude, how do people read this shit? What does the backwards E mean, bro? Anyone who knows philosophy is watching this right now and is like laughing at me right now. I don't blame them. I probably would do the same. Actually, you know what? I hope they're not. Because you know what? I guarantee you, any of these like philosophy people who could be laughing at me, if y'all were in the gym all weak and scrawny, because like, let's be real, like how many fucking like people who do metaethics actually know like how to do like a proper fucking rep on bench press? Okay. Do they know to like contract their shoulder blades back and then like lift them down and like they know to keep their elbows tucked in? Like, I would want y'all to succeed. I hope y'all want me to succeed in philosophy shit, bro. That's what I'm hoping for, man. What the fuck does the backwards E mean? What does the backwards E mean? Means there exists at least one such that omega is okay. There exists one. What is upside down A? Universal quantifier for everything. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So for every ethical system, it implies there's at least one agent. I'm 5 IQ. Please break down every little thing here. OMG. I think it definitely has its utilities to know how to read this shit for sure. Slow, symbol by symbol. Give me Dum Dum's guide to propositional logic, bro. I mean, I understand the logic. And I think everything I have here does track. You know, I think all the premises absolutely follow to the conclusion. But I can't read that shit, dude. It's like reading another fucking language. Okay. For everything. Okay, so for every blah 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 blah. Let's copy and paste this. For every X, an ethical system. Everything. If X is an ethical system, there's at least one thing. Agent, and X needs Y. X implies an agent. Can't I just do like X implies an agent? Can't I just do system X agent Y? Damn. They can call me Dum Dum, basically. Which I don't blame it. Every ethical system requires an agent. I mean, I'm gonna worry about the fucking shit later. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lose my shit over this. Okay, so ethical system X requires an agent. Requires every. Agent A. We'll call this E, maybe. That's just generic, whatever the odd is. I want to say following. Ought requires agent. Ought can be any ought. Agent can be any agent. Oh. Every at least one agent. Is it every ought? Well, if it's an ethical system, I mean, an ought requires maybe every ought requires one agent. Yeah, because it's indexed to that specific agent. Agent can be an agent. Ought O. Okay, so we do like that. Okay. Ought means at least one agent. And okay, I can kind of read that. Okay. Ethical system E requires agent A. Agent A requires ought O requires agent A. Ethical system E requires agent A. Agent A requires well-being. Agent A. This agent A without. I want. We have agent A. Is A to make a proposition that agent A requires well-being. We have agent A. Agent A is a predicate applied to a variable. It says A is an agent. The symbol A by itself is just a variable, a placeholder for some object. Agent A does not itself pick out the specific fixed agent. It just says if you plug in something. Okay. What? Agent A. Oh, wait. Oh, actually, no, it does work. So then I think I can. Variables like A stand for objects. Predicates are properties of those objects. Okay. Why? Because agent A is not an object. Oh, okay, it's a statement. A is an agent. Ah, okay, gotcha. Ethical system E requires an auto. Got you. Okay, so there's some aught O. Aught O requires agent A. Ethical system E requires agent A. All right, conclusion. Ethical system require aunts. Aunts require agents. Yo. Agent A requires well-being. Well-being of A. Agent A exists. Okay. Yeah, we'll say annihilates, I guess. Okay, so agent A requires well-being of A. So agent A exists. Agent A, without its well-being, annihilates agent A. Agent A requires well-being. Like it? Being of A. So agent A requires the well-being of itself. Without well-being, ethical system being A. Okay, so ethical system requires agent A. Agent A requires well-being. Ethical system requires the well-being of A. Yeah. Okay. Agent's goodness is defined. So we're going to say, if I want to reference, ooh, we could call it like, ethical system E requires well-being of A. After I establish agent A to reference agent A speaking directly to A's status as an agent. For example, I logically prove that agent A requires well-being of A. Ethical system E requires agent A. Therefore, ethical system E requires well-being A. Could I write that I'm positive I can't. I don't think I can. E. I don't think I can write that. I don't think I can write that at all. A is quantified. Again? What? Starting by a book condition like that. Requirement intrinsitive. Inference chain, therefore requires E. W requiring. Okay. Goodness is defined. Okay, ethical system E requires well-being A. We can just write it like this. Agent A is destroyed. So is destroyed without Agent A exists. Agent A is destroyed without well-being A. Agent A requires well-being A. Removing being A destroys Agent A. Agent A, okay, so ethical system E requires Agent A. Ethical system E requires Aught O. Aught O requires Agent A. Ethical system E requires Agent A. Yep, I would agree with that. Ethical systems require aughts. If you don't have some kind of aught, then you don't really have an ethical system. I don't know what the fuck you have, but it's not really much of anything, I guess. Agent A requires well-being A. Agent A exists. Removing well-being of A destroys Agent A. Agent A requires well-being. Agent A requires well-being of A. Ethical system E requires well-being of A. Okay, cool. This perfectly follows. Okay, P3. I want to have. There is a set making a lytic system for good and bad. Each good and bad are sets of oughts. Every item, every ought in good cannot be in bad, and vice versa. Does this look like formally? What does this look like formally? Okay, so basic predicates and sets. Okay, good and bad are sets of oughts. Yup. Ought. Oh, yup. Okay, option A, use set membership. Yup. Okay, so option B, use predicates. Both are fine. Good and bad are sets of oughts. Yup. Every ought in good cannot be in bad. So this is disjoint. What does that E mean? Oh, it just means it's in the set. Okay. Okay, so that means every, so not in that. Okay. That's more convenient. Okay. Yeah, I would say this is more convenient. So all aunts are in good. Minimal version. I'll be back, y'all. It's you, boy. So for core definition. So ethical systems require agents. Okay. So ethical system E requires the well-being of agent A. Instrumental good. Hmm. Hmm. Let's motivate P3's necessity for freedom. Agent A requires freedom A. And this is basically going to be P2 again. P1 agent A exists. P2 moving freedom A. Yeah. Exists. Yeah, requires agency of A. P2. Agency A. Yeah. I mean, it's literally. I mean, the necessary precondition has to be like an agent. Oh, I'm gonna have to go in about probably about 9 minutes, about 8:15. So I'll head off. But I think we've got it pretty darn good now. I've been saying that for the last, like, how long has the stream been going? 6 hours? Well, I'm very happy with this. And also, it's really cool to see that another person had basically the same thing. But I also based my entire thing off of Ian. I think Ian got the generic principle. What's it called? Generic principle for something. Generic principle for these nuts. Something like that. Principle of generic consistency for objective morality. It's pretty epic. Principle for generic consistency. What a legend. Universal rights can be rationally justified as the outcome of claims necessarily made by rational agents, according to his argument. All agents necessarily want to be successful in their actions, and since freedom and well-being are generally necessary, generally, no, not generally, it is necessary. So, calls these rights generic as they correspond features generically necessary to successful agency. This is written principle 4. Based the generic principle of being freaking epic. Are there defeaters to despite internal elegance, philosophers have raised several. Pragmatic. Okay, this is perhaps the most famous objection raised by philosophers. Okay, but the counter argument. I need freedom to achieve my goals. I must claim a right to them. But critics argue there's a leap here between the difference of right. Pragmatic right. I require freedom. Moral right. I have legitimate moral claim. What does it mean for something to be moral? Like, when we talk about moral, we're talking about oughts. I require freedom, so I demand it and claim it for my purpose. Like, the fact that you're even objecting to it necessitates your freedom and well-being. Like, to deny it is self-defeating. I have a legitimate moral claim that imposes an obligation on others not to interfere with me. Correct. Agent can demand freedom for themselves simply out of self-interest. But what does it mean to be moral if not in accordance with an order? I have no idea what anyone's talking about. The egoist. A rational egoist can accept that freedom and well-being are necessary for their own agency without accepting other agents. That's true, but that's not an ethical system, no? It's a necessary precondition for all ethical systems. So it gives objective ground. Counter-argument. Descriptive claim. Agents require free will. Hmm. And agents do ought. Agents have oughts. And that's a necessary precondition for oughts. It doesn't matter. So by virtue of not even respecting it means you're engaging with it. To be in accordance with an order. Yeah, someone talks about like moral order or moral facts. The only thing I can think of is being in accordance with an order. Otherwise, I have no idea what you're talking about. Also, ethical system E. Okay, okay. Agent requires freedom A. Agency A requires freedom of A. Moving freedom A. Destroys agency. I mean, like, Agent A. Like, this is literally just begging the question for this PT right here. I mean, it's literally one premise. Removing well-being A destroys Agent A. Like, yeah, well, like, what about it? Agent A requires Agency A. Agency A requires freedom A. Removing freedom destroys Agency A of A. P3. Thereby, let's C1. Agent A requires freedom A. So Agent A requires Agency A. Removing freedom A destroys Agency A. Oh. Okay. Agent A, ethical systems require some E require ethical system E requires well-being A and freedom A. There we go. Ethical system E requires that. Okay. So we've established these are the necessary things, but why are they good? P1, P2, P3. Good. What's this up here? I'm making analytic system getting good sets. Okay. Excuse me. good aunt. Okay. I need to get ready and head off. So yeah, everyone who's been here, thanks for sticking around. This is almost done. And for people who think like the metaethics stuff is cringe and stupid, you're right. It is cringe and stupid. But we can, this is probably like the most important thing in all of, you could say, political discourse. Because if you don't have an objective metric for why we do the things that we do, like why should I actually care about anything? Why should I defend gay rights? Why should I not murder people? Right? Like, you know, this guy, the earlier dude, he tried to be like, oh, you know, touching kids is good for the pedo. No, it's not. And there's objective reasons why. Okay, that stance independent. The pedo might think that it's good for him, but the pedo would be misguided. And how do we create that framework? Well, we have to do it through an objective lens. Because if it's a subjective lens, then it's kind of arbitrary, you know? Or if it is subjective like that, then you kind of run into the problem where like Andrew Wilson will like force doctrine you. Like, oh, it's subjective. Oh, well, I've got the greater force. What's to stop me from beating the shit out of you? And then it's like, oh, well, and then you can appeal to like well-being. And okay, well, what do I care about well-being? Well, well-being and freedom is a necessary precondition for aughts. The fact that you're objecting to this necessitates your freedom and well-being. And you have aughts. So it is objectively good. That's really the argument, you know? That's the argument. That's the argument. Ethical systems require, well, yeah, agents. Agents require freedom and well-being. The well-being of an agent, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's basically a conclusion. Because every ethical system needs that stuff, it's good. It's objectively good for every single aught. You need the well-being and the freedom. That's it. That's it. But, yep. All right. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, actually, I probably won't because I'll be going to Vegas. Well, I think I'll be here for a little bit in the morning. I don't know. We'll see. Have a good night.